What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to the party. Hope you're having a wonderful night or day. We're going to be doing some in-game farming today. We're actually gathering up everybody right now, getting everybody ready to go. We're going to be taking on Eden Grove for the first target. It's going to be really fun. We're checking everything off the list. So we've basically, at this point, we've done all three of the in-game expeditions already. So last night I was able to do Dynasty, I was able to do Lazarus, and I was able to do Garden. Garden was kind of hard because I hadn't done it since the alpha, but during that time it was pretty difficult for groups to get that done. But last night we actually aced it almost. So we got the new title for that, the Green Ripper, we got Dungeon Dragon for the Dynasty, and we got Giant Slayer for Lazarus. Those were super fun to do. So today we're going to take the rest of the stuff out by first taking on Malevolence. It's going to be located in Eden Grove. We're right now gathering in Eastburn Outpost. It's going to be super fun, but we're also going to go to Murkguard again. But before we do that, we're going to go to Ambusty Mines because there's a field boss in there that I've never fought called the Leviathan that I really want to fight. What's going on, people? Yeah, for Ice Gauntlet, yeah, it seems like it is doing pretty good right now. And from what I've been seeing, I have seen some people use Fire Staff, and it seems like it's not doing too bad so far. Like in the Territory Wars, not doing too bad. Yes, we got a couple people, hell yeah. All right, my character looks kind of like a freak right now, but I am level 60, and I got this pretty cool tower shield. I'm hoping to get a better one. Nah, it's just I completely forgot. Hell yes. But yeah, today I was or last night actually I was farming really hard, so we got to level 60. Went 8 levels in one day. I farmed up like 1,000+ mats of everything, and I just went for it. I went for it. So we're there now. We completed it. We did most of this stuff. Oh yeah, for this tower shield, I don't fully remember where I got. I'm pretty sure I got this in Lazarus. I'm pretty sure I got that in Lazarus. Wait, hold on. This one we got in the garden. I like this one so much. Hold on. It wasn't letting me link stuff earlier because my clicking was bugged. This one's a shield. There we go. Pain. Yeah, I'm hoping we get some really good stuff today. For some reason, the in-game portals aren't spawning in Shattered Mountain right now. I don't know why. All right, we got about 5 minutes until we start heading out. Game. Outpost. Okay. Yeah, there's six total expeditions. So there's Amrine, there's Shattered Obelisk, there's the Depths, then there's Dynasty, Garden of Genesis, and Lazarus, and we've done all of them at this point. Finally completed all of them. Have you done? Can you show us your build and attributes? So yeah, for my attributes right now, I'm trying to get to 250. The gear that I have on, most of it's not really con and focus related, so I'm running behind on the stats right now, but we're getting there. We're totally getting there. But I got my focus at 100, and I'm trying to get to 250 con. Then I'm gonna start raising my focus up some more. And then also, I do have a build video that I just made not too long ago, and I do have a link in the description now. So it's got a full in-depth breakdown of what my build is. But essentially, it's a paladin tank, so it's a sword and shield, and then life staff user. And for the spells, we use primarily Orb of Protection, Sacred Ground, and Beacon for the spells. Let me switch this around. Okay. All right. Making star metal armor. Ooh, nice. Oh, snap, nice. Did I ask already if any other cover coming? Do we have any more cup peeps coming? All right. What do you think of the fourth faction being corrupted? I like that idea. You know, I know when they started doing these, way back, they started doing these polls on Twitter and stuff where they wanted to do surveys, and depending on what you answered, um, it told you what, told you what faction you were going to be in or what faction you were perfect for. And I made a joke where I photoshopped it and I put on a picture of the corrupted instead, and then I put that my faction was corrupted, and I posted that on Twitter, and I was like, yep, I'm joining this one now. But no, I think that'd be, well, okay, so what they could do with that is, you know how Lord of the Rings Online, they actually have a mode where you can do like monsters versus humans, and you can play as the monsters. I think that kind of concept is pretty cool, so that could be another game mode potentially that they could do in the future. I think if they were going to do something like that, that might work pretty well. I don't know if they do like a fourth full-on faction. I don't know how well that would work, but at least the game mode might be pretty cool. Fight Thorpe in the cathedral. Yeah, he's locked out right now. So okay, so yeah, that's what they're doing. So yeah, they told me that when I had a conversation with them that they were doing something else with Thorpe for the meantime. So I'm not sure if we're able to do. I'm guessing we're not able to do the Path of Mirkgard questline because that's what I assumed would unlock him. But I guess, okay, yeah, so there's no way to fight him right now because I talked to them a while back and they said that they were going to bring him back in another way. So that's probably what they're doing, is bringing him back for another expedition later on. That's going to be super interesting. The Mirkgard. Okay, copy that, Bunny. Okay. In like 4 more minutes. So we might not be able to do the portals, but we can at least do Eden Grove, Malevolence. That should be fine. Then Ambusty. Hope so. Will this game be a future MMO to always play non-stop, or just a flavor of the month? It's got potential to be a long-standing MMO. It'll all depend on what their what their plans are for like the roadmap, and how receptive they continue to be to the players' feedback. They've been for the most part pretty receptive so far to players' feedback, taking it into account and trying to make changes accordingly. So if they keep that up and they keep up a decent pace, then I think it could. Yeah, I think it could. I know for me, I'm definitely going to play it for a long time, so we'll see. We'll see what happens there, though. Freaking pain. Okay. All right. Would you say this build is more endgame, or can it be viable while leveling? It can be pretty good while leveling. It's more, but it's a tank build though. Like, it's not going to do a whole lot of damage compared to other builds. And top damage in wars right now. I don't know if they're doing top damage. I don't think I've seen many tanks top in the charts, because the main purpose of this, we don't really put points into damage. So if they're doing top damage, then it's probably the weapon that's the problem, not the actual build, because you're mostly putting points into con, right? And then even if you put points into focus and put an amber gem in your sword, you're not going to be doing a crap ton of damage. All it's going to do is convert some of that damage and then scale that damage up based off of your focus stat. Or if you do like an int gem, it'll scale it off of your int thing too. But yeah, it's not going to actually make you do a crap ton of damage kind of thing. But in terms of if you're using like a warhammer, you'll have a decent chunk of CC. That'll be a thing for sure. This will be fun. Work with the hammer instead. Yeah, you can totally do it with the hammer. It's just that you'd probably stick towards doing PvP with that build. You wouldn't want to bring that into an expedition like Garden or Lazarus. You're gonna get everybody killed most likely, because what's gonna happen is, well, you could, it'd be very difficult, but you could do it. But the bosses are gonna shred through your block like immediately, and then they're just gonna start going to town on you. So it might be pretty difficult there. But PvP though, yeah, it could totally work, because you'll have a lot of CC as well, which will be really nice. Oh, the expedition behind it? Yeah. Because no, I noticed that in the alpha, and then I wasn't sure what was going on there, so I assumed maybe that the path to Murkgard Arena, or the path to Murkgard questline would be how we had to get back in there. But yeah, it seems like they're just doing something else entirely with them, so we might not be able to fight them now, right now. But I'm curious to see what they do with them. What's up, MJ? Lord of the Rings Online Monster Play didn't work too well. Yeah, well, I know that they had a couple different bug things in that game. I know that the mounted combat never really got finished from what I remember, and people were saying that that was pretty buggy. But for the monster play, the concept sounded pretty cool though. I didn't actually play it too much myself, but I know the concept sounded pretty nice. But yeah, I'm assuming that there was probably some issues there from the sounds of it. What's your shield? It's a tower shield. I'm pretty sure I got this in the Lazarus expedition. It's a Dryad tower shield of the monk. At least I think that's where I got it. All right, let's get ready. All right, so we're gonna take on Banes. Okay, I think we got everybody. Was Super AFK? I can't remember. Where's Theseus plan? Okay, we got everybody. We need more mages as the war. Yeah, so people have been saying that the fire staff wasn't really doing too hot, but I've actually been looking at people that are using it. And, I mean, it's, you know, it's not doing mad damage, but it seems like it's doing pretty decent damage with the meteor still. And then for the Ice Gauntlet seems like it's definitely, kicking butt right now. So that part's pretty nice. So if you are interested in going mage, for Territory Wars at least, it should be pretty decent in there. Pop damage is a heavy armor full con sword. Yeah, I think that what might be going on there is just everybody else is just really, like, if you're topping damage as a tank, then I feel like the problem is with everybody else's damage, because well, my sword, for instance, has Chain Void on it, so when I hit people in PvP, for instance, I can get that AoE off and get a lot of damage stack right now, but I don't think I should be doing more than like a mage or something. I don't think that's gonna happen. Like when I looked at the last war, all the top ones were people that were using like ice gauntlets and rapiers and muskets and stuff like that. How are you? 60? Oh, we farmed pretty hard yesterday. I went 8 levels, 52 to 60. But we've been doing periodically, we've been doing like main story quests, side missions, town projects, and faction missions all at once. We did do a lot of town projects though, because people were leveling super fast off of that, because the armament quest lines were giving so much XP. It was really crazy. But yeah, since they just nerfed that last night, people are just doing like main story quests, side missions, faction missions, and town projects now. 423,000 as a mage though. Hell yeah. Good. Really good. Could you switch between the two? Yeah, you can totally switch between the two. Absolutely. Yeah. And it's beneficial if you level up multiple weapons and you can switch between them. You can totally do that. In some cases, it's beneficial to do that. Like for a healer, if you, for any reason, if you do life staff, fire staff, then if you still level up an ice gauntlet, some expeditions ice gauntlet block will be really nice. Like Garden of Genesis, for instance, the last boss, you should be able to block the shockwave with the ice gauntlet instead of getting behind the boulders. Okay, so we're gonna do, yeah, we should be able to get into Malevolence no problem though. We'll see how that goes. Rapier Spear Bleed build for PvE boss fights. Oh yeah, I mean, well, the bleeds won't stack. So from what I tested, the spear bleeds won't really stack with the rapier stuff. Like you can't execute a spear bleed with flourish and finish, but you can at least stack it up though. It should still stack. Like you'll see a spear bleed, and then separately you'll see the Tondo bleeds, and then the Tondo ones are the only ones you can execute. But yeah, that might be a pretty decent build DPS wise though for melee. That could totally work. But as far as I know, for the passives too, like the spear bleeds might not really affect the rapier passives as well, alongside being not being able to really execute them with flourish. But it's worth a shot, though. It can be a pretty decent one. What graphics card and CPU? 2070 Super, and then for the CPU, i9-9700F. 175k healing. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. Especially for the first war. Hell yeah. All right. We still have one more spot in the group. Everyone's got a group, right? Hope so. Fire staff wasn't doing too hot. Yeah, that's what people were saying, but... Oh, okay, super, I gotcha. Gotcha. All right. Hope that goes through. What's up, Paz? And how do you start the path to Mirkgard? So yeah, I'm thinking it's not out. So I think they took it away because yeah, it's the same way that you do the legendary weapon quest line, right? You start out in Eastburn, then you go Cleves Point, then you go Mountain Home, then you go Mountain Rise. And yeah, I know a couple people that are running with us have done all that and they still didn't see it because yeah, it's supposed to be like right over here, one of these NPCs. Once you get to that point, you're supposed to be able to get it. So if you haven't got it yet and you've unlocked the legendaries, then they took it out. They took it out. Hey Theseus, let me ask him. Oh shit, watch your step. Jump down. Jump down. Jump down. We can jump down. We can jump down. Yeah, jump down. We can jump down. It's okay. We'll link up at the bridge over there. Okay. It should be, yeah, but it should be there as soon as you get to that point. So I think that they probably took it away unless anybody else has seen it. But that's my only theory right now, that if that's still in, then that would be the way we open up the path to Thorpe. But if not, then no, we probably can't. And they probably are doing something different with that Spriggan too, if we can't. Will you make a starter guide? Yeah, I was gonna make a leveling guide, but when I saw that the town projects were really like busted in XP and stuff, I decided to wait because I wanted to see what they would do with the leveling system first. So now that they've temporarily nerfed them, I don't know how hard yet, I haven't checked, but I saw in the patch notes that they nerfed them. I'm gonna see what if they make a patch before launch, and I want to see what they're gonna say about the leveling methods in there. But yeah, overall, I'm probably going to do something like that, though, yeah. And do they really restrict an entire... Yeah, they do. They do restrict the fort area around that area. Absolutely. Okay. All right, Autobots roll out. Did you get the... Wait, hold on. You get the invite, Super? Shield is so useless for people who don't play. Yeah, if you don't use the sword, then there's no reason to really keep it on your back. But hopefully in the future, Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, we should be fine. Okay. Can deflag there. It should be okay. Yeah. We can deflag there. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, hopefully in the future they do make another weapon that's capable of using the shield. There was a couple weapons already data mined. So there might be some coming in the future. Like I believe the one-handed mace was in there. That was data mined, so that might be one when they bring it back, because it was originally in the first alpha. We might be able to use shield with that. I really hope it's like that, and I hope it's focus based too, or at least secondary scales off of focus. What's my spec? It's a paladin build, so it's sword and shield tank and then life staff healing at the same time. I do have a build guide link in the description. I made a build guide about 2 days ago, and I went more in depth on what it entails. For my spells, I basically use Beacon, Sacred Ground, and Orb of Protection, and I build mostly con, but my secondary stat is focus. Which quest line the legendary weapon one is? Yeah. So you start. Oh, you're talking about like what chain or what quest? Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, for that, I don't remember the exact name. I have it in my notes, but yeah, just start on the ones in Eastburn. Just do all of them, and you'll get it. You don't have to do the when you get to Cleaves Point. You don't have to do the armor quest one though. When you'll know when you see it. But yeah, you can just do the ones in Eastburn. Just do all of them, just to be safe. Can you show your gear, please? Yeah. Once we get to a safe spot, I can show it. But yeah, I got this chest piece over in Ebonscale while we were doing some elite farming over there, which was really cool. What's up, Gia? And I got this shield. I believe we got it in Lazarus last night, but it's Dryad based, so it probably came from somewhere else. I don't remember where though fully. It could be a drop in Garden though, but I got the shield before we did Garden. I know that. I got this before we did Garden, so it has to be Lazarus. Or somewhere in that vicinity. We're approaching. Watch your step, watch your step, watch your step. Don't fall. Approaching the big boy. The first big boy. Max territory standing level 300. Yeah, 300 for max. Full map of Lost. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the mine stuff already. It's pretty cool. So stuff we've been seeing. I know that I already knew that they were planning to work on one more zone. People were also glitching into it during the testing phases and talking about it in the forums. But yeah, they got one more zone that's going to be coming. And then after that, later on, we don't know past that, but hopefully it works out though. Okay. Almost there. There he is. I fight this guy every single testing phase. I love fighting Banes. He's kind of easy though, but he's still a fun fight though. I was even able to duo him in the preview. Okay, so watch out for his AoEs. Let's do this. Come here, baby. Me and you, that's right. You remember me? You remember. That's right. Come on. Oh. Oh, what's wrong, Banes? You're not hitting as hard. What happened? Not hitting as hard as you used to. What's the best tank build? So you can do Paladin tank or you can do Sword and Shield Hatchet. Sword and Shield Hatchet's going to give you more taunt generation because of the Berserk. If you put a Carnelian Gem in that one, you'll have more threat generation overall. And for this one, you'll have more sustain. So you'll be able to keep yourself alive pretty well. You can still get that self-healing with... Ooh. You can still get that self-healing with Berserk. But yeah, you can get a lot of sustain out of this build as well if you want to try it. And you can also do, if you in PvP, for instance, you can do Warhammer and get a decent amount of CC from that too. Oh. Oh, shiz. Come on, Banes. You can do better than that. You know, you can animation cancel. Yeah, absolutely. I just don't use the dodge roll, so I don't really do it that much. But yeah, I've already been doing that, like when we were farming territory, town projects, and people were getting naked. Sweet. I got junk, but sweet. Good job, peeps. Yes, AoE was totally invis. The last 3 expeditions yesterday. No, Ryan, we didn't stream those. We just did those yesterday, but we're gonna do them again though today. We got people that have keys, so we're gonna do them again. So yeah, I did complete the, because I was getting footage for new videos that I'm gonna do. But yeah, we did those yesterday, and then I have those recorded, and then we're gonna probably do them again today. And yeah, we're gonna go El Dorado on release as well. Hopefully the server names are the same. Before we do Malevolence too, there should be a pathway down. A little farther up. Do you know if they will add an option to hide your secondary weapon while holstered? That's a good question, but I think that if you give feedback on that, then yeah, they probably will. I'd put that in suggestions, and also on the forums might want to start a thread for that, and then that'll probably get their attention on it. But yeah, they're pretty good about trying to add stuff like that into the settings to make things a little bit easier. Okay, sweet. Thank you so much, Paz. What are your feelings on the current state of the game involving XP? Yeah, so like I've always talked about how I really hope that they bring back mob farming, like making it something where it's actually viable to do. Because we used to have it, but then since the preview happened, where not even everybody was doing it, but there was some people farming Scorpius Tower, and they were leveling up to that. So we just had like 100 people over at Morningdale farming some elite mobs and stuff inside the tower over here, and they nerfed the crap out of it. And then since then, we haven't had anything really for mob farming. So I'm hoping they rebuff that, but also potentially rebuff corrupted breaches and give us maybe one more leveling method as well past that, like more dynamic events would be great. But yeah, I totally understand that on the XP side. And I haven't even looked at how much XP the town projects are giving right now, but yeah, I've always wanted to, you know, get more on the leveling side. We're kind of limited right now. But did they make the server a little bit more stable? So far, it's yeah, it's getting better. There's still some hiccups here and there, but yeah, compared to the first couple days, it's getting pretty good. Wait, who said they had to be right back? It was Theseus. Okay. Let's roll. True that. Okay. We got everybody? Yeah, all right. Once we get inside, we'll want to jump down. How's the paladin build healing? Would you be comfortable healing everything you tank? Yeah, for the most part. The only things that I wouldn't really want to do without a healer is like Garden of Genesis and probably Lazarus. Lazarus last boss especially is kind of a DPS race, but also it helps to have a healer there too. And we did it a certain way yesterday where if we didn't have a healer at the same time, we probably would have died. So actually in both cases, both Garden and Laz, having a healer alongside the paladin too was really useful. Both of them were synergizing really well. How do you get the symbol above your level? Are you talking about the like the elite mobs, like how they have that symbol above their level? Ow. We taunt him. I should have taunted him when we started the fight. Okay. Ooh. We're trading, okay. Are the crafting items that aren't in the game yet? I can't find sparkling bone dust. So yeah, if you're looking to craft like a expedition piece, and you're not able to find the mats for it, then you're most likely going to have to keep farming that expedition to get the mats, because some of the mats you won't get like out in the open world. You'll have to keep farming the expedition to get those. And I think that's one of the Amrain ones, right, that you need. So that might be why. They taunt these two. Okay, sweet. Jump. Are you maxed out with your faction yet? No, but I'm close. I wasn't doing that many faction missions. Okay, let's do this. Show weaponry? I can in a second. And also somebody wanted to see my gear, I know. Once we open this chest, I can. But if you want to see the full breakdown of the build, I do have a link in the description. And I made a video about it about 2 days ago. So it'll go more in depth on what I'm using. Oh, hello. Wait, what was that? Oh, God, I gotta look at that. Yeah, I'll show my tree really quick. Oh, they add... Oh, crap. Oh, they added spawns to this too. I didn't even notice that. When I saw the 5 dryads there in the testing phase, I assumed that was it. Okay. All right. There we go. Oh, there's one more. Leveling so easy. Should they increase the cap? Well, it was only so easy this time around because the territory town projects, people were able to spike up in levels really high because people were able to stack a bunch of them up and then do the armament ones. It's not supposed to be like that, but they didn't tweak them before beta came out and didn't like bring all the leveling in line with the other ones too. So people started going really high, really fast. But without the territory town projects, most of us would probably still be around level 40, 50 right now. Dang, they even added this little guy here. Okay. Dig it. Mob farming for rare gems, some gold. And yeah, they also, because they nerfed the mob farming on the XP side like really hard, and they also nerfed the gold gain on it too. Not too long ago, actually, because they made it where instead of you getting like a almost guaranteed chance or high chance of getting gold, it's only like a chance to get it when you kill mobs now. So that would be, because right now it's pretty good. It's pretty good getting gold if you're like a crafter, a gatherer, sell stuff to the broker, and doing the side missions, main story quests. That's a decent way as well. But past that, it can be a little tough. So if they did add gold farming back, at least to a certain degree with the mobs, that might help a little bit more too. Oh, are you talking about the buffs above my head? Okay. Yeah, those are, you go to your gameplay settings, and I'll show you in a second. Sweet. One sec. So for my gear right now, I've got like the corrupted breastplate. This one's not that high gear level, but I love the look of it. Right now I got this one from Evanskill a couple days ago, and then I have like this one right here. The gear pieces, like as you're leveling up, won't matter that much. Like you just want to get stuff that's like upgrades for you. And even if it doesn't have constitution focus when you're running this build, you can still get it, because getting a higher gear score means that you're going to have a higher chance of getting upgrades when you open chests and stuff like that. So that'll be really useful as well. And okay. Not too shabby. 24, but I think I'll keep the other one for now. But that is pretty nice though. And then for my skills, yeah, for the sword tree, I've got the majority of everything on the defender side. I'm working to get mobility as the last one to get a faster block. Like, not faster block, but I move faster while I block. And then for the life staff, Orb of Protection, Sacred Ground, and Beacon is the spells that I have there. And how is this build in terms of damage? It is not a damage build. It's a tank build, so it's not going to do a whole lot of damage. So you'll probably see damage on the much lower side, but it'll help you a lot when it comes to staying alive in like PvP situations and PvE if you want to tank. But yeah, it's not going to do... What we do to kind of offset that is we put an amber gem in one of the swords that we have to scale the damage up a little bit based off of focus. And that's going to help it a bit, but, you know, it's not going to be a huge amount. But it'll be something, though, at the very least. It'll be something. Be down to later. Okay. When you hold block, that's the ultimate passive inside the defender tree. It's called defensive formation. So what it does is it reduces the damage to my allies. Shit. Whoops. My bad. Fuck. Looked away for a second. It reduces the damage done to my allies by a certain amount. Okay, let's go. Okay. Fucking everybody followed me too. Okay. Okay, I gotta keep my eyes on the road too. But yeah, Ice Gauntlet Rapier is a pretty fun build too. I like trying that out. It was pretty fun. Like Ice Gauntlet Musket as well with the Ent build. There's some pretty cool combinations like that. Thank you so much, Felipe. I appreciate that. Do you plan on doing other build guides? Probably not before the game comes out, because what I want to do ideally is every time I make a build guide, I want to be able to show, you know, how it works. I don't want to just do it where like I, you know, show you the skills, show you the passes, but I don't actually test it and don't actually at least have some semblance of the build available to kind of showcase it through footage and stuff. So I'll probably wait until, oh, it's okay. I'll skip that one. I'll probably wait until launch and I'm able to actually start leveling up more weapons and stuff like that before doing that. But anytime like a new weapon comes out, then I probably do like a baseline version, but I'll also keep leveling up that weapon and do like a more advanced version later on kind of thing when new weapons come out. And can you T-Mog your chest? Only with cosmetics that you find inside of the cash shop, but in terms of other gear transmog, not at the moment though. Owie. Okay, we're good. Trying to think. I think we're going the right way. Think we're good. Okay. Can you respec your points that you spend from leveling? Yeah, you can. You can respec for free all the way up to character level 20. And then after that, it's going to start costing gold. And for weapons, you can respec that up to weapon level 10. And then it's going to start costing Azoth after that. And yeah, if you wanna look more closely at like the attribute setup that I'm gonna be going for, because right now I have about 216 con and 100 focus, and I'm keeping it there till I get to about 250 con. But if you want to see a more in-depth breakdown of it, I do have that build video, and I got a link to it in the description. The gem recommendations for spear musket. For the musket, so there can be pretty decent options for both. But for musket, I probably would go with either... I like the idea of going onyx on that one, but you could probably go with... what was the other one? You might be able to go emerald, is what I think some people were saying that they would probably try. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, this is the right way. kind of puzzle sometimes. Hold on, let me tank real quick. Okay. Don't aggro the bear just yet. You have no bags? I have a... Oh, shit. We aggroed the bear. Oh, no. I do have bags, yeah. I do have bags. I have 3 bags. They're really low tier, though. Damn it. Of course, that didn't go off. I got him. Come here. If I buy this game, can I participate in the beta? Yeah, before it ends, you'll be able to... If you pre-order... You'll be able to. We got to get Bunny. We got to get... Buddy fell off. Hold on. Nobody left behind. Yeah, we got to get Bunny. That's so funny. All right. Hold on, bun. It should take a little while before this respawns anyway, so we should be good. That was so cool. Oh, okay. Oh my god, that's a bigger bear. There's always a bigger fish, isn't there? There's always a bigger fish. There's Big Daddy right there. No, stay on me. Holy fuck. Dude is huge. He's new. Alright, Bunny might have to respawn and come back in. I think we'll be good. Wait, are we at the... I think we're at the entrance-ish. Respawn. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I'm not going to be able to... a little preoccupied right now. The big bastard, dude. Oh my god. How's he hitting me from right there? Come here. No, 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 no. You come here. You come here. That's right. That's right. Me. What's your attributes right now? 216 con, 100 focus. I'm going for about 250 con. I'm going to try to go up to about 200 focus. I do have the build guide in the description too if you want to see a more in-depth version of the attribute breakdown. This guy's so new. This bear is totally new. Didn't see him before. He's so big. Ow. Chill. Come on. Get in the corner. Yeah, right there. Right there. Come on, Yogi. Yogi! Stupid shield bash. Couldn't get off my orb. Oh my god. Okay. What build would work with as a healer main? Yeah, you can go focus. You'll still, if you're doing PvP, you'll still want to get some con in there. But yeah, you can totally do like full focus healer, and that's just fine. That should work. Come here. Stupid bear. Yes. On me. What do you think they will add for the first weapon? You know, it's anyone's guess on that one. They actually have a lot that they could add from. Like we've seen the pistol before. It's just not fully done yet, but it's in the files. We've seen footage of that. They also had the one-handed mace as a weapon in the first alpha. So there's that one too that they could add, and then there's other choices too. So we're not sure on the first one, but I just want to see great sword at some point. That's the one for me. That's right, you big bastard. Come on. Come on. Got basic attack chain. Fire staff's pretty decent in territory wars. Outside of that, you might not be getting the best results, but so far we're getting some mixed feedback on the fire staff. But territory wars though, yeah, you'll probably have a better time with it in there with the AoE. The crossbow, yeah, there's a, I know as far as like data mining goes, there was a, for the pistol, they said that there's a crossbow variant that could potentially be there, so having a crossbow later on would be sweet. Awesome. Is Bunny here? Okay, sweet. Okay. Phew. That was a big bastard. Test up here. What will be your build on next launch? So it'll probably start out with this, and then as time progresses, I'll start leveling up more weapons. But yeah, it'll probably be this for the most part. Watch your step when we get outside. Yeah, you can change a gem on a weapon. If you do socket a different gem though, you'll what's gonna happen? It's gonna have a high chance of losing the gem. If you salvage it though, the weapon, then you'll have a chance of getting the gem back. But if it's a weapon you want to continue to use, then yeah, you'll probably lose the gem if you socket a different one in there. Approaching the bridge. What would the one-handed mace do? Well, I'm hoping that it would act as like a one-handed weapon that we can use with the shield, like the sword. And then I'd hope that it's an actual paladin weapon when we get that one. But we'll see what happens there. Because in the first alpha, a lot of the like for instance, the ice gauntlet, or not the ice gauntlet, the healing gauntlet, because it was a healing gauntlet back then. It didn't really do much other than do like a healing AoE. So trying to remember from that, like for what the mace did, I don't know if it'll be more of a DPS one or like a tank one or a heal one, but I hope it's like a an actual paladin or at least tank one. If it scales off of strength, then I hope the secondary stat is at least focus. Yeah, loot was terrible on this. I hope when we get some malevolence, the loot's gonna be a little bit better. Bear up ahead. Come here, Yogi. Okay. I got him. Yeah, no kidding. He is kind of tiny. Alright, chest here. Any word on double daggers? Not yet. But that's something that they know people want. And that was actually something that was also in the files. From what I've heard was a dagger. I don't know if it's going to be double, but we'll see what happens there if they're actually going to do that. Because sometimes when you see stuff in the files, sometimes it ends up being different than it actually... Like for the ice weapon, for instance, it was originally said that it was going to be an ice staff from people that were like mining in the files, but then it ended up being a gauntlet. So there might be different variations there, but you know, daggers might happen in the future though. Hopefully they do. And explode. We got multiple chests here. Yes. How does aggro threat gen work? So the way it works is when you put a carnelian gem inside your sword, for instance, or like a warhammer or hatchet, you'll turn certain skills into skills that are capable of generating taunts. And then what happens is that when you have like a certain passes that you get with the sword, for instance, you'll also be able to get threat generation through your basic attacks, like the third attack in the chain, and then blocking and healing by default now also generate threat too. Light elixirs. Gotta pop a blight elixir. Watch out if you get that debuff. Reduces healing by like a lot. Where is that? Yeah, this is a like an open world dungeon, kind of like an open world raid. This is called Malevolence. So we're inside of Eden Grove right now in the heart, and we're going to the very top. We're going to take on one of the field bosses. We can rest before Malev though. Yeah, it should be fine. Hand-to-hand combat gauntlets. That could happen in the future, potentially. They haven't really said anything concrete about that kind of thing yet, or what other types of gauntlets we'll see, but we know at least that there might be a void gauntlet coming at some point, though. And people were... well, we don't know for sure, but that was one thing that was also found in the files, and people were saying that that might end up being a focus weapon, but we'll have to see if it actually ends up being that. Yeah, like Eric said, yeah, focus void gauntlet is what it might end up being, so that'll be interesting to see. Watch your step. Oh, are they still over there? Oh, okay. We need corrupted tinctures more for Merc. And we're on El Dorado server. Okay. Yeah. Maybe not the portals. Oh, big group. Damn. Taunt him. We haven't lured the other ones yet. Good. Okay. Dungeon was awesome with nature. Oh yeah, Malevolence is one of my favorite places. Don't you die on us, super. Frog is back, sweet. Mountain Rise, actually. Okay. There we go. On drops from life skills, rare drops depend on the region. Yeah, that's something that's still even after playing all this time, it's still going to take some testing, because they've changed a lot about the drop system and what you'll get where and all kinds of stuff like that. But one thing that might help at least is if you are looking for a baseline resource like Orichalcum or Star Metal, you can go to the New World Fans website or also the New World Map website, and you'll be able to find where all those resource spawns are, and that might help a little bit. But for the rare ones, yeah, I'll have to continue doing more testing on that one too. But yeah, in the future, I'm definitely going to look into doing something like that, Lexi, yeah. No. Come here. Alright. That they're going to overhaul the entire faction gear system. I haven't looked at the... oh, shit. Hold on. Watch your step. I haven't looked at the forum post for that yet, but that'll be interesting to see what they decide to do there. first beta, and I heard this one, the sustainability is better. So, oh, okay. Oh, substantially better. So in a lot of ways, compared to the preview, yeah, there's, you know, there's some improvements. Some things might still need to be tweaked though. No, they do need to be tweaked still. But yeah, overall, in terms of like available content, we do have more now than the preview. So that part, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, some parts of it, like the combat as well as the leveling methods that we have right now, some of that stuff still needs some love. Top DPS weapon. Like for biggest numbers, well, Great Axe, yeah, is pretty solid right now. It's doing a lot of work in PvP. Really, really popular choice. Okay, hold on. Hot food. It's time for Malevolence. Here we go. I don't know why that's still bugging out. Beautiful up here. It really is. What's your favorite solo PvE build? But oh yeah, overall, like other weapons that are doing a lot of DPS is like Rapier Musket and stuff like that too. But yeah, Great Axe overall is pretty solid. If you want to do Hatchet Great Axe, you'll probably have a good time in PvE especially. And for like Territory Wars, people are doing Hatchet Great Axe, but also Great Axe Warhammer for the CC too. And yeah, for full release El Dorado too. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're waiting for Prime too. Shield Hammer. So like Sword and Shield Hammer can be a pretty solid build for like tanking and PvP right now. And for PvE, it's not too bad as well. But if you're talking about like getting a hammer and shield in the future, I hope we get that. Like the one-handed mace that should be coming. Hopefully we'll get that as another weapon that can be used for the shield. Best weapon next to the shield, hammer or axe. Well, so there's not like a be-all end-all best weapon for everything. Some weapons are better for different situations. So for sword and shield, like that's the default tanking weapon and is really good for that. But for hammer, you'll get a lot of CC out of that. So like in PvP, Territory Wars or group PvP, you'll be able to lock people down pretty easily. And then for the Great Axe, it's kind of the same thing. You'll also have gap closing options because you got Bloodlust. So you'll be able to keep up on people pretty easily. Like you'll be able to catch up to them. Oh wow. Oh, that'd be really good for a especially if you put that as a nature gem, like a healer ice gauntlet combo. Even just by itself though, holy crap, that's pretty nice. And critical gain. Dang, but I feel like it could probably get if it had different perks too, that'd be really cool. But still though, and no, today's not the last day. No, we got all the way till August 2nd. Yeah. Getting the same. The spawn rates for the hunt quest, it took you like an hour to kill. Oh yeah, I know early on people were getting issues with that. Yeah, that was something that I was worried about a year ago when it comes to like the mob density and the resource density. They've improved it a lot since then, but yeah, that might be something that they'll still need to tweak in the future. And how does taunt work with multiple people with taunt skills? It's basically just going to go off of who uses it first, and then past that, if somebody else uses it, they're probably going to steal aggro from you. Yep, let's do this. All right, party time. Nice vortex. Popping that. saw that arrow come and still couldn't dodge it on my part. Okay, doing good. Yeah, they do. What are your thoughts now the beta are coming to an end? Well, for the beta, it's not much different than, you know, me just playing a testing phase. So for me, it's just kind of business as usual. Like I love the game. I love a lot of parts about it. And I think that there's still things that need, you know, love, like the leveling methods, the XP gains on certain things, for instance, as well as the combat might still need to be touched up, but I think that's always going to need to be touched up no matter what. Because with MMOs, anytime you balance something for PvP, for instance, it's going to need balancing for PvE as well, and then it just becomes a cycle. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, in terms of content as well, we do have more than the preview. But yeah, we'll still need more on that side as well over time. Especially, it makes sense because, you know, the game is still going to be just getting into launch. So that'll come over time either way. But yeah, overall, like I've always loved the graphics, the sound design, the fact that it has action combat. So don't fall. For me, it's a solid choice. Blunderbuss is another one that, yeah, people were saying that they were really wanting to see. That would be really fun. Like a strength-based range weapon in general would be pretty interesting. That's what they were wanting to see, is have it be like a crossbow too. Like you can get both weapons and they're both strength-based instead of dex. That would be really interesting. The lock icon on your sword, it makes it to where it's salvage lock. So what happens there? Malev, fucking gotta taunt him. Okay, I got him. It makes it so I can't accidentally salvage my sword, is what happens there. Of course I missed the shield bash. Your tail, it's not letting me hit you. Your stupid tail. Come on. We got him. We got him. Yes. Malevolence is beautiful. Okay. Yeah, the hitboxes on these dryad beasts kind of suck sometimes. Is that a purple bow? Oh, hello. I hope that's tradable. Ooh, focus base too. Okay. That's actually kind of interesting. Not really what I'd be using right now, but still. Where can I get fur hide besides Morningdale? You can go north to Brightwood, and there's some wolves over there, like when you first get into Great Cleave, and those should give you fur too. Like around there. Pretty sure those should. And then the ones that are like 20 plus, those should also have a chance to give you fur. Some of them, like the elk that are over near Moonshade in Monarch's Bluff. Those ones should have a chance to drop fur. Not so tough without your bugs and glitches, are you, Malevolence? Getting wrecked, buddy. What's going on? What kind of character are you playing? A paladin. So it's like a tank character that can also heal. And if you want a more like in-depth description of the build, I do have a link in the description. I made a video about 2 days ago for the paladin build, so you'll be able to check it out there. Oh, he's getting destroyed. Just sad. Just sad. He can't even do anything. Nope. We're fighting the Leviathan next. I can't freaking wait for the Leviathan. I've never fought the Leviathan before. Best PvE build for the sword. I mean, it's really up to you, but in terms of if you're leveling, you could probably use Whirlwind Blade instead of one of the skills. Most of the time, I just take the skills in the Defender tree, though, because reverse stab isn't what it used to be. It's still, you know, fun to use, but it used to be a 2-hit instead of a 1-hit skill. And then for Leaping Strike, it used to have a passive called Charge Strike, where when you hit it on somebody, the next attack that you did had about 50% damage. Had about a 50% damage increase. I loved using it when it had that, but since they don't have both of those skills like they used to, oh my god, the loot. Come on, Malevolence. Damn it. GG. You got a potion. Thanks, big guy. That's funny. Oh my god. Yeah, the loot drops are horrible on these field bosses right now. It's crazy. I don't know what's going on there. Let's lock that. But yeah, you can hold down L and then left click. And then what'll happen is, ooh, focus. Yeah, let's get that. It's going to make it to where you won't accidentally salvage the gear. Terrible. Okay. Next stop is the Leviathan. Can't wait for this guy. Jump. Jump. Okay. Heading to Mountain Rise. Okay. This boss is cool. Yeah, Malevolence is pretty cool. I like fighting Malevolence. So we just took him out. We're going to fight the Leviathan next. Now, for the longest time, I didn't even know that this boss existed. Copy that, Theseus. But yeah, so in one of the previous testing phases, I found the Leviathan, and I've never seen that boss or fought it before. It was hiding in Ambusti. So we're gonna go fight him now. He's probably gonna be just similar to, what's his face? More Zool. So he's probably not gonna be that hard, but still. We're gonna beat his butt. And yeah, this is the same paladin build I showed in the video. That's correct, yeah. Same one. So for the gear, now if you're farming up here, then even if you can't actually use the gear, oh, energizing splash of light, okay, you can still sell it on the broker, so it can still be a good idea to save it, even if you don't plan on using it. 20 strength and a luck bonus, I'm absolutely saving that. Somebody's gonna buy that. Oh yeah. Where are the dots on Malevolence? I don't know. We didn't get that many people gathered up today. I don't know why. There was a lot of people that were offline this morning. Everybody's busy. Oh, I guess I can use this one. No, I got the corruption so I'll save. Yeah, I'll save this one to sell. And then light, but it's got 20 strength. Ooh, okay. Some hatcheting great axe users might like that if they're gonna use that. Show us the stats on the bow. Oh yeah. So strength con, but we do have mortal lifesteal. When you kill something, gain 4.5% health. Okay. I wish it had what's it called? Keenly jagged, so that whenever you get a crit, it will start to do a bleed too. I wish it had that. But that might sell for a little bit. Primeval spear. Ooh, okay. Strength con, siphoning blow, and a gem slot. All right. Dex con does have mortal lifesteal though. Okay, I'll sell all that. 20 strength, somebody will buy that. And con focus. Oh, okay. I know somebody might buy that too. Int focus. Okay. What's your opinion on purple faction gear? Well, right now it's really good because if you, well, are you talking about the max tier? Because that one, yeah, it's a pretty decent boost in your gear score. It brings you up to about 550. So if you're able to actually get that early on, it'll probably help you. Plus you can change the stats on that too. So yeah, I would totally give that a try if you're able to. Are there no mechanics on these boss fights? Yeah, see, that's why I call them field bosses, because we need to get world bosses. Like, these field bosses, they're cool and all, but yeah, the mechanics on them, they're not that in depth. But that's why I've always asked for like more dynamic events, as well as like you know, maybe dynamic event chains like they do in Guild Wars 2, or maybe like escort missions and stuff like that, but also world bosses too in the future would be awesome. Like real 40, 50, 60 man ones that you can have a lot of really, really powerful mechanics on. Top middle of Great Cleave would go. Bottom of the tower, west side. We're yeah, about northwest of the tower. What is New World's endgame exactly? So it mostly consists of like in-game point of interest farming, like Merkguard, as well as like Malevolence, where we just came from. Reekwater, there's some over there too, and other places around the map. Then we got field bosses like Malevolence, more Zool. We're gonna go fight the Leviathan as well. We got the High Priest over at Mangled Heights as well. So stuff like that. Then you got Outpost Rush, which is the 20v20 battleground, as well as invasions, as well as territory wars, stuff like that too. But there's still, like, past that, there's not that much after that. So there's still gonna need to be, you know, more content, but they're gonna do that anyway over time, I would imagine. But yeah, it's about that. That's the majority of it right now. More on the focus side for more damage, or where you lose too much damage. If you're talking about for like the paladin build, then yeah, you don't really need to go more on the focus. If you want more healing output, you can. And this, technically, this build could build itself as a healer too if you wanted to. Like, you can just respec a couple things, your spell choices, as well as your attributes, and you can go full healer. For the past couple of days, like in expeditions, I've been going full healer just fine. But yeah, for the paladin, you don't really have to sacrifice like con for the focus side of it, because it won't really, like, you won't really get that much out of the tier 2 and tier 3 gems anyway, because they're going to convert a portion of the damage and then upscale that with focus, but they're not going to upscale as much as like the 50% ones that you get from tier 5, the tier 5 gems. And yeah, Eden Grove is super pretty. It's gorgeous. So beautiful out here. Do you think the paladin build will get nerfed? I wouldn't be surprised, but I think if they do nerf it, it's gonna hurt healers too, because what happens with this paladin build is it's only like this because healers are also normally using heavy armor too, and there's really no difference between them because of the equipment load system and everything like that, and the fact that we get more elemental resistance and physical resistance. So anything that they do to the paladin build is going to affect healers too, and tanks for that matter. So it's not really a thing where they can nerf. The only way they can nerf this build specifically is if they make it where Beacon, Sacred Ground, and Orb of Protection do not stay on the ground when you switch weapons. That would be the only way. But anything else is going to nerf those other builds too. But they can also, what one people were wanting is they could add a healing bonus to the light armor threshold. If they did that, then that would buff healers. That way you probably would see a noticeable difference between a full healer and a paladin. So they could do it that way if they wanted to. But for nerfing the paladin build itself, I think they'll probably do that in some way. But if they do, then they'll have to account for what's going to happen to the healers and the tanks too. What do you think about people still being able to run away in PvP still? Well, if you have a great axe and you have bloodlust and stuff like that, you can catch them pretty easily from what I've been hearing. Like you'll be able to keep up with them pretty easily right now, at least. But yeah, that's probably going to be something they'll still have to tweak and, you know, look at ways they can make it where people are able to catch up, like with other melee weapons and stuff like that, because that's something they've been kind of trying to work on ever since they made changes initially in the preview with the stagger system. So I don't know if they're going to bring back stagger in some way or what's going to happen there, but yeah, combat definitely needs to get some more love. on a lot of different sides. Okay, DC is still AFK. Camp. I'm gonna do fishing too, since it doesn't bug you out. More lore character videos, probably after launch, because there's a lot of lore that I still need to sort through. Oh, okay. Okay, welcome back. But yeah, probably after launch. And then... Oh, I missed. Hold on. I think there's at least one more person that's still AFK. Yeah, come northwest. Heavy armor should give less heal. Or yeah, they can totally do that too. They can do it where, you know, you just make heavy armor less effective at healing, or well, okay, so the paladin thing itself, like the concept of it, it seems like they do want it to be a thing, because like they have, you know, they have the cleric gear, the gear that gives you focus and con at the same time. So since that's a thing, and you know, since there's perks and stuff like that that would support a build like this, it seems like they do want it to be a thing to a degree. But yeah, if they wanted to actually, you know, change it without having to like full on nerf the thing, then they could probably give healers more healing output as a result. So yeah, there's multiple things that they could do there. Yeah. And yeah, Great Axe has a lot of mobility there. Yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, hold on, let me scroll up really quick. Do you think the game will have longevity like other popular MMOs? I think early on, like when it first gets into launch, for the first couple of months, it'll probably, you know, have a hard time with its population, because when everybody, you know, has done everything, then people are going to start getting burnt out. Then they'll probably start waiting until the next update. So yeah, I think that's bound to happen either way. But overall, yeah, I think it will have, it has potential to have longevity. We have everybody back. Let me catch this one fish. And what's my trade skill level? It's not that high right now. I haven't really been doing that much on the trade skills. But, okay. But yeah, not that high right now. Wait, hold on. There was one other one I wanted to scroll up to. And no, I'm not being... I'm not being paid to play the game. No, when I first started covering New World, like way back, I only had like 13,000 subscribers. So I haven't, they didn't even really like start noticing my content until like around the time the arenas were first being introduced. So no, I haven't been paid or anything like that. I've just been searching for an MMO to call my home for a very long time. I'm a refugee from a lot of other MMOs that have like either screwed the players over one way or another, or they just didn't deliver. Like a lot of lost potential games like Arcade, BDO, freaking all, you name it. Like a lot of the Eastern MMOs, a lot of the Western MMOs that had problems with them. So I've been a game hopper since I was like 11 years old, and I've been unable to really put more than 1,000 hours into any MMO. But this is the first one where, like, story wise, as well as combat, graphics, sound design wise, just everything wise, I've been able to mesh with. So Bless as well. Yeah, fucking Bless. We don't talk about that one. But no, honestly, no, this is just the first one that I found where I can actually enjoy myself, and one that I feel that I'm capable of putting that many hours into. Because I just want the same thing as everybody else wants that's a refugee, where you look at these other people that are able to like play Final Fantasy, play Guild Wars 2 for thousands of hours ever since its launch. You want that. So that's what I'm looking for here, and so far I think it's got the potential to be that. But no, I was never paid around that time. I was still super low, especially when there's loads of other people that they could have paid to play their game around those times too. And I got a lot of lucky opportunities that I'm always going to be grateful for. But no, I had to go through blood, sweat, and tears to get to a lot of this, to get to this point. Like, geez. You have no idea. Some of the editing sessions that I had to do, like for the Ultimate Weapons Guide, that took forever. I thought it was gonna be a little bit easier than it actually ended up being, but 45 minutes editing, whew, that was a challenge. It was fun though. It was super fun. Worth it. Do they need to get a good cash op? Well, yeah, on the monetization side, there's been some hiccups there because when they first started talking about what they wanted to do for the cash op in the future, there was some controversy there. So they know now what people would not want to see, like ever. But hopefully they listen to that and you know, take that feedback into account and don't make it where it's going to be an issue long term. Oh. Got to go around. Oops, my bad. Randomly recommended. Yeah, I think the oldest one that I have is because I had videos in early 2018 talking about New World, like some of the news around it, but the oldest like real one that I had was like around October of 2018, I think, when I was talking about the Alpha No thread that they did for the original Alpha, where they were trying to talk about if the game was an MMORPG or like a sandbox MMO around that time. That was like the first one I did. And then when they did the Game Awards trailer in 2019, or that was at the, I think that was at the tail end of 2018, or was it 20? It was something like that. Then I started getting more into it around that time. But no, I've been following the game since it was announced, like back in like 2016-ish, I think, at TwitchCon. And then I played in the original alpha and just been playing this whole time and having fun. But I do wish that I had played Dark Age of Camelot during its prime. I only got to play it in the Phoenix server, and I did stream it a little bit during that time. It was really fun. But I was going on a old game spree where games I never got to play, I was trying them out in private servers and stuff like that, just to get a little bit of that experience, see what it was like, get a little bit of what it was like. But how is the pally for solo leveling? On the damage side, it's not going to be the greatest, but sustain wise, you're probably going to get, you know, a lot of that. You're not going to die easily. So on the leveling side, it can be pretty fun. Like sword is a pretty decent leveling weapon as far as weapons go, as well as like hatchet, of course, too. So if you combine that with the life staff, then you're probably going to have a decent time with leveling with the paladin build. But you won't be doing a lot of damage though. That's the only thing. Can you show me your build and what strategy did you use to level up? We were doing early on main story quests, side missions, town projects, and faction missions all at once. This is my sword tree. And a lot of people were doing territory town projects, certain ones, to level up really fast. But they just nerfed that last night. So I would just do main story quest, side missions, town projects, and faction missions whenever you can. Just do all those all at once. Yeah, I never got that lucky. Damn. Found an expedition. Yeah, there's a couple that are not released yet. Like there's one over in Morningdale up where was it? It's over here actually. You can actually get to that and you can see that it's clearly an expedition. It looks the same as the other entrances. But it's not marked on the map or anything. It's just right over here. And then there's one, there should be one over at, from what I've heard, the church in Shattered Mountain. How do you put gems in gear? You have to get a gem slot first. But once you get a gem slot in the piece, you can drag and drop it. Yeah, they did. Pretty bad, I heard, but I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. What's your group doing there? So we just finished up Malevolence Tower, which is an in-game zone in Eden Grove, and we're heading over to Great Cleave, Shattered Mountain right now to do Ambusty. We're gonna fight somebody named the Leviathan. So this is gonna be super fun. Oh yeah, just down the road there is. Wait, where are you guys going? Oh, you're AFK over here? Okay. Sword bow. You can use that as like a build for fun if you really want to. For like PvE and leveling, if you really want to do sword and bow, you probably could. But there might be better combinations on both sides, like bow spear or you know, sword hatchet kind of thing, or sword life staff. But if you wanted to do it for like PvP or PvE, bow sword, you could probably try it. Or EverQuest, yeah. And I didn't get to play EverQuest in its prime, but I did play it for its 20th anniversary. Copy that, and that was pretty fun. That was really enjoyable. And then also Lineage 2 Classic, when that came out, tried that a bit. Not too much, as much as I did EverQuest, but both of them were pretty fun for the most part. I like the mob farming trains that people were doing. Like what I mean was, like, you would just mob farm for the most part. I think in Lineage 2 this was more a thing, but you would just be mob farming, and then we would be sitting down and just chatting, waiting for our resources to regen before we started doing it again. All right, let's go. Heading to Mountain Rise. Iron build quest used to get 4. Oh, okay, so now it's only about 860 to 1k. Gotcha. Seems like Syndicate is the dominating faction on each server. They definitely have more territory, and they do actually have really good coordination, like in the war that we did against them, one of the wars, which was when we fought them for Everfall. They put up a seriously good defense. That part was really cool. But yeah, overall, in terms of territory, they do own more currently. They definitely do. They did get Everfall. That was the first one that they did get, and that was a good idea because Everfall is like a central hub. You get a lot of taxes from that. So with that tax and everything that they were able to combine together between their faction, that's probably why they were able to buy up the other territories, because right now it costs about 100k to claim territories, so it's a pretty penny. So if you know you're not gonna use the territory, it might be more beneficial to just stick to other ones that are you know, more useful for your faction. But yeah, right now they do own more in terms of the territory part. And do you own any land in game? We only have a couple of territories in game right now for our faction, just 3, and we're probably gonna try to go for Everfall again. That was a really fun fight that we had, but we'll have to see what happens there. And should you both focus on different professions? Yeah, getting max level professions probably gonna take a little while, like about a month or so. But like a month of straight farming, like I'd say month and a half, 2 months maybe, to get them all to max. But yeah, early on that might be a good idea, and then you won't see a lot of people doing that. Like, you won't see a lot of people maxing out all the professions. That's probably gonna be like a thing that people do later on when they've done all the content and you know, just want to do other things in the meantime, kind of thing. Or just people that are planning on going pure crafter, you'll see those people doing it. But I don't think everybody's going to be doing that kind of thing, so you should be fine. Yeah, after the great axe with shield, you can totally do that. I know people are trying that right now and doing like Great Axe Life Staff. I think the Great Axe Life Staff is doing pretty well in PvP right now too. But yeah, if you want to do Great Axe Sword and Shield, you can try that for tanking and see how that goes. If you do Hatchet and Sword and Shield, you'll get more taunt. If you put a Carnelian Gem in the Hatchet, Berserk is going to taunt them as well. And then also if you do Sword Life Staff, you get a lot of sustain. Those repeaters are ridiculous. Legendary quest, does it tell you that you've unlocked them, or did they start dropping? Yeah, so when you unlock them, yeah, you still need to get your weapon level to 20 now, from what I've heard too. But yeah, after that, then you can start doing them. And then also, So they changed it in the testing phases where the legendary weapon quest line, now you have, instead of it being mostly PvE based where we have to kill, you know, multiple field bosses and go to multiple points of interest and fight stuff, we also now have to get our gathering leveled up. So like speaking of that tree over there, Ironwood, you're gonna have to gather Ironwood for some of them, from what I've heard. And also later on in that quest, in the alpha or in the testing phases, people were saying you have to also gather Orichalca. You're gonna need high level mining and logging to do it. So yeah, that's gonna suck, but especially the logging part, because oh, you need like, what do you need for Ironwood? 175, yeah, 175 logging. So I wouldn't rush those legendary weapon quest lines just yet, because you're gonna have to stop when you get to that point. And also it's I'm pretty sure it's a thing where it gives you, it's like a thing where you gather something and then you get a mission item after you gather it. So it's not going to be a thing where you can just buy Ironwood logs from the broker. You're probably going to have to gather them yourself too for the legendary quest line. And sword hammer, yeah, for PvP you'll get a lot of CC doing that, so yeah, that'll probably work for you. And then for PvE, if you do that, you'll have more taunts. It'll kind of be in the same boat as like Hatchet, where if you're tanking mobs, you'll be able to get more AoE taunts and stuff like that. But you might get more bang for your buck doing Sword Hatchet or Sword Lifestaff in PvE, like for expedition tanking. But you could in theory do that still though. Orb of Protection, no, it's still applying. These are the buffs that I have down here for it. Yeah, it's still there. Thoughts on boss encounters AI? Yeah, like, well, right now with the field bosses, that's why I call them field bosses, because they're not really anything too special right now. Like, they're cool and it can be fun to fight them, but in the future I'd love to see some world bosses, like some 40, 50, 60 man bosses that are really big. First of all, they got to be really big, but also have some really powerful mechanics to them too. Would be really nice to see. Wait. You can log into the blue trees instead if you go around the... Oh, I see. Okay, that's interesting. Do you have a Discord community company that viewers will be able to join at launch? At launch, probably not. There will be like faction Discords, like a Marauder Discord, as well as Discords that people can join for war, and I'll probably be in those ones, but I'm not going to start one myself. And for the company, the same thing. Just so I can have more time to focus on the game and won't really have to worry about management-based stuff when it comes to those different things. But overall, yeah, I did that same thing during the preview, and it worked out just fine. Where I still play with all the companies, all the players, and then I just don't start anything like that. I think Super's over here, right? Now, let me see. Super, you here? My highest trade skill right now, it's probably weapons. Yeah, weaponsmithing, 106. The majority of that came from the town projects, though, getting that XP. Wait, is Super here? And Trog, I think, is in... He's in Ruined Straits. Straight, okay. Super's on his way. So we're gonna go to Ambusti first. Ah, okay. After we take out... After we take out Busty, we can try to work our way into Murkguard. I'm hoping we can take out those portals, but it's going to be kind of tough, so we'll see. me see something. You get free attribute respec. Oh, best spots to level up weapons. If you go to elite points of interest, some of them will be really nice. Like I know Dead Man's Cove over in Monarch's Bluff is pretty solid. Where is it at? It's like right over here. Around this area. Yeah, Dead Man's Cove. So you can go there with the group of people and farm up weapon XP. I like to go over to when you're at like 45 plus, you can go over to areas like Boar's Home in Restless Shores and farm up decent weapon XP there. Yeah, there's other places on the map too. Like you might be able to go to like Amarine Temple early on, Shattered Obelisk, and farm up on the skeletons there. But yeah, there's some options there for you too. And yeah, you do get a free attribute respec until you get to level 20 character skill. And then for weapons, you get free respecs until you get to level 10 weapon skill. Gonna cut across the mountain home. And yeah, there's a lot of running in the game, but also... Oh, sweet. Okay. Frog's here. Nice. But we're gonna probably be doing a lot of running just overall in the game. Like you will be doing a lot of running, but also there is fast travel methods. Like when you spend Azoth, you can teleport from settlement to settlement. You can go from outpost to settlements. You can go from spirit shrine to spirit shrine, like stuff like that. But you can't TP from a settlement to an outpost kind of thing though. If you have a innkeeper set at one of these outposts though, you can recall do that, but you can't really like go from a settlement to wait, actually hold on, did they add that? Oh, okay, never mind, I guess you can. So yeah, you can fast travel that way, and then you also get house spots, so you can buy a house and then recall back to it every like hour or so, but you can also reset the cooldowns by spending Azoth. And then for the innkeeper, you can set that pretty much anywhere and then recall using that too. Oh, okay. We can do that now, because I know a while back, I'm pretty sure we couldn't fast travel to outposts. That's cool. Yeah, my mind was like in another time period, because I was still thinking we couldn't do that. Yeah, so you can only use the Marauder Seal one time on gear. So you bring it to the bench with the gear that you want to change the stats of in your inventory, and then you can change it there. Frog, you don't have a group, right? Okay, we can get you and Super in one. There we go. Can you solo Amarine? You actually need 3 players minimum to even go in. So no, you can't actually solo. If they let us though, like at level 60, you could probably solo Amarine no problem. Even at like 50, probably you could, but no, you can't. You can't do it. What attributes are you running? So for my con right now, I have about 208 con. I'm trying to get up to 250 con and leaving my focus around 100. Once I get to 250, then I can start putting more points into focus as well. But yeah, I do have a more updated or more in-depth description of the build as well in the description. I have a link for it. So that'll kind of give you a baseline introduction of what to expect from the Paladin when you click on that too. Can you maximize? Sweet. Okay, you two get in a party, and then we should be good. Okay, we're about to go. Can't wait for Ambusty. The Leviathan should be pretty easy, but I haven't fought him before though. Gotta check this bastard off the list. Any tips on making money outside of the trading posts? Yeah, only way past that, or only decent ways, is you can do side missions and main story quests, or once you get to endgame, you can do what we're doing. And you can farm in-game points of interest and stuff, and then sell the gear that you get from that, because a lot of it will be bind on equip. You two in a party? Frog Super? Oh, okay. Sweet. All right. Everyone ready? DCS, you good? DCS, you good? All right, so we're gonna cut across to Ambusty. We can skip Mountain Home. Is it possible that you can maximize different trade skills for money-making methods for launch? Like, does crafting have any? Yeah. Oh, crafting does have value. Early on, when it comes to weaponsmithing, armor smithing, and engineering, besides making bags and some items like honing stones, you may not make as much money just selling gear early on when the market starts to crash, because early on people will be buying a lot of faction gear as well as getting drops and stuff like that from expeditions and out in the world. So early on in mid game, you won't see too many people buying crafted gear from the broker, but when you get to end game though, that's when those professions start to really shine, because you'll have more specialized perks, more specialized attributes, stuff like that. And then all the other professions, yeah, you'll see money making happening throughout all points of the game with those other professions too. So yeah, you can maximize different trade skills, yeah, for making money. So if you want to make money throughout, you can probably go with like furnishing for the house trophies and storage chests. You can also get jewel crafting, might be pretty solid. I know since early on you don't really get that many options for getting jewels besides the quests, like good jewels. Like once you get to 50, 60, it might be a little bit harder. So you could probably make some money off of doing that too. And then like if you want to do armor crafting, you can make money off the bags, for instance, as well, and stuff like that. But yeah, there's options for that too. 300 con gives a plus 20% to stun, slows, and rooted skills. This is applied to spear. So yeah, that milestone, yeah, the duration part there. If that works like the heavy, heavy and medium equipment loads where they do give you increase to debuffs you apply, then yes, but I haven't actually tested that yet, because most of the time I tend to go to 250 just for the damage reduction, but that I haven't actually tested yet for the 300 one. But that's worth a try. That's worth a try to see if it actually does do that. But if it does apply for spear, then that'd be pretty good. If it does. But I assumed just by looking at that meant that it was a reduction in the CC that gets applied to you, is what I initially thought that was. But if it works the other way, then it totally could. Oh, he's eating churros? I'm so jealous. Churros are amazing. We got Uncle, yes. Is XP useless once you... Yeah, once you hit 60, you don't need XP anymore. Yeah. Weapon XP, yeah, because you'll need to level up other weapons too if you plan on using them. And you'll probably still... You might still need to level up your main weapons too at that point, but most of the time you'll probably be really close, if not maxed out by the time you hit 60. But yeah, for regular XP, oh yeah, you won't have to worry about that. We can go that way too, it doesn't matter. Yeah, that works. Oh, chest. Hell yeah. Ooh, okay. What is this? It is... Oh, 24 dexterity. Oh, it generates more threat though. But still, that's actually kind of good. For the corrupted... Oh, it's got Corruption's Bane. And 24 dex. We're saving that. That's going to be worth a pretty penny. That's a good bow. That's a pretty decent bow. Aside from the threat generation, but still, I don't think it'll be enough to make a difference, but Nice. So yeah, that's why I say this is a decent way to make money too, because you can also sell a lot of these items to the broker since they're bind on equip. So that's what I'm doing now. Since I'm not focusing that much on the profession side, I'm just gonna sell the gear that we get from doing this stuff. Okay. And Busty, here we come. Probably cut across right here. And yeah, that is something as well, Papa, once we get to endgame, there's not really going to be like a way for these weapons and armor to deteriorate or anything like that. That's something that I think they've been aware of that for a long time too, because we've been talking about that like in the previous years too, before, or last year rather, when they first changed the whole PvP system, because it might get to a point eventually. It might not take, it might not be that quick, but eventually it'll get to a point where everybody's probably capped out on gear. So at that point, hopefully they're adding more progression to the gear, or like adding new tiers, things like that. But if they're not, then yeah, we might be kind of capped out for a little while. But I think they're still going to work on ways to find out like how they can solve that issue. But yeah, that's something that will come into play. But it'll probably take about a month. It'll probably take about, probably overall, about 2-ish months for that to actually happen. Because if you're talking about getting 600 gear and all your stats and perks are perfect, that's not going to be 100% easy, even with getting, crafted gear, because you're going to have to spend a lot of money for that, unless you have like your guild crafters and stuff like that too. But probably about 2 or 3 months. So we'll see what they have planned around that time for that. And yeah, the shield is pretty cool. I love the shield so much. It's looking really nice. Best tanky weapon next to sword. Warhammer, I remember, has some pretty decent passives for that. And then also Hatchet just in general can be pretty good for generating taunt, because if you put a Carnelian gem into it, you can pop Berserk like every 15 seconds. And that'll also generate a taunt too if you have that gem. And doesn't the beta get wiped? Yeah, it's going to get wiped. Yeah. So it's not going to matter after the beta, because yeah, it's going to get wiped. But just right now, since the beta is still going and we're still progressing in it, we're just saving the ones we get for right now. And also I want to do for some of the gear sets, I want to make sure I save them so that I can start putting them on and taking pictures of what they look like and stuff. And I also want to take notes on where to find some of these pieces too. So that's stuff like that is why we're still going, to learn more. He's like more Zool. What shield is that? It's a tower shield. And oh, somebody asked where I got this one. So I'm pretty sure I got this one in Lazarus Expedition, because I got this one before we did Garden of Genesis. So it was either there, or I'm trying to remember if I went to Eden Grove before I went to Lazarus. Yeah, I don't think I did. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Lazarus that I got it from. I'm gonna have to look back on my footage and see exactly where it came from. But right now, that's where I'm thinking it came from. All right, and Busty. There should be some chests up above too. This way. Holiday events. Oh, that'll be funny. Get some Santa Claus outfits and stuff like that. Halloween might be pretty fun. I wonder what they'll do there. What crafting skills would make the most money? So there's multiple good choices when it comes to the crafting side, but I mean, you could give furnishing a shot, and that'll when you start getting to the trophies part, you're able to make trophies and also storage chests. You'll probably make a decent chunk of change off that. You can also do Arcana, because you can also make iron staffs. You make staffs, gauntlets, but you can also make potions too. A lot of potions, and normally people will sell those for quite a bit on the broker, like the higher tier ones. So and people are always going to need those, so you might be able to make a decent chunk of change off that too. And then if you do go armor smithing, bags will probably make you a lot of money too. And no, any weapons that you get, they'll only have a chance to get one slot, but some weapons will have what's called a chain perk on it, like mine. So what happens is that you'll have a weapon that has a perk like this. It does chain void. So like we have chain lightning, where when you hit somebody, it will cause a beam to spawn, and it'll travel between different enemies and do damage like an AoE. So if you have that, then sometimes it does not let you put, most of the time it does not let you put an elemental gem into a sword like that or a weapon like that. But I have seen one, like we saw one yesterday that had chain fire, I'm pretty sure, and it also had an elemental gem inside it too. But normally it doesn't let you socket one in, from what we've seen. Oh. Spear stacks up in PvE and PvP. Yeah, spear can be pretty good because it has a decent amount of CC. It's a pretty good weapon in PvP especially, but it can still be useful in PvE as well, absolutely. Overlord. This is not the Leviathan. Leviathan's bigger. It should be pretty easy though. And yeah, beta's gonna get wiped after August 2nd. That's when the beta is gonna end. Thank you so much, Noah. I appreciate that. And oh, oh yeah, we just finished up Malevolence in Eden Grove. So yeah, now we're in Shattered Mountain. This is the end kind of stuff. We're gonna take on Merkguard right after this too. Oh, I missed him. And yeah, I've always talked about hopefully they'll add more like dynamic events in the futures besides these corrupted breaches. But yeah, I'd love to see different types of them, like kind of like how Guild Wars 2 does their dynamic events. Like maybe seeing full-on dynamic event chains in the future might be cool and stuff like that. Can't open this chest. That's weird. Why can't I open that? Oh, there we go. There it goes. How do you activate the double weapons in the bottom right corner? Oh, so you got to go into gameplay settings, and also somebody was asking about the HUD thing too, like with the cooldowns. So if you go into gameplay settings, always show weapons. That'll show that thing in the bottom right, and show extra ability cooldowns will show the cooldowns above my health. Okay. Yep, here we go. We're almost there. Oh, yeah, that's the one, yeah. So yeah, for the cooldowns above my health bar, go into gameplay settings and turn on show extra ability cooldowns. And then for the bottom right, like showing the two weapons at the same time, always show weapons is the one you want in gameplay settings. And yeah, absolutely, Zach. Yeah, in the future, when I'm able to actually like showcase the power of the build, I'll definitely do They have a campfire checkpoint here. Cool. Sweet. We're approaching the Leviathan. He's coming. He's a big boy, but we should have him. We should be able to take him down. And level 60, yeah, is probably going to be the cap on launch, more than likely. They probably won't do anything like that or think about doing anything like that until an expansion, but you know, it can always happen, but we'll see. We'll see. But just from what we've heard before and talked about, like what I've talked about with them for as far as expansions go, because actually in the conversation I did have with them with Amazon Games, and I did talk more about this in the video that I made for it, but I did ask about level cap increases if they would do that, as well as I asked about the expansions and like naval combat or naval content in the future and stuff like that too, and they're not really thinking about stuff like that just yet. So as far as I know, it's probably not going to happen before expansions, like for a level cap increase kind of thing. And open beta, well, it's going to go straight to release. So release is going to be on August 31st. But after closed beta ends on August 2nd, there's not going to be any more testing phases until full release in August 31st. Mobs are starting to raise in level. Yeah, I see it. Okay. Ow. We're getting close. Nice. Decent chunk of swords, too. Hell yeah. Are you going to play the same? It'll probably be the first build that I do, yeah. But eventually I'm going to level up more weapons. So I'll be doing different build. And then whenever a new weapon comes out, I'll probably level that up to max when it first does arrive. So yeah, I'll be playing more weapons over time, too. More builds. But if they somehow introduce the greatsword before launch, then I totally switch over, hands down. But that probably won't be till later though. And how is tanking compared to other MMOs? So the tanking in this game, I guess like in comparison, it's not really based off of like you don't have as many skills and stuff like that as in other games, right? So in terms of the threat generation, it might be a little bit harder because you do have to make sure you aim your skills. You have to make sure you're at the right amount of distance, and then blocking and healing also generate threat too. So it's a little bit more on the I don't know how to describe it really, but with the action combat system, it's going to be a different experience when it comes to tanking because of what I just described. So you're not really going to get the same like tanking experience every time. It's going to be dynamic is what I could say about that. But no, this is the paladin, yeah. Holy crap. One sec. Gotta salvage stuff. Holy crap, so much stuff. I shouldn't dump that, but yeah, okay. .24 strength, that's pretty good. Can salvage that. Staying stock for teleporting? Are you? Oh, on like Azoth? So yeah, Azoth can be pretty hard to get once you get to endgame. Like it's not hard. All you really got to do is go farm some breaches and you'll have a lot of Azoth in about an hour. But yeah, early on you'll have a lot of it because of the main story missions and side missions, but later on you'll have less ways of getting it. So I really hope that they do increase the cap on that. I feel like 2K would be a much better cap. And then also in the future, if we had more ways of getting it, that'd be nice. But yeah, right now it can be a little bit tough depending on what you're doing to like level after. And if you're a crafter, you're probably gonna blow through it really, really fast. So if you're a crafter, it's gonna be pretty bad either way after a certain point. But without that, yeah, I think they'll probably need to raise the cap and give us more ways to farm Azoth in the future, because it can be pretty difficult once you get to end game. But yeah, overall though, if you really need it, you just go do breaches. You can also get perks on your gear or gathering tools rather, to have a higher chance of getting it when you gather. And then you can also periodically get it from mobs too, and invasions and stuff like that as well. So that'll help a little bit. Always do invasions if you can once you get past level 50. But then past that, you'll need to do breaches. And yeah, this is an in-game, not a dungeon, but more like an open world, raid kind of thing, or an open world point of interest. But it's an in-game elite point of interest that we're doing next to Merkgard. This is Ambusty, so we're about to come up on the Leviathan, which is the field boss. And closed beta, yeah, August 2nd. And Bowspear, yeah, Bowspear is a pretty solid combo, especially for PvP. For the level cap, yeah, I don't know what they're gonna do there. I think I know people probably wouldn't want to see us go up to like level 100 kind of thing, especially not within the span of like 3 or 4 years. I bet that might, you know, have the potential of turning into something like that. But there he is. But we'll have to see. It'll all depend on player feedback and stuff like that too. So if you don't want to see that happen, then if you put that in the forums, then and people start talking about it more, they'll probably get more attention to it. Here he is. He'll be easy. Here we go. Oh my god, he's bigger than Morzul. He's bigger than Morzul. Yes. Wreck him. Let me zoom out. Damn, he's kind of big. The Leviathan. I've always wanted to fight this guy. Hold on. Oh. Need to go over here with Uncle. I think Uncle's got him taunted. Nice. Nice. Dude is big as hell. End date on the first official version. You mean like when we'll get an expansion kind of thing? Because no, they haven't really said anything too much about that yet. But yeah, when release happens on August 31st, it'll probably be like around a year or so before we get any mention of an expansion kind of thing. But they will have they should have a roadmap at some point. At least that's what they said in previous article. Wait, what? Hold on. Anybody get loot? Oh god. Ah, no. How do we not get loot? That's weird. Yeah, the field boss loot is not great right now. It's not for like at one point in time during the testing phase, I think it was pretty decent, but yeah, right now it's not the best. I'm pretty junk so far on these loot drops for the field ones. Oh, I used to love Terra. God. What was that battleground they had? Kuma Asylum? That was so funny. I loved playing that one. Kuma Asylum and Corsair Stronghold. Aside from the lag, it was pretty fun to play those. It was really, really fun. That was the only game that I think I ended up leveling like 8 characters in a row on. I know normally I don't really play MMOs and get too deep into the alt kind of thing, but that one though I did not mind at all. We've been getting multiple potions from field bosses, and that's about it. So what's the end game? End game is essentially what we're doing. We're doing elite points of interest farming, as well as fighting field bosses, and then you got Outpost Rush, you got Territory War, Invasions, and Corrupted Breaches and stuff like that too. So there's not a whole lot just yet, but it's got a decent foundation and it's got potential to get there. We'll just have to see what they do in the future. Hopefully world bosses, more dynamic events, stuff like that. We'll hopefully be seeing stuff like that. Salvage stuff you don't need really quick. Okay, keep that. Bow, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. And yeah, overall, like if they had oh, and for the paladin build, like for my attributes right now, I have 208 con, 112 focus, but I do have a more in-depth build that I made, like a video for it. The link is in the description if you want to check it out. But yeah, the paladin build's what we're rocking with right now. And yeah, I'm hoping for world bosses, like with actual big boss models and really big powerful mechanics. That would be really, really cool to see. The chest behind the... Oh, the chest behind... Oh, it's okay. It should be fine. I think that for the most part, the best stuff we're going to get is hopefully going to come from Merkgard when we go over there. I dumped this too again. Alright. Do this. Book it. Thank you. Okay, everybody's moving, right? Everybody's moving. Okay. Good. Yeah, I like the way my armor looks right now. I want to see if we can get some even better stuff too. Are people able to cast Ice Storm and then swap weapons? And the effect persists? No, yeah, Ice Storm right now is it should be a thing where it does disappear when you switch weapons. But I think there was a bug going on where some people were able to keep it out, right? But I haven't seen that too much in wars, but I think I heard something about that. But normally it should disappear though. Ice Pylon, that's one that should stay out when you switch though. Yeah, true. Hey, go to Mountain Home real quick. Stump gear. Go over there. Oh, never mind. I think Uncle's good. Yeah, I'm gonna dump some of mine. And yeah, for the bosses right now, yeah, they don't really they don't really have in-depth mechanics to them. They're pretty cool to fight and whatnot. But yeah, I would love to see like actual world bosses and stuff like that in the future. Warhammer Lifestaff. Yeah, Warhammer Lifestaff can be a decent alternative. PvP is where that would probably shine more than like on the PvE side, because you probably don't want to try to tank in an expedition with a Warhammer. That's not gonna, Amrine, you might be able to do it, but like for the other ones though, it might be pretty tough. And I think as far as like Carnelian based skills go, the only one that has it is Shockwave. So that's the only one you're gonna be able to taunt with as far as skills go, when it comes to the Warhammer. But yeah, PvP wise, oh yeah. All right, I'm gonna I'll probably dump the armor, and I'll keep the weapons. Let's do that. Okay. I got a few. Great Axe Ice Gauntlet Bible build. I know some people are trying it. Yeah, it can be pretty fun build from what I've heard. I haven't tried it myself yet, but yeah, you can give it a shot. Build int, and then you can put a gem inside the Great Axe and see how that goes for you. That'd be pretty fun. Anyone else need tinctures? All right, let's roll. Let's go. And how does joining a guild work? So for a delay, I don't think they will. They're probably just gonna do the next patch. Is just gonna be nothing but bug fixes and stuff. But at this point, I don't. It seems like they're just going for it. I don't think they'll do a delay, but we'll see. You never know. But for joining a company, so the company has to be within your faction, and all that needs to happen is somebody starts it, they become the governor, and then they can invite you as long as you're within the same faction, and you can join the guild. So yeah, you need to get an invite from a officer or the governor themselves. Ice Storm stays. Does it stay now? Because I know back when we did the expedition testing, it didn't it wasn't doing it then, but if it's staying now, then that's cool. If that's happening, that'd be pretty cool actually. Because then you can do, because what I was doing with the Ice Gauntlet Rape Musket build is you could throw a trap down and switch to Ice Gauntlet and then put down an Ice Storm and the Pylon too. And then after the Ice Storm was done, I was switching back to Musket. But if it stays right now, then you can probably go back to Musket after you put down the Ice Storm if you wanted to. We should be able to put down camps over here too. Yeah, there should be a checkpoint over here. And yeah, same faction on launch. Yeah, that's correct. And why does it disappear? It'd be pretty cool if it did stay. Like if it's staying right now for some people, that's good. But during the expedition test, it wasn't. But yeah, some of the skills they just do that because like for Defiant Stance and Berserk, it makes sense for those because if you were able to pop that and then switch to another weapon, it might be, well, on the Berserk side especially, it might be pretty crazy. Would be pretty cool though either way. But yeah, for some other skills, they just still do that, even though like Sacred Ground and Ice Pylon, those stay. Just other ones, just for some reason they disappear. But you know, they might change that in the future for some of the ones that do disappear right now when you switch weapons. But we'll have to see what happens there. But it's also important to give feedback on that too, so that way they can take a look at that and see if they're able to change that back. Alright, this should be good. Okay, here it goes. Oh, he's right there. He moved out of my hit the last second. And yeah, Spear Rapier, that's kind of like a duelist build. That's pretty fun to use. Yeah, you can totally do that. And it'll probably work out pretty good. And yeah, but you can still try the Warhammer Life Staff and see how it goes. You'll still have that decent amount of CC. So there's that at least. And you technically can play without choosing a faction. There's people that have done that before, like in the testing phases. So, it's possible. You're gonna get restricted because you won't have access to like faction missions and what's it called? Joining territory wars and stuff like that. But yeah, in theory you could. Actually, there was a point in time where people were talking about if they're like in the future, if they made mercenary factions or a faction that was separate from the other three that was kind of like neutral. Or just, you know, in general, them adding more features for people that don't join a faction. But so far, they haven't really done anything for that. They might in the future, though. So Ice Storm is staying? Oh, well, there you go. Yeah, if it's staying right now, then hell yeah. Use it. Yeah, Ice Storm, Ice Gauntlet Rapier, Ice Gauntlet Musket. That's going to be really, really fun ones to try. I love using those. Pull him here. He bugged out. That's so funny. Do buff effects drop off when you switch from weapon to weapon? So some of them do, some don't. Like Orb of Protection, this one stays on me when I switch weapons, but some of them do. Like Defiant Stance will go off of you when you switch. Truth. And yeah, Rapier Ice Gauntlet's pretty fun. Yeah, you can give that a shot. And Fire Staff Musket. So Fire Staff right now, outside of the territory wars, people aren't using it that much from what I've seen. But within the territory wars, though, they can be pretty useful still. So you can give it a shot, see how it goes. Most of the time, you'll have a lot of decent combinations that you can go with. So if you like the idea of something that sounds interesting, and if it scales, like both weapons scale with each other one way or another, or you could put a gem into one of them and then offset the lack of DPS with that, then you can definitely try it, see how it goes. Oh, yep, saw that coming. Ow. Okay. So far, so good, though. I think we'll be able to do this. We'll see what happens when we get to the portal, though. That's the only thing. Nice. Okay, level 20 on the sword. Means I can also do the legendary quest line for that. Good. So in terms of the 50% thing for the int, so there was some calculations done about 2 months ago during the testing phases where somebody did test out how much damage you would have with the 50% int gem and the int build compared to like if you were building full decks, and they did it on a spear, and what they calculated was that it would be about the same, if not a little bit less. So oh, there was a level 22 with us. He's dead. Yeah, he's dead. He's totally dead now. Oh no. Keep going, uncle. %110 double dead. Instant. Ice Gauntlet Hatchet. That's one of those ones where in theory it could work, but you might get better combinations doing like Hatchet Great Axe or or Ice Gauntlet Rapier. But I mean, you know, Hatchet it can be useful with pretty much anything because of the Berserk and stuff like that. So if you really wanted to try it, you could, but yeah, you might get better combinations with other ones though. I'm getting like no loot from anything today. No loot. So strange. Is a good duelist build for open world PvP. So yeah, you can do like Rapier Spear for a duelist kind of thing. Rapier Musket's pretty popular right now too. Let me see. There's supposed to be a portal here, I thought. Apparently not. So we gotta go west. Yeah, we can keep going deeper actually. And say screw it. Is this like Dead Man's Cove? Kind of like that. It's a little bit different because you got corrupted here instead of the like the undead, but kind of like that. And yeah, you could run Hatchet with, well, okay, so you couldn't do like Hatchet Lifestaff and tank in PvE, but if you wanted to do like PvP, people have been doing like Great Axe Lifestaff as well as Warhammer Lifestaff, yeah. It might not work as well in PvE because of the lack of taunt and stuff like that, but or like mitigation, not just taunt, but the block stability, for instance. But PvP though, you could totally try that. You died. It's crazy that you even made it here. That's so cool. Watch out. There's going to be... It'll be tough. We should, hold on, we should work our way... Before we do this one. This one's really tough. Let's go to the other checkpoint. Should be over here, right? Somewhere over there. Commander ahead, watch out. Fire Staff, Ice Gauntlet. Yeah, for like territory wars, you'll get a solid amount of AoE damage through that. So yeah, you can totally do that and then be pretty useful in those situations for the AoE. Ice Gauntlet especially seems like it's really killing it right now, so that's good for the AoE. But yeah, Fire Staff, you can try that too. There were some changes to its skills with the beta patch notes that happened when the beta first came out, so the meteor and stuff like that works a little bit differently now, but people are still using that though, from what I've seen in like territory war and PvP. Here we go. Commander. Ow. Okay. Got him right now. Kill those other mobs too. Missed my charge. You got this, uncle. Am I okay with release in the month? I would love to see some things touched up, like the combat system, if that could get touched up before then, as well as ideally, I'd love to see more, you know, dynamic events or just more leveling methods in general, and for them to rebuff mob farming. But I don't think that'll happen for a little while. So I think now is probably as good as it's gonna get, like right now. Yeah, I think, yeah, they're probably just gonna release it. Me being okay with it though, like, yeah, I'm totally okay with it, like, to a degree. I would love to see certain things change before then, but if we have to wait until after launch for that stuff to happen, then, you know, what can we do? We'll just wait and see what happens. Musket ammo situation. Oh, just go to a faction vendor and buy ammo from the vendor. Oh crap. Oh, John's back at the settlement. Oh no. He might not be able to get back in. Let me see. Okay. Okay, I think he can get back in. So about 2 days ago. And I think I'm trying to remember. I think we can get him. Yeah. Hatchet sword late game expeditions. You can, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can do hatchet sword, you can do life staff sword. With hatchet sword, you're gonna have more taunts going on at once. So yeah, you'll definitely be able to do that. We can get the priest easily. Everyone stand behind the walls. We can pull the priest. Can people copy someone's name? No. No, once you choose the name, then it should be yours. Stand behind the walls real quick. Let's pull them here. Wait for it. Sweet. And that's the power of LOS. A summon mechanic would be pretty useful right now, yeah. Okay, again. Behind walls. Okay. LOS. Just to not risk it. Uh-oh. Frog, no. Got you, buddy. Do you think it'll be delayed again? No, I think they're going for it this time. I think they're going for it. We'll see, though. You never know. Because, yeah, it's already been delayed How many times that? 2 or 3? One of those. Can't even remember now. One more time. Come on. Need that other one. It's coming. Yeah, it should be good. It should be fine. Yes, there we go. So yeah, for Hatchet, you do have that, you know, the Undying perk. So for 3 seconds, you'll be preventing, you know, death on yourself. You also have the heal over time for Berserk. So yeah, should have enough survivability as long as you have a healer with you is the main thing. But yeah, it should be fine. And then you'll have extra taunt as a result from doing that too. Blue quality gathering tools. It'll have a chance to be blue just when you're crafting it. So as people get higher in their crafting skills and they use crafting food, crafting trophies and stuff like that, they'll have a higher chance of getting better quality stuff. Are the spearmen dead? Okay. Ow. Knew that was coming. Trying to do a sacred. And yeah, names will reset after launch. Yeah. And how long does the territory standing perks work? Yeah, that's gonna be a forever thing. So when you get those, that's gonna basically be what it is now, whatever bonus you get, but you have up to 300 levels for each territory since that's the max. So if you make a mistake, you don't have to worry about that. Is Super still outside? There should be a, let me think. Yeah, the pathway. Oh, that life staff. That looks hot. And yeah, this is an elite area known as Merc Guard. All right, let's try the portals. Hopefully we can get it. We'll see though. Yeah, my attributes are right down here. I'm at 208 on my con, 112 focus. I'm leaving my focus where... I'm leaving the focus where it's at right now. And I'm trying to get to about 250 con. But yeah, I do have a more in-depth guide on what I'm going for my attributes. I have a link in the description below for the Paladin build, if you want to find out more about it. And yeah, this isn't 300 con, 200 focus yet, because it's going to be kind of hard to get to that. We have to get to about 600 gear first, and we also have to get the proper attributes on our gear. Right now, I'm just taking whatever's going to raise my gear score, but later on, though, yeah. Later on, though, we should be able to get close to that. Ooh, Dex focus, interesting. I'm gonna save that. Just 2. Okay. Oh, that should sell for a pretty penny. Chain fire and Dex? Hell yeah. I'm so down for that. A spear impaler tree or zoner. So for spear, most of the time people take for your crowd control skills, sweep or vault kick. I like to take both for sweep and vault kick. And then for the third skill, I've seen people go with javelin, or you can also do perforate. If you want to do skewer for the bleed, you can too. Like all the skills are pretty decent for a third choice, but most of the time people definitely take sweep and vault kick for the first two, in PvP especially. And for PvE, you could probably get away with doing like skewer, perforate, and then one more. But yeah, for PvP, sweep and vault kick are pretty popular ones. And skills with Ice Gauntlet and Rapier. For Ice Gauntlet, people tend to take like Ice Storm and Entombed. For the third one, you can do Ice Shower for territory PvP, for instance, or just regular PvP. Let's go. And then if you're doing like PvE, you can probably take Ice Pylon. And then for Rapier, you can take pretty much any of the skills are pretty decent because it's a pretty well-rounded weapon. But you can probably go with like Tondo and Flourish and Finish if you want to in PvP or PvE, and then a third one. I tend to go like in PvE, Tondo, Flourish and Finish, and Flesh. But then when it comes to PvP, there's multiple good options there. And should you always wear the highest gear score? So having higher gear score stuff on does help you with getting better loot drops. But if it's gonna be too much of a thing where your stats are gonna take a hit, then you might as well just wear the best stuff that you have that's as close as possible to higher stuff. Well, that's a bug. And for the codex, yeah, for the lore pages, you can if you want to read more about the lore, but also they'll give you a little bit of XP. So yeah, pick those up whenever you can, either way. But yeah, they have a lot of story-based elements and stuff like that scattered around the world with the lore pages. I've read a lot of them and the quest dialogue and stuff like that already. But yeah, you can totally read through those if you want to. LOS them behind the walls. There. Nice. Okay, even better. And yeah, the diminishing return should work for all stats. So like when you're leveling up your damage stat, eventually it's going to start to give you less damage as you put more points into the attribute. And then the same thing for like con, for instance, or like focus. So yeah, diminishing return should work for all stats. Thank you so much, Jizzy. I appreciate that. And yeah, so like for my points that I committed to my attributes, those are going to be those should be orange or like yellow. And then the equipment ones and item ones, so like all the gear, those should be the like blue and purple ones there. Oh shiz. Commander, forgot about this guy. Ouch. Okay, so far so good. Hopefully we don't pull that ogre right now. That would not be good at the moment. Don't fully die. And yeah, with this build, you'll have a pretty good chance of tanking just about anything because of how much sustain you get. And then for like taunt generation, if you need more taunt, you'll get more of that from doing sword, shield, hatchet kind of thing, because you can put that into berserk. Like you can put a carnelian gem into the hatchet and get taunt from the berserk, so that'll help you a lot too. I can't taunt him off Uncle right now. That's okay though. I think we got him. Keep going. Nice. Sigil, man. Okay, so let's see if we can do one of the portals. We're heading over there right now. Who is the main hero of the story? Pretty much us. There's not really any supporting main characters yet. with the story. There's main villains, like we got Isabella, we got Captain Thorpe, the Siren Queen, and the Empress of Evanscale. But as far as like, and that's something I talked about a while back too, but because I made multiple different lore videos as well, and we've been over this as well. But yeah, we don't really have any like supporting characters for us, so pretty much like past us as like the main characters ish, there's not really any like World of Warcraft. There's not like a Illidan here. There's no freaking what's his name, Khadgar. There we go. There's no Khadgar. There's no Malfurion. There's nothing like that here right now. Or like with Final Fantasy, there's no like Y'shtola. There's no. Is her name I can't remember some of the characters' names. But yeah, we don't have anything like that just yet. Archfiend. And musket skill tree, yeah, you can go if you want to, like you want recommendations. Powder burn is a pretty popular one with musket. Then of course the trap, and then for the third skill, in territory wars, you can go sharpshooter stance if you want to. And then in the open world, I've seen people go power shot instead of sharpshooter, but that's up to you. Pop tinctures, pop them. Here we go. Get ready. These are going to be like the hardest corrupted portals that are in the game right now. Into this one for level 60. Well, right now during the beta, people were able to skyrocket pretty high because people were doing the territory town projects, because they were pretty busted in XP because you could stack them up and go from town to town and do a lot of them at the same time. So realistically, it should take you about, like if this was all balanced and whatnot, probably about a week and a half, 2 weeks. But just during the beta, people were able to get up pretty high. There. But yeah, like normally it'd probably take about a week and a half, 2 weeks if we were doing it through just side missions, main missions, and all that other stuff too. We're wrecking this right now. Hold on, let me switch the music before we get too far into the waves. All right. This is where it starts to get a little dicey after this next wave. Amanda, watch out. Oh, he just immediately right out the gate. Okay. What do I dislike the most about the game so far? Let me see. I mean, because there's a lot of stuff that I, you know, have loved and also hated over the... wow. That was cake. Let's do one more. Nice. buddy. But yeah, overall, uh, it'd be hard to choose. Actually, it really would be. Like if I had to really talk about what I would dislike the most, because between different iterations, I've liked iterations more than others, and like for this iteration, I like it more as far as like the available content goes, but the combat side and certain parts like the faction missions and the mob grinding situation, I like that more in previous iterations. So right now, if I had to choose, I'd probably say the lack of experience we get on like mob grinding and faction missions compared to the previous iterations. Like the previous faction mission system was pretty cool because you could overlap faction missions. You knew exactly which point of interest you were going to, and they promoted going to specific points of interest more often. Whereas right now it's just kind of like all over the place with these infiltrate and sabotage and hunt quests and stuff like that, and sometimes getting the expedition ones too. And then mob farming, that's just that got shot into the dirt pretty much because during the preview people were farming a lot of Scorpius Tower stuff, even though it wasn't like, I mean, people have been leveling way faster in this iteration off the town projects than they ever did with Scorpius from what I remember. But yeah, they nerfed mob farming pretty hard on that side after that for XP, and then also gold gain was nerfed kind of hard a couple patches ago with mob farming. So yeah, I'd say if I had to pick anything, it'd probably be what they did with those systems. Oh, this one's gonna be tough. All these mobs right here. Holy crap. Haunt those. Just taunt stay even after you, even if you swap. So from what I've seen, it doesn't stay like when you swap, and sometimes I have to keep my sword out a little bit longer because I've noticed that. But yeah, that's what I've seen so far. Like if I taunt that, oh, actually it looked like it stayed on there for a couple more seconds actually. But maybe I'm just not noticing it when it does happen, because it's only like 3 seconds when you do taunt something with shield bash. Shield rush or defiant stance though, that one was seeming like it was disappearing every time. Oh, it's getting dicey. Is there a reason to not wear heavy armor? Yeah, with the equipment load system, when they made it to where you get 20% damage bonus off of wearing light armor, that really helps you as like a dex fighter, or even as a strength user. If you're going to go mainly DPS like in open world fights and PvE, it can really benefit you to wear light armor. People tend to avoid medium, but yeah, light armor and heavy are really good choices. Also with light, you get the dodge roll, so that's really useful in PvP situations too. So yeah, there's still reasons to wear like light armor, for instance. Absolutely. How many people can you tank solo? Depends on a couple things. If I'm standing inside Sacred, Orb, and Beacon at the same time and I have my shield up and everything, probably about 6-7 people. But that's not too far off from like what a normal tank would be able to do as well. It's just the only difference is I'm going to be healing myself at the same time, so I'd probably be able to tank them longer. Recommend to level fast to 20. Yeah, you can just stick with main story quests, keep doing those in your side missions. Any side missions that you see near that main story quest, do those too, and then you can do faction missions and town projects all at the same time. Oh, okay. Whoa. So yeah, when does the war start? I gotta check that too. Do you think the end game will be more PvP or PvE? Hard to say, really. I feel like it'll probably be, after a certain point, there more than likely will be more PvE. aspects that they've added, and they might lean more on that side. But I mean, hopefully, you know, they've said in previous patches that they want PvP and PvE to synergize with each other, and they want it to be a game that, you know, features both. So I would imagine they're still going to continue doing things on the PvP side too, but I think they're picking up the PvE because like a year ago or so, the game itself didn't really have nearly as much on that side. So I think it'll be a little bit of both when we get to the later stages, and then maybe it'll be leaning more on the PvE side. Okay, sweet. Oh, true that. And see that other one? There we go. Loot and dungeons. Loot in general right now is like, ugh. It's not the best. Not the best. Like, just loot everywhere. I mean, we're getting pretty decent drops off the chests. Like, the chests are pretty good, but like the actual bosses, like the field bosses, for instance, they're not given hardly anything. And then for expedition bosses, from what I remember, I think they're okay. But yeah, I think we've gotten some purples from the expedition. I think the expedition drops right now have been better than like the open world drops we've been getting. So I think as far as expedition goes, yeah, they're not too bad. But the open world stuff, like the field bosses, the chests are decent, but bosses themselves are dropping junk. But also, when you get to higher gear score, that also increases your chance, or should increase your chance of getting upgrades. So that's another thing to keep in mind. And these chests that we're getting from doing these portals, we're hoping that those should give us some good things too. So we'll see what happens there when we start opening those. Holy crap, my inventory is just filling up. And medium armor, yeah, people don't take medium armor because you do, like on the dodge side, the strafe that you do with medium just isn't as useful as like the dodge roll, for instance. And then also the 10% damage bonus and 10% duration one, that's, you know, that could probably work out for some builds. Like, people are using medium armor still. It's just that people tend to prefer going either with the 20% or just doing the heavy for the damage mitigation and the 20% duration bonus on that. But, you know, there's some builds where, you know, medium could totally work. It's just that's not as popular as heavy and light right now. So I think, let me see. Yeah, max weapon points is 20, and you'll be playing this at launch. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, I'm not even anywhere close to being burnt out. I played this game at its worst iterations and at its best. So we've already been through the trial by fire. This is probably in terms of leveling, it was the second worst, not the first though. Second worst iteration. And I say that like in a way where the leveling itself wasn't, you know, completely horrible. It's just that there were times where the leveling experience was better for the type of leveling that I prefer to do. So the first worst was when they were initially changing up the faction mission system, and they were trying to incorporate the zone leveling thing. And it was a case where we were essentially blocked out from specific zones because we couldn't take the faction missions, even though just the patch before that we were able to do them and it was going fine. And they started changing it and it ended up getting a little messy. So yeah, that was probably the worst time, but this one is not too bad in comparison. So I'm ready for launch. Totally ready. No more wipes. It's fine with me. Only got to do one more time because I think at this point I'm probably leveled up to max about 7 or 8 times between all the iterations. Or at least that amount. Was the portal outside Prime or you meant inside? Bombarded with patch notes from beta to launch. I think it's probably going to be similar to the June update, honestly. I think it'll be like a bug fixing mostly one, but we'll see. I would love to see big patch notes from beta to launch though. Yeah, we're pretty much done. I think... I mean, when does war start? Let me check. 3 hours. Okay, yeah, we're... It was awesome. Totally down. All right. Okay. Later, peeps. All right, we're done with that. So we've completed the field boss run. We've completed the portal run for Merkguard. I'm gonna go get the stuff from... I'm gonna go get the stuff from Mountain Home, and then we're gonna head back down to Everfall and start getting ready for the war. Healer build kind of useless. No, a pure healer is still going to be very viable, because that extra focus that you're going to be getting, like we're not going to be getting around 200 focus until we get really high tier gear. So no, you'll still be pretty good as a pure healer, absolutely. It's just that most healers are probably going to be building similarly to how we are, where they're going to be using heavy armor too, most likely. Some healers do use light armor too, and that's okay. But as far as we've tested, the light armor threshold doesn't really benefit your healing power, so you can go either or. Musket or bow better? I prefer the musket right now, but both are pretty solid choices, but I'd probably use the musket mostly right now. And yeah, that's what Jen said is really true. You can combine a few medium pieces and then still be in the light threshold. As long as you're within that light threshold, that's what matters. So technically, yeah, you could totally, have a couple medium pieces and stay below that 15 part and be just fine. What crafting professions are you going to try? Oh, armor crafting, because I want to get void bent gear. So void bent gear is something that only a master crafter can get, because all the recipes that you see in the crafting menus, that's not everything that you'll be able to craft in the game. There's especially like for furnishing, there's schematics you can find in the open world, as well as artifact pieces, and the artifact ones are one-time use that can create some really powerful equipment, and the schematics unlock recipes forever in the crafting benches when you find them. So the void bent stuff is artifact based, and that's going to be you're going to need about 200 armor crafting for that. You need the artifact piece too, and then you're going to need some pretty rare materials too. So I'm going to go for that armor crafting, and plus I can make bags too, so that'll be good for money. In the main end game, it's very similar to what we just did. So field boss farming, elite points of interest farming, invasions, outpost rush, which is the 20v20 battleground, territory wars, which we're going to do a little bit later, and corrupted portals and main story quests, side quests, stuff like, and expeditions, yeah, stuff like that. There's not a whole lot just yet, but there's a decent enough amount to maybe last you about a month and a half before people start burning out a bit. The gear score on crafting skills with your trade skills. Oh yeah, Corey, yeah, that should actually go up, yeah, because I know like when I was looking at some expedition footage, like some test footage that we had before the beta came out, when we did some of us did the expedition event, we had about 150 total in all of our crafting skills. Like we had 150 for all of them. So around that time, like the 300 gear score thing that you're looking at, it was around 325, I think. 325, 350 for the minimum, and it was higher for the maximum. So yeah, that should scale up. The potential gear score that you can get from crafting should scale as you get higher in your crafting skill. And also other things help with that too, like crafting food, crafting trophies you can put in your house, all kinds of stuff like that. And I just went past mountain home. Hold on, completely past it. I got distracted. Let me go back up. And yeah, Marauder on El Dorado, yeah. And you could technically be factionless. It's going to be tough to level up though. You're going to be limited in what you can do. You won't be able to do faction missions. You won't be able to join territory wars and stuff like that, but you could do it though. I've seen people do it. Like there was people getting past 50 in some of the testing phases without ever joining a faction, and it was harder to level through town projects and stuff back then. I am always getting distracted. Always. God. But yeah, that is actually possible. It was a thing. It's just that people don't do it that often though. But that's why I used to talk about it'd be cool if they added more features for, you know, people that don't join factions. There was actually somebody who was called Tundra Jack. He still plays too, and I think he was also posting on the forums about this. But he's like a really good role player that was in the testing phases too, and he never joined a faction. And what was really cool about him is he would type in global chat a lot, and he would have little scavenger hunts that he would do. So if you could find him out in the open world, he would give you a treasure chest. It was really cool, and he always stayed in character, acted like an NPC, and it was really cool. Like he was an absolute character. So that when I saw people like him doing that, and I also, you know, saw people that just did it normally, like without RP or anything, just, you know, didn't join a faction but leveled up and stuff like that. I thought it'd be really cool to have things like that in the game. How much it is to buy or take a fort. So yeah, if nobody's owned it prior, 100k is what they raised it to for buying a territory. Yeah, what Corey said. And so you're not necessarily forced to pick a faction, because you can not do that quest. So that's another thing, is you're not going to be able to progress that quest line. But technically you don't have to pick one. You can just keep going. That's what people that didn't join factions did. But that was also another trade-off that I forgot about. So if you kept it at that quest line, but you kept leveling up, then you can technically do that. And best way to level up. So you can do main story quests, side missions, territory town projects, and faction missions all at the same time. That's going to be probably the best way to level up, because they did nerf the territory town project stuff. So just keep doing your main story quests and side quests mostly. And I'm going to play this same build at launch, but over time I'm going to be testing out and leveling up other weapons too. But yeah, for the most part, I'll probably be doing this first. Okay. Oh man, I'm so heavy. Hold on. Okay, what can we... Let's do this. All these are like uncut, right? Yeah, that was pretty cool, Paz. What are the best housing trophies? So the ones that you'll really want to get, the first one is luck-based ones. The luck-based ones will increase your chance of getting rare stuff when you like loot chests or kill mobs and stuff like that in the open world. So people tend to go for the luck-based house trophies, and those are going to be the most expensive ones when people sell those. The next ones, the crafting ones, are going to be really good, because that's where people are going to start getting the really good crafting pieces made, is when they start using that. And then also like food buffs, territory lifestyle buffs, stuff like that too, and gear that gives you perks for crafting. So that too. And then also the gathering ones are pretty good. And then last ones would probably be like because they're still useful, they're really useful, but Like the ones that give you extra damage versus fighting corrupted, and the ancients and beasts and stuff like that. Those are really good too. But the luck ones, yeah, those are definitely going to be the best ones. And will there be a great sword? Hopefully, but we don't know for sure yet. But hopefully, at some point, we will get that. They know that people want it, so we'll just have to see what they do. And do you see any weapon tuning? Yeah, I think they're probably going to do another patch, but it's probably going to be mostly bug fixes and stuff like that, kind of like the June patches were. I'm not really expecting a big content patch, but yeah, they'll probably do weapon tuning before launch, yeah. And fix up everything that needs to be fixed up, because there's a lot of stuff that needs to be tweaked right now. I haven't sold any of the other items I put on the broker, too. Maybe I'll put some of this stuff back in here for now. Like this one, the stats are good on the damage mitigation, but the dexterity, though, it looks kind of cool, though. I'll keep that. Mining luck. I don't need it. And yeah, this is live. And best solo build, there's multiple good choices there, but you might get a lot of fun out of doing Hatchet and Great Axe right now, if you want a solo build. And yeah, you can't flag either if you're factionless. Absolutely. Exactly. And yeah, no, if you do like want to do that factionless thing, then yeah, you're not going to be able to flag. You won't be able to do that main story. Like you won't be able to progress that specific storyline that wants you to join a faction, as well as not being able to join territory wars. And I'm pretty sure you can't join invasions too, because I know somebody asked Tundra Jack if because he was past 50, I'm pretty sure at one point. Yeah, I remember he was past 50 at one point during the testing phases, and even I think he said he couldn't join invasions either, on top of the territory wars. Oh, I hate it when this happens. Sometimes my clicking bugs out in game. Is that heavy or medium? Okay. Best gems for Ice Gauntlet and Fire Staff. I know people have been using Onyx for Fire Staff. You could do that. I think because the effect, what it does is it gives you a damage bonus when people are full health. But like for the Gauntlet and the Fire Staff, like other ones you could use too, if you don't want to go with the elemental ones, is you could also try, let me see. Oh, hold on. Yeah, Onyx might be a decent one to go with for both of those, but you can also, oh, for the Ice Gauntlet, you can do Malachite. Because since that will give you a extra damage bonus against targets that have an active crowd control status, you'll probably always have that with the Ice Gauntlet, so you could probably put a Malachite in that one. And technically, if you wanted to put a Malachite in the Fire Staff too, and then put the slow on them beforehand, and then switch to the Fire Staff, that might work just as well. But yeah, when it comes to gems, there can be multiple good choices sometimes. Like for the musket, for instance, you could do Onyx for that one. But then also you could do, I know for Rapier, you could probably do Opal, since that one gives you a damage bonus when your stamina's not full, because you'll probably be dodging a lot. So there's different choices like that. Strength. This is good. Wait, is that, oh, that's a strength one, but still, I'll keep that. Okay. And can you sell your house if you want another one? You can buy multiple houses. But in terms of selling it, you should be able to get rid of it, I believe. I'll have to check that again, actually. But yeah, you can totally, and you can even buy different ones in the same territory too. But that'd be kind of a waste, because if you buy them in one territory, then And actually, they might have changed it to where you can't buy them in the same territory anymore. But if you buy them in one territory, you get a house buff there or house recall. And then you can buy it in another territory too and get another recall there instead. So you can get 2 different house spots and be able to teleport between them or teleport back to them whenever you want to, which would be really nice. So I would get them in multiple different territories either way. But yeah, as far as like selling it, I'm pretty sure you can get rid of it from what I remember. Intelligence, okay. On focus, spear. Oh wow, and it's got chain void on it. Huh. You know, for anybody who wanted to try like a paladin, what's it called? Oh, I wonder, that'd be kind of cool actually. You do like a paladin tank thing in PvP, and then you take a spear instead of a warhammer. You might not get as much, I don't know, you might not get as much out of it, but this would be a pretty cool weapon to do that with. That is nice. I'll keep that. To sell it. We're gonna sell it. Okay. Double 300 attribute points. So by the time you get all gear pieces that give you 30 attribute points per piece, by the time you get all that done, you're probably gonna be around 500, 600. Yeah, I don't think we'll be able to do that now because it's probably going to only give you about 30 points per piece. So you might get maybe you'll get a little bit over 500, but full on 600 though. I don't know if you'll be able to get that. I don't think so. And can you tank as a great axe musket? Like in PvE especially, no, but in terms of PvP, you're not really going to be a tank at that point. You're probably going to be more of a bruiser type running around as somebody who's able to CC people and stuff like that. Not a full-on tank though, no. And in PvP, yeah, you'll be a pretty good tank in PvP with the paladin build. Okay, I think we're almost good to go. Build like yours with int and ice gauntlet. Yeah, it'd be like the same thing as doing a battle mage. So you could do like sword and shield and then ice gauntlet, put a gem inside the sword. People have done that already. Yeah, you can totally do that if you want to. It won't be like a, you know, full-on paladin per se, but it'll be more like a battle mage tank. Heavy. This is con int though. Nope. Okay, we're almost there. I'm trying to get below 409. Put these in there too. This, just so I can teleport down south. What did you do with the bow? I still have it. I should still have it. Yeah, I got both bows now. So this is actually a really cool looking bow. Corruption's Bane. So that's 16% extra damage to the corrupted. Plus you got 24 dex on that. And then this other one, I still got this one with the nature gem. The perks are pretty cool. Like you got Lost Bane as well as Mortal Lifesteal. But the stats though is the only thing. Yeah, the gems all have the info. So you can go to your trade skill menu and go to stone cutting, and you'll be able to hover over all the gems to see what they do. And you can also go to the stone cutting bench too and just read through them and see what's happening there. And yeah, for crafting won't really good for armor and like weapons and stuff like that until end game when people start getting the really good stuff. But early on though, you could still you know, make some money through like crafting weapons and stuff like that before the market crashes. And the other professions will always make money most of the time. But yeah, as far as like weapons, armor, and stuff like that goes, when you get to end game, that's when the really good stuff should start coming out and being bought up. Okay, let's get out of here. There we go. We're good. Finally, we had so much loot. Oh my god. All right, let's switch music up. Ooh, but yeah, you can totally do the ice gauntlet. Yeah, Rodrigo, you can do ice gauntlet instead and do like sword and then put a gem inside the sword and then it'll be like a battle mage build is what you'll have there. You can abandon. Okay, so you can abandon the house. Good. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't fully remember if we could or not. I've never done that, but okay, that's good then. Whenever I get a house, it's here to stay. I love getting a house in Morningdale especially, because it's right next to Eden Grove, but Morningdale is just my favorite zone. Okay, I'm gonna dump all that in there. Crap, I need to get rid of some of this other stuff. Okay. And then I'm only gonna sell some of it. The other stuff I wanna probably keep for later, because yeah, like this one, pretty good. This one too, just so I can wear it and take pictures and stuff like that. I'll do that. Is PvP more about better gear or skill? No, PvP for the most part has always been about skill. There is a PvP scaling thing going on right now where low levels are, you know, able to do what the scaling does is it's supposed to bring low levels closer in line with high levels so that they're able to you know, stand a chance. And I'm gonna have to hold on. But it's a pretty big split. It's a pretty big topic right now because some people are noticing with the scaling that it's some people are having a pretty bad time with the scaling right now. So yeah, they're probably gonna look into that based on like everybody's feedback. But yeah, right now it's more based off of skill. And then, well, the only thing is that passives and stuff like that does make a difference. But for the most part, if you're, you know, more skillful than somebody who's like 10 levels higher than you, then you can still beat them. You can definitely still beat them. So one little trick too is if your bank or inventory or anything like that is super full and you can't stockpile anything, you can actually go to the trading post and you can put a buy order up, and you can put it for a pretty long time and sell everything right then and there. And what happens is that, or when you put it on the broker, it gets it out of your bank and your inventory, so that clears up space. But then also when it comes back to your bank, like if the buy order never sells, if you put it for a pretty high price, then it'll go to your bank, but it won't just disappear. So even if your bank goes over its weight, the stuff will still be inside. So what I'll probably do, I'll put it up for like, what's the current sell orders on this? Oh, 0.75. So like if I put this for 1, like somewhere in the middle where people probably won't buy it for a long time, I can just do that. And then I probably should have just put it for 3 days since the beta is ending soon anyway, but either way. So just to get it out of my inventory, get it out of my bank. Okay, let's open these chests. I want to see what we get from these. Ooh, nothing too good though. Okay, purple rapier. Oh, cloth? Why? Damn it. Okay. Oh. That's... No. It's not bad, but I think my current one I have is full-on cleric. So, yeah, okay. This one's not gonna work, and it's bind on pickup too. I'll keep it because it looks kind of cool, actually. Let me see what that looks like. Hold on. Let's wait. And yeah, consumables, you'll make a lot of money off of that too. Potions, people are always buying potions. And bag slots. Oh, I'm always out of money. I need to upgrade multiple different things. Not just my bags, but the jewelry too. Just, oh god, yeah. I have a lot of stuff listed on the broker though, so when that stuff starts selling, I should be able to make a decent amount of money off of that too. And can you wear the medium armor faction gear with the cleric seal instead of heavy for the paladin build? If you're gonna go paladin, I would go with the heavy, because if you do medium, you're not gonna have as much mitigation, so it's not really gonna, especially if you're doing sword and life staff, it's not really gonna do as much for you if you have medium armor on. But if you're doing just PvE, if you really want to do that, you can. It's just not gonna do as much for you as if you had the heavy. And where should you be leveling at level 27? You keep just doing your main story quests. If you're not at the point where your main story is telling you to go to Brightwood after reaching level 30, or wherever it tells you to go after you get level 30, then just keep doing your side missions in the main story. Do faction missions wherever you can. and do town projects too if you can. Let's filter here. Okay. Hold on, my character's wobbling. All right, let's list some of this stuff on the broker. And yeah, 60 is max. Yeah. What did you do to level from 50 to 60? So I started out mostly doing like main story quests and side quests around that level, but also people were doing territory town projects to level because they were really, really fast for leveling. So around 52, I just started doing a bunch of town projects. At that point, I stocked up like thousands of materials one night, and then I just in the morning started going ham, and I was able to burst through like 8 levels in one day yesterday. So I was doing that, but they nerfed it luckily because it was really fast to level with that method. So they nerfed it last night, so people aren't really going to be doing that as much. But yeah, that's what I did from like 52 to 60. And I hope that they bring back mob. I hope that they buff mob farming again, because I'd much rather level by doing that or like corrupted breaches. And we would have been doing more breaches, except there was a bug going on where we were getting lag spikes while doing certain ones, so we ended up stopping on doing those. But yeah, overall, I'd love to level up doing mob farming instead. I'm probably gonna list this one for like maybe 1k. Maybe it'll sell, maybe not. We'll see. Hatchet, yeah, I played with the hatchet. What I usually go with I usually go purely on the melee side, so I go Raging Torrent, Berserk, and Feral Rush. But sometimes people take the throwing, like sometimes people take certain things off the throwing tree, like aim throw. But yeah, I mostly stick on the melee side. Oh, if they're selling that for 1.5, I know I could sell this for oh wait, this is not Dex. Okay, yeah, we'll list it for a little bit less. 1.2. That doesn't have Dex on it. It just has strength and con. And then this is the cleric one, so maybe I'll do this one for 900. And I'm wasting money by listing it for 14 days. I should list it only for about 3 days, since that's when the beta ends anyway. So let's just do that, because if you list it for higher days, you get a more expensive listing fee. So I'm wasting money by doing that. So on in, okay, about 1.1. In the Ice Gauntlet sword build, tank endgame stuff. Oh yeah, like as long as you have a healer, yeah, then you should be fine. And for like Garden of Genesis, the Ice Gauntlet can be pretty useful to have for the last boss, because if you can't get behind a boulder in time, you should be able to block her shockwave with that. So yeah, you can do it for that. Now this one, 1500. Oh, it defaulted me to 40 or 14 days again. This one, maybe 900 for this one too. Oh, okay. Oh, that's a chain one. Chain nature too. That's pretty good. With the wars being 50v50 and there being a huge waiting list, do you see potential for expanding? Yeah, they've always gotten feedback on that. The fact that, you know, there's only 50v50 wars going on, and even if you have like 4 wars a day, we've had listings, we've had a sign up sometimes where there'd be 250 people signed up and not everybody would get in. So even with like 4 or 5 wars a day, maybe everybody wouldn't have a chance to participate. So yeah, I think in the future, I hope at least they give us bigger and also better ways of engaging in PvP. Maybe like you know, a 75v75 like a three-way battle between all the factions. Or maybe like if they did, I don't see, because this is where it kind of gets a little bit controversial, because I know some people don't want this, but I know people have suggested in the past where if they made a zone that was PvP flagged, people might really like that in the future. But a lot of people, or not a lot, but some people from what I've seen don't want to see that. And then also I have talked about in the past, if they implement dynamic events in the future, like a world boss that flags you, so everybody can also fight each other at the same time while doing it, that might be pretty cool. But we'll see what happens there. But yeah, I think they'll probably expand on that either way later on, or give us something bigger. And no, we haven't had any legendaries yet. And for the legendary, ooh, hold on, this is one of the good ones. I don't know if I'll sell this. Let me look at mine in comparison to that again. That was okay. I'm gonna keep that for now. Fishing, yeah, fishing's pretty cool. Yeah, fishing can be worth it. It might be, you know, slow to level up and whatnot, but it can be pretty fun. For territory standing, I normally go for the experience gain early on, the territory standing bonus, the faction token one, and then after that I normally go for like either storage or, you know, one of the other ones. If you're going crafting, if you're a crafter, you can probably go for like the storage and crafting tax and other ones sooner. But yeah, I tend to go for like the XP, territory standing, and faction token ones first. Okay, I can, this one I can sell. Rapier hammer tank. No, that, see, yeah, and rapier, the fact that you're able to even put a carnelian gem in that and have her riposte generate threat is just so crazy to me. I would not I would not recommend doing it unless you want to be a mad lad, because oh no. Oh no. And if you miss that, riposte and you don't taunt them with that, oh man. But no, it's not really a viable, like even in PvP. I wouldn't. But if you want to do it for fun, you can. I wouldn't. But if you put a carnelian gem in the Warhammer, at least Shockwave will also give you an AoE taunt. But yeah, the fact that they even did that with Rapier is so funny. Is this one better than this one? Okay, so I'll put that one for like 600. What are you basing your prices on? I'm basing them on the attributes that they give. Like if it's an attribute that synergizes with the weapon, I'll put it for more, but also the perks if it's a useful perk, like if they got the chain void, chain lightning, chain stuff like that going on. If they also have a gem slot, you can put it for a little bit more off based off that. And then the last thing would be the gear score and what grade the weapon is. So like with this one, since we have con int, so we have the int portion there. We also have a gem slot and chain fire at the same time. I might be able to get away with listing this for a little bit more, but because it's only blue, even though it's blue, it's actually at least better than this one, because yeah, keen speed, that's nice, but yeah, no. So I'd probably put this one about maybe 1.1 actually, but I don't know if it'll sell, but I'll try it and see what happens. Most people aren't really buying anything from the broker right now too, because everything's wiping soon, so there's not really any point of buying stuff or spending all your gold, because it's all gonna get wiped. But either way, just to make a little bit more money before everything goes down would be nice, so that way I can buy other stuff and test out a couple other things. So I do want to get a house. I'm still broke. I don't have a house yet on this character because I've been spending so much money. So we'll see if I can get that going. I do have a lot of furniture saved up too. I'll put that in there. Okay. So we're going to run some faction missions before the war, because that's going to be happening in about 3 hours too. The ritual quest? Good question. I don't know if that one is bugged. I feel like that one, if you're bugged, one thing that might help is if you reset the quest, if it lets you. You reset it and then just go do the objective again, and then that might help you a bit. Do you feel faction gear is too OP? Well, it does make it a thing where, like, when you get to endgame, you can still get the 550 faction gear score for a pretty quick boost. Got a reflag. So yeah, like when you first get to endgame, it's a nice initial boost for sure. But in the end, like in the end, the best gear or some of the best gear is probably going to come from crafting. So early on, like when you first get to end game, it, you know, it might be a little powerful, but also the gear from drops will kind of for a little while offset what you could get from crafting too. So I think, yeah, it's a thing where they could probably lower the gear score on that to like 525 for the faction gear, like all of it, because I think some of those pieces are 550. I'm pretty sure. Let me go check. Yeah, they could lower it to 525, and then it probably wouldn't be as bad, because that way you could at least start getting better stuff with crafting more quickly when you get to tier 5. That way you'll probably make more sales and bring in more money over time. Yeah, like the armor for this one, 550. That's a pretty big jump, because the difference between 500 and 550 might take you like a couple days or like a week or so to start getting 550 stuff. So yeah, they could probably lower that to like 525, or maybe even 500 and keep it there. And why experience when it'll become useless at 60? Oh, we're not doing it for the XP. We're doing it for the faction tokens and to get our rep up, because we want to do the last promotion quest. So that way we're able to buy the just like what we were talking about, the 550 gear. So we're gonna go ahead and do the
I salute you, fellow Marauder.
just the PvP ones mostly. Okay, let's go.
And in the end,
Okay, this way. My skill points, yeah, I can show those. So for my sword, I have the majority of the skills on the defender side. And then for the passives, right now, this is a setup for like tanking and PvE. But yeah, I have this. And I also have, for the life staff, Orb of Protection, Sacred Ground, and Beacon for the spells. And I do have a more in-depth guide that I made on the Paladin build, and I have a link to it in the description. But that'll go into multiple different things like the stats and stuff that I'm going to be going for. All kinds of stuff it'll talk about there. And yeah, if you're going to go Fire Staff Rapier, yeah, go in. And yeah, it's a pretty solid combo that you can use. You can also do Ice Gauntlet Rapier if you want to. And that might be a more popular one that you'll find right now. But yeah, it's a pretty fun build. Do you think a build like yours with Int and Ice Gauntlet, like a Battle Mage, could tank expeditions? So yeah, if you go Int Con, then it wouldn't be that much. You would need a healer, of course. You would have to rely more on the healer than anything. But it wouldn't be that far off from like a regular tank. So if you did Con and then Int as like your secondary, and then put a gem in the sword and had Ice Gauntlet too, then yeah, you could totally do that. And then have, you know, sometimes there'll be times where you'll be able to get the Ice Gauntlet out and use Entomb for the Ice Shield. And like the last boss of Garden of Genesis, that would be pretty useful on. So yeah, you could totally do that. You just won't be able to sustain yourself as much, but you could try it and see how it goes. The best items for 40 to 50. You'll probably find pretty good gear in the depths. The depths expedition, that's around level 45. And if you get purples, that's going to be really good stuff to get. Those are probably going to be some of the best things you'll get from around that level. And then when you get to like around level 50, then I know I still even use some pieces from when I got them at like level 40-ish. Like this one was 43 and I'm still using it. So yeah, that might, you know, still be pretty good stuff. And then when you get to like Dynasty, the Dynasty Shipyard Expedition, then that'll probably last you from like 50 to 60, and just regular drops too. But yeah, I would do the depths if you're looking for gear around 40. When you get to like 42, 43, you should be able to do the depths without too much trouble, and you'll be able to get some decent gear from that too. An in-game review. Yeah, I'm gonna do something like that. Actually, tomorrow I'm gonna start working on the video related to that. But yeah, I'm gonna do something like that. And Yeah, for server maintenances, it depends. If you check the forums, they might have some notes posted for that, but normally they're like an hour to 2 hours actually for the maintenances right now. No, I'm not afraid of burnout. If I no, yeah, no, like I have over 3,000 hours now, and I've been through what I would consider the trial by fire, where like some of the worst times to level in some of the iterations were like when those were going down and we were still able to level to 60. So this isn't really like, no, I'm totally past that point. I think now, especially now that launch is finally coming, I'm more ready than anything that we won't have to worry about any more wipes, because at this point probably level to 60 about 7 to 8 times plus between all the iterations, like at least 7 to 8 times. So no, I'm not worried about burnout at all. Sometimes I'll have to take breaks and just play another game for like 1 to 2 days. I might pick up sometimes during the week I still do that. I'll play some Bannerlord, maybe some Total War. Now I've been playing a little bit of Sea of Thieves now and then, but for the most part now I love the game, and as long as they continue to add combat changes and they continue to add content, add new weapons, stuff like that, I don't think I'll have a problem. There might be times where, like, when we get to 60 initially at launch and we get maxed out on gear score and everything like that, where I'll probably have to play like one other game throughout the day. But no, for the most part, I think I'll be okay. What build did you have while leveling? Oh, this entire build is the one that I've been using the whole way through, the Paladin. Ah, stupid wolves. Get away. Okay. Oh, gotta deliver the asset. Whoops. Level 39. Yeah, right now, just doing main story quests, side missions, faction missions, and town projects all at the same time. That's going to be the best way. They did just nerf the town projects a little bit more, so they're not going to be as effective as they were a few days ago. But you can still do all that together and level up pretty well. And how would you find gems? Well, right now you're actually getting them from expeditions, so you can get them from that too. Like Amarine, we got a really good chunk of them the first day we started doing them, and the other expeditions should give you gems too now. And we're on the El Dorado server. My personal favorite starting zone is anything but First Light right now. Like I like probably Everfall is a really good one for me, but First Light, it always puts me at First Light, but that's like my least. Or Monarch's Bluff is actually really, I like Monarch's Bluff too, but it's kind of weird for some of its faction mission placement, so I'd probably say either Everfall or Windsward. I think I'm leaning more on the Windsward side actually. But yeah, anything but First Light really. It always starts me there. Fire Staff, Life Staff combo, putting an elemental gem into your Life Staff. Yeah, you can do that if you wanted to, like with the Fire Staff, Life Staff, but the gem is not going to increase your healing output, or it shouldn't from what we've seen. But you could do that in theory though. You can also do like Life Staff, Fire Staff, and then do a little bit of con, and then do mostly like int focus. If you're doing PvP, it might be a little bit difficult if you get hit a lot, because you're probably going to be on light armor since you get that damage bonus for the Fire Staff. But for the PvE side of it, yeah, that should be fine. And a good spot for getting food stuff. So yeah, like I think somebody else said, there's farms all over the map, and they added a lot more produce spawns and stuff like that to find them more easily. But you also need to look for provision chests, because anything that you can't gather, like a node, you're going to find it in a provision chest more than likely. So yeah, I would just go around Windsward, for instance, and look through all of those different farms and see what you can find. you'll probably find a lot of different mats over there. Turn this up a bit. Okay, there we go. Go this way. And yeah, Warhammer Paladin, you can do that in PvP if you want to. PvE, it might be really difficult because the bosses are going to break through your block really easily. But for PvP, yeah, you could totally try that. And two-handed DPS builds or one-handed. Oh, okay, so like right now, for instance, a really good DPS combo is Hatchet Great Axe. So that's a combo between one-handed and two-handed. So right now, one-handers are really good as like a main DPS thing because, well, technically because Spear is a two-hander, so yeah, that part is a little hard to explain. But yeah, like Rapier, Hatchet, they're doing really good right now on the DPS side, but it's not really a thing where like one is, you know, outdoing the other. It's like combinations are doing much better than other ones. So like Hatchet Great Axe, if you want to try that, then you'll probably have a good time. And then Rapier Musket, if you want to go Rapier Spear, you can do that too. But yeah, Rapier and Hatchet are probably doing more DPS on the one-handed side than the two-handers are by themselves, kind of thing. If that's what you're asking. But yeah, there's no be-all end-all like weapon or weapon combination. There's just different weapons are better for different situations, and different combinations are, you know, better for different situations too. So it all just comes down to that. But if you like something like a particular combo or a particular type of fighter, like a dex fighter, then you have multiple good combinations there. And you can make a slotted weapon. Yeah, you can craft those. You have a chance to get a gem slot every time you craft something, but if you dump Azoth into the crafting recipe, it gives it a bigger chance to have a gem slot. And let me see. The war start. Okay, war only starts in about 2 hours, so we're not doing too bad on time. Oh wait, that's invasion actually for Everfall. The war is gonna start. Okay, about 3 hours. Hold on. I'm gonna sign up for that invasion just to get the free loots. And our taunt gems rare. Early on they can be because you might not see too many going up on the broker, but you'll get them from, yeah, like you'll get them from the expeditions and mining too, so you might just have to wait for other people to start getting them. But they can be pretty rare early on though. Yeah, it seems, yeah, Hammer so far. You run faster with your weapons off. You know, in terms of the run speed, for the most part, everybody should be at a similar speed kind of thing, but there are bugs going on right now where if you go into a war, then sometimes you're just going to be running at lightning speed when you get out of it, which is kind of weird, but it does happen sometimes. It hasn't happened to me in a couple days, but yeah, sometimes that will happen. Let me check what the actual XP on these are, because I know somebody said it was about 1K earlier for the iron set. Yeah. Okay, so the rugged, I remember the rugged leather one was like 4,000 XP that it gave you. So, okay, I see that. It brought it down by about half on that one. Timber. Okay. Faction gear for release. Yeah, they probably will. They'll probably... I think somebody was even saying that they're gonna... On the forums, they even said that they're gonna rework the faction system for the gear. So yeah, they probably will. And any good combos for spear and PvE? Yeah, there's bow spear, but PvE, I'd probably take rapier spear, because that might give you more damage output overall. So yeah, you can try that and see how you like it. But bow spear is really good for PvP especially. Oh yeah, let's turn this stuff in. Okay. You still have missions to hunt turkey? Yeah, So for the faction mission system, I'm much rather, I prefer the old mission system that they had. It was really cool because you knew exactly which point of interest you were going to. You could overlap them and do like one location might have 2 PvP based ones and 1 PvE based one. So yeah, it was like that back then, and the rewards were really good compared to now. So I'm kind of hoping that they
You, fellow Marauder. We will never
tweak
give
that
up
a
the
little bit
fight.
more, bring those
And in the
back.
end,
But yeah,
we will
we'll
emerge
still get missions like
victorious.
this. They're kind of, the objectives are kind of scattered now. It's not as seamless as it was before. But at least the infiltrate ones and the asset ones are consistent. That part is nice for Everfall at least. But like for Morningdale, for instance, I really miss the old ones like a lot. I think if I look on my map on Morningdale, like it kind of does. Like this is a side quest, this is a main story, so it kind of does overlap right now. But I think the main thing is I miss the rewards of the old one. And being able to see which point of interest you were going to go to, no matter what. Yeah, and Spear Rapier, that's got a lot of mobility, and you got the DPS out of the Rapier on top of that, so yeah, that could be a pretty good one for PvE. And yeah, for my attributes, I got about 208 con and 112 focus right now. But I also have a video that I made about the build. I got a link in the description below, and it's a more in-depth description of what to expect from the Paladin build and like how to spec for it kind of thing. And you can level all the crafting. You're not limited to just one. You can level everything. And yeah, if they do changes on release, they'll probably have patch notes. It's probably going to be a bug fixing one mainly, but yeah, I'm expecting a I'm assuming they're probably going to do a patch around that time too. And no, for the schematics, they're mostly, from what we've seen, random. Now, there are luck-based trophies that you can put in your house that people normally use like for farming gear, because when you put a luck-based trophy in your house, it means that when you pick up something in a chest or get a mob drop, you have a higher chance of it being rare. So that might also work for schematics, but for the most part, they've been pretty random. Go there. Okay. 590 and leave 600 gear score for crafting. So I, compared to before, you know, they made crafting more useful at the end game part, but I don't know, because I know that if they do like world bosses and stuff, like if they intend on doing like raids and stuff like that in the future and world bosses, that should, I feel like that should give you really decent gear, but then also you want to make sure that crafting is still useful. So they could probably keep it where, you know, when you get to the crafting portion, that's where you get those really specialized pieces, and then they could probably bring other ones down, like bring, let's say the max gear you can get from mob drops is like 550 or 575, or field bosses can drop 575, but mob farming 550, and then have crafting, yeah, be a little bit above that. But if they do like world bosses and raids and stuff, then I feel like that should probably be close, a little bit close to where we are with crafting too. Like if, what's it called? If you open a chest at an in-game point of interest, then that, you know, that should give you gear that is suitable for that kind of content. Like, you know, it should be up there at the very least. Does your one gem affect the skill's damage when I'm using it? Oh. Oh, no. Oh, no, that will only affect the weapon that you're using when you have it out. Like if you have a sword with the malachite in it, then that effect will only go into play when you have the sword out. So no, I see what you're saying. No, not for the second one, but only the first. But if you put a Malachite in both and then you like stun them or slow them with the Ice Gauntlet kind of thing and switch to the other one that also has a Malachite, then you should be able to capitalize on that. Got him. And to get the gem slot, when it drops or when you craft it, there's a chance that it'll have a gem slot just all on its own. So you just have to keep getting weapons and trying to craft them, and then eventually you'll get one with a gem slot, especially at endgame. And yeah, this build can be used for PvP. It's more of a, so when it comes to PvP, it's more of a, in territory wars, for instance, like a point holder. So your job is to get on the capture point and just stay alive as long as you possibly can. So it's very effective at doing that. So yeah, absolutely. Because that's mostly everybody's job as a tank when it comes to the wars anyway. Unless you're somebody who uses a Warhammer and a Great Axe too, and trying to get into their backline and crowd control them, or if you're just using a sword and a Warhammer, then periodically throughout the fight, you're probably going to try to CC people too while you're tanking. But yeah, for the most part in wars, that's what tanks do, is we just sit on the capture point and try to get our other people to get into their backline, or try to get our other people to kill more of their people than ours. And hopefully you'll win the fight by just doing that. And then also you as a tank, you're going to be responsible for also pushing their backline or pushing their front line back. So you'll be pushing against them just like other people will, but you'll also be sitting on the capture point when other people can't. Oh, Malachite? Yeah, no, I'm terrible with pronunciation, so there was no way I was going to get that. But okay, I gotcha. And then in terms of leveling up, yeah, right now, main story quests, side missions, and town projects and faction missions, doing that all at once is going to be the way to go. So yeah, you're going to want to do that. And then, because they just nerfed the town projects like last night, so it's not going to give as much XP as it was giving. So yeah, I would just do that, and then eventually you'll get up to max level. And hopefully you'll get up there before the beta ends, but if not, it's okay, because it's all going to get wiped anyway. And we only got one more wipe, and that's it. And yeah, I'm hoping that when they bring back the mace, because the one-handed mace was a thing in the first alpha, it would be so nice if that one was one that you could also use with the shield too. And musket ice gauntlet, yeah, I mean, I love using that. That was one that I tested out when they were doing the expedition event a while back. It was really fun to use. Yeah, you could totally use that. You'll have a lot of fun with it. And you can jump, yeah. You just, for me, it's because I think they changed the keybinds on it, right? But I changed it back. So for me, dodging is spacebar still. And then for jumping, you can just jump in place, which was something that they added when the beta started, actually. Or you can just sprint and jump. Do that too. Yeah, you can jump.
I salute you, fellow Marauder. We will never give up the fight. And in the end, we will emerge.
And does it feel rewarding in PvP? So you're not going to be doing like a lot of damage and killing a lot of people, but what your plan is as a tank in PvP, and what with this build too, is your job is going to be to support everybody else. Like, make sure your teammates don't die, keep the enemy focused on you, and hold that capture point until it's fully captured. So yeah, it can feel really rewarding because you're going to be able to get into the front lines and not care too much about taking a lot of damage. You're going to be able to get on those capture points and sit on there and just stay alive as long as you possibly can, and more effectively than other tanks could, because you'll have a constant stream of sustain alongside all the other sacred grounds that healers are putting on the capture point too. You'll also have things like orb of protection that you can put on yourself. And if a lot of those healers don't have beacon, then your beacon is going to count for the healing too. So that'll be nice. But yeah, it does feel satisfying. Absolutely. No. Just the wipe from the beta. That's it. So at launch, there's no more wipes. So August 31st, that's when release happens. And no more wipes after that. But this beta that's going to end in a couple of days, this one will wipe. If you want to be able to roll dodge, what is preferred? All light armor and a shield. So yeah, if you're using sword and shield and you want to dodge, then yeah, like you can do all light armor and a shield, and then also you could, as long as you stay within the light threshold, you could get a couple medium pieces on if you want to. But yeah, you can totally do that as long as you're within that light threshold. And I'm running a 2070 Super on my GPU. And you like the game more with stagger or without? I've always preferred the Alpha 2 and preview combat. I can still enjoy this combat. I mean, you know, I've gotten so used to it now that I'm okay with either or, but I probably enjoyed the previous one more. But I think that they'll probably look at the combat because they're getting a lot of feedback on that. Now that the stagger's not a thing anymore, and I think they're gonna look at the combat and hopefully find a way to maybe meet in the middle on that, so that everybody's, for the most part, everybody's happy with the combat system. Ooh, turkeys, two in one go, nice. But yeah, as far as like which one I like more, I probably like the previous one more. What's the job of the spear and rapier in war? Oh, so your job is going to be getting in the back line, killing their healers, killing their mages and stuff like that, DPSing as much as you can. On the front line too, like when you have to get on point, then yeah, at that point your job is just to DPS while not dying. Like you're going to want to try to dodge that initial front line and not get right up in it, because you'll probably take a lot of hits and end up dead. But yeah, for the most part, you'll be like a flanker in wars as like a rapier spear kind of thing. And then also sometimes people set up squads. Like when you get into wars, your army commander might tell you that you're in group 4, for instance, and they might put group 4 on B point, or they might say like groups 3 and 4 are flex groups, where if 1 point really needs help, like if you're attacking or defending really, you might be in a group that rotates a lot. Golden, wait, gobble gobble. Oh my god, that's funny. Is there a title with that? Yes. Turkey Terminator. That sounds so, oh, that's so cool. I might actually wear that. Turkey Terminator. What the hell? I love that. That's funny. Quickest way to get weapon mastery. So weapon mastery, you can just get that by doing your, you know, your regular quest lines, or you can go to different elite points of interest like Dead Man's Cove over here in Monarch's Bluff. You can go over there and level up pretty quick off your weapon stuff. Also, you can go to places like Amarine Temple. I like to farm on the Ancient Guardians because they're pretty easy to kill. So you can go there, or Shattered Obelisk. There's even a boar farm over in Restless Shores that you can go to. That's pretty decent for the weapon XP. Turkey Terminator. What's up, Pico? What tweaks to the combat system would you like to see? Well, I'd like them to find a way to maybe reintroduce, at least on the PvE side, because what can happen when you're PvEing, and like let's say you're using a rapier and a spear, you're going to be taking a lot of damage from a mob because your attacks don't stagger them, and you got to dish out DPS, but you can't also constantly be concerned about dodging and stuff. So I don't know. I think maybe if they were able to incorporate the stagger back on heavy attacks, at least, that might help us a little bit. And also, I think it's mostly just that, honestly. I think for the most part, there's still a lot of good changes that they made to the combat system. But when it comes to the stagger, that's like one of the main parts that's really got the community split right now on, you know, the good and bad parts of it. So I think that's like the only thing they really need to look at. How can they maybe bring back a little bit of that old version without, you know, it getting out of hand for everybody kind of thing. So what stagger combat is that when I do a basic attack on this wolf, there's a little bit of a reaction there, right? Like on the wolf side, but it's not really something where if I attack him, if he still wants to attack me, it's not going to stop him in his tracks, right? So beforehand, like back in, and this is more noticeable on regular mobs too, but beforehand what happened was that when you did basic attacks or heavy attacks, especially on mobs or players, you would have a noticeable reaction. Like it would, you know, just like it sounds, it would stagger them. So that's not a thing anymore. And what happened on the PvE side is it made it a little bit more difficult to deal with mobs sometimes. Like for me, for a paladin, I don't have to care. Like I can just heal through all the damage. But for somebody that isn't, it might be pretty hard to deal with and might get a little annoying at times when you're trying to attack a mob and they can just keep wailing on you while you're trying to fight them at the same time, kind of thing. So that's part of what's got the community split at the moment between the preview combat, which was the thing where we could stagger people, and now where we can't. And this is also a thing for PvP as well. Like for instance, people are talking about how it's very hard to catch people, and even when you do hit them once or twice, they can continually kite away from you. Well, that's in that situation, like the stagger might really help with keeping them locked down. But also back during the preview, there was an issue where, like Hatchet, for instance, some people were PvPing and they were getting really locked down by the Hatchet because they weren't used to the dodging mechanics and everything like that. It wasn't impossible to escape a Hatchet, but it was so fast with its basic attacks that some people were just not. And they also didn't have certain things like the light attack chains. So instead of, like for my sword, instead of this basic attack being a combo where it's like 1, 2, 3, it was basically like this: 1, 2, without that last hit. It was like just 1, 2, 1, 2. There was no delay between that, and it was the same thing for the Hatchet. So it didn't have the 4 combo. It was just like 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, and it had the stagger, so people were getting really locked down from that. And that was that was part of the problem and part of the reason why they changed the combat system like they did. So some of the changes were, you know, pretty good in terms of the attack chain. Like this looks pretty cool. The fact that we can do the spin attack, I like that. But the stagger portion is kind of what has people debating between this version and the previous version. And yeah, you can read the patch notes on the forums. Yeah, you can read on forums.newworld.com. And can you toggle the icons on your compass? No, you can't, unless you mean the tracking, because yeah, that you can't. But for these other icons, these ones are just for like the faction missions and stuff like that. I forgot to deliver the asset. Oh yeah, I got this. Oh, makes sense. I'm always getting distracted. Provision chest. Okay. Yeah. So what they did for the town projects is they brought down the XP across the board on most of them. So I just looked a couple minutes ago, and some of them are like at half of what their original XP gain was. So yeah, they nerfed the XP gain on some of them from what I saw. Some of them look about the same, and yeah, there is auto run. It should be equal sign by default for the auto run, but I use numlock for mine. But yeah, they did nerf the XP on those, on some of them. And no, I'm wearing a heavy armor. And yeah, if they did add a mace, because we did actually have a one-handed mace in the original alpha. I hope that it's something where we can use a sword and shield with it, or use a shield with it too. It'd be really cool. Hold right over here. If you spec as a paladin, will you be able to craft high-level gear? No, with any build, you can totally still craft gear. Yeah, even as a paladin, you can absolutely do that. And there will also be gear in dungeon in the expeditions too. But yeah, that won't limit your crafting in any way by being a paladin. You'll be okay there. And yeah, so I thought, because I remember in the beta patch notes that the 45 to 60 quest line was supposed to be added, I thought, in the beta ones. Let me go double check that too, because I'm pretty sure that's what we saw. But yeah, after the depths it ends. So yeah, that's all we got for right now. But yeah, I could have sworn that they said that they added that. Let me just double check that again to be safe though. So number of main quest lines have been added to the game. Is that what we were reading maybe? Because I thought they specifically said that they added the 45 to 60 quest line. Maybe this is what we read. Main story quest line. Yeah, main storyline quests. So yeah, but that for the most part, yeah, that's all for now for the 45 part. But I know they should add something else at some point, or like later on down the line, because I know, yeah, that's probably one of the things they're saving Thorpe for, because right now you can't actually fight Captain Thorpe in Mirkgard. So that could be where the 45 to 60 main story quest comes from, like when we do the Jonas the Hermit quest line. Maybe that's where they're gonna go with that. But yeah, for right now, I guess the depths is all we're gonna have for the time being. And yeah, we're a paladin, that's correct. Paladin build. Wouldn't rangers benefit from staggers massively? Well, yeah, because when you used to get headshots, it would stagger your enemy, and I think they took that out. I'm pretty any bow users or musket users can tell me if you get a headshot right now, does it still stagger people? But it used to be like that though. Yeah. So yeah, rangers did benefit from that too. Yeah, they did. But for melee, like right now with the gap closures that we have, it would benefit us too. So it would, if we had that. But like when it comes to like gap closing, it benefit them. It wouldn't benefit everybody in all situations, but I don't know. I'm sure they're gonna look at that again and see, based off of everybody's feedback, what to do. Because one thing I talked about before the game came out, in the Outpost Rush 101 video I made, is that I wasn't sure how people were going to take the new combat system, because especially if you're not used to it, it might be a little hard coming from the preview to get in the swing of things, especially if you enjoyed the stagger combat, or even if you didn't, even if you didn't like the stagger in the preview. I was thinking that when the game came out, I was worried that, or when it came into beta, I was worried that people might not mesh with the current combat system, but it's still fun though. Like I can still enjoy the crap out of this combat system, but I'm interested to see what they'll do. And will you be running a guild as... oh, no, animal tracking. No, when it comes to the tracking, that's just like automatic. I don't think we can turn that off yet. But no, I'm not going to be running a guild. But I will be playing with like the Marauder faction. And there's going to be discords and stuff like that you can join for wars and stuff like that too. And a good leveling build, you can probably go, if you want to have a good time leveling, or you know, have an easier time, you could probably go with like, you know, hatchet or great axe, or even sword and shield and something else. But there's not really a, you know, full-on bad option for leveling. I think the only weapon that's going to have a tough time leveling for the most part would be life staff. But you can also combine another weapon with that and then be just fine, because as long as you hit them with the life staff or whatever weapon at some point during the fight, you'll get experience for both weapons that you use. And the passive weapon skills, no, they're not shared between weapons. Nuh-uh, they're not. And coup de grace. So yeah, most people tend to take sweep for the spear, but for coup de grace, that can be a pretty, you know, decent extra DPS boost. But you might not need it. But from what I've seen, most people tend to take coup de grace as well for the spear when they take sweep. But it's up to you. If your main thing is you need that extra CC from the sweep, then that's the main thing, because that's going to be the bread and butter for the most part for that skill.
You, fellow Marauder.
So you might not need to worry about coup de grace if you don't want to take it, or you feel like it's taking too long to wind up. Because sometimes I know beforehand, and even now, like for the charge skill on the great axe, if you get that last upgrade, unpredictable strike, like during the charge, you can press right mouse button to execute a swing attack. I've never taken that because when I use charge, I want to get as close to my enemy as possible, and I'm okay with just getting, you know, the initial hit from that charge when I get up on them, so I don't really need unpredictable strike. So it can be the same thing for coup de grace, where it can benefit you more not having it if you feel like it's taking too long. But definitely for the great axe, I don't even take the unpredictable one. Or like for the rapier, the flesh skill has one like that where you can cancel it early by doing a left mouse click. Yeah, but I never really take that either. And we're on El Dorado server on NA West. Pretty sure everyone's going to be paladin at launch. No, once they see the damage, they're not going to, because the damage is the trade-off. Because like tanking wise, if you're somebody who enjoys tanking, it can be a really good build. But if you're looking for like what build is going to be overpowered in terms of damage, this is not going to be it, because we're not going to be, you know, killing people left and right as a tank kind of thing. Our gap closing is very limited, as well as we're very susceptible to CC. So like you put down an ice shower and we get caught in it, then it's going to take us a little bit of time to get out of that. And we don't have like bloodlust from the great axe, where we're able to get a 30% movement speed buff and catch up with people really quickly. So that's where our weaknesses are. And then also in wars, like our main goal is to sit there on the capture point and support our teammates. So it's not really going to be like it's not going to be overpowered in that way. Like in terms of not dying, it'll be really good though. But I think once people see the damage, they'll probably switch back for the most part. But if there ended up being more tanks and healers, then that could actually be a beneficial thing too. Because I know somebody said that in one of the comments that on our server we have a lot of healers too, or something like that. That's gonna be a good thing if we have a lot of healers and tanks, because when we get to endgame and we do those expeditions and stuff like that, having an abundance of those two important roles, I'll take that. But they're not gonna, like, you know, be killing people left and right kind of thing. Now if you go yeah, life staff and what was it, great axe, I've heard people doing that. And I know life staff warhammer, like for the CC and PvP, if you got ones like that going, that's a different story. But I wouldn't say like the life staff great axe is like a full-on paladin kind of thing. I would say that's something different. That's something different. Do you think this one is still strong when it comes to PvP? Not on, yeah, like we just said, not on the damage side, but in terms of like survivability, it'll have a lot of survivability in PvP. But yeah, Great Axe is killing it in PvP right now with the bloodlust and everything else they got there. That part sounds pretty. I've seen some clips of it too. It looks pretty interesting. And what do you select when leveling territory standing? I usually go for the XP one when I'm leveling early on, as well as the territory standing bonus, and you can get faction token 1 too. Past that though, you can probably, if you're gonna go crafting, you could probably get the storage ones and like the crafting fee reduction and stuff like that too if you want to. But yeah, I usually go with like XP, territory standing, and faction tokens. Do you run faster with your weapons off? No, you shouldn't. Like, if I take them off right now, then I'm probably going to be running at the same speed as if I had them on. No, yeah, it'll be same speed. And, oh, let's go this way for the asset. Turkey. And yeah, so exactly, Wishka. So that's why even as a life staff, it might be tough, but you can combo that with another weapon, because yeah, the preferred thing to do would be to level with whatever you're planning to main, because when you get to end game and you're doing PvP and stuff like that, having, you know, the skills and passives and everything like that is going to be really beneficial to you, because that's going to be part of what makes your character powerful. And if you don't have that leveled up by then you're going to have to go back and do that, because some builds and some, you know, weapons, they don't really get that powerful until you get the majority of your skill points and passives in them. solid PvP DPS build. Yeah, you can do like Hatchet Great Axe right now. Great Axe Warhammer is really good in PvP for the CC right now as well. And you can also do what was the other one? Like Rapier Spear. Dex fighters have really good options just all around for theirs. They've got a lot of really good combinations. But yeah, for the Amber Gem thing, I know people are starting to use that a lot more now, and it's sounded pretty crazy, some of the builds that people are coming up with. If they did nerf that, yeah, that probably wouldn't affect like this build too much, because the Amber Gem is more like a secondary thing. The main thing that we want is we want the capability of healing as well as the damage mitigation portion. So that's the more important thing for us as opposed to like the damage. Yeah, but the Great Axe though, from what I've been hearing, they might bring the hammer down on that. They might bring the hammer down on this one too. But if they do nerf Paladin, they're probably going to be nerfing healers in the process, because it's not really that much different from a regular healer's build. But if they did increase like if they gave us like a healing output buff when you're in the light armor threshold, that might make it to where pure healers will go light armor more. And like maybe a reduced reduced healing bonus for a heavy armor too. And do you think they'll extend beta? Probably not, because we haven't really had like any, even though the first couple days we had a couple, you know, hours or so where some of the servers were down. It wasn't like a full 2+ days of the servers being down, so I think they'll probably just go to August 2nd and end it. If it was going to be extended, I feel like they probably would have announced it by now. And why you always skin turkeys? Oh, because, well, for the quest I don't need to for the faction mission, but I might as well just to get those extra bit of resources. I feel wrong when I'm leaving them out and about just dead like that. It doesn't feel right. And no, the territory standing, that should go all the way up to about 300. I think it even shows it in here, right? Oh, no, it doesn't. Okay. But yeah, if you go into the achievements, if you want to see it, and you go down to, let's see, progression, territory standing. Yeah, like, so it even shows in here, but also way back when they first started releasing those dev diaries, the videos, one of the first ones they did, the second one, I think, showed somebody at 300 territory standing. And yeah, that around that point was when I knew that was probably going to be the cap. And yeah, for tanking PvE, you could do a paladin build like this. You can also do sword hatchet if you're going to be bringing a healer with you. Then that hatchet's going to make it to where you can pop berserk like every 15 seconds, and every time you pop it, it's going to give you an AoE taunt. So yeah, you can totally do that too and be just fine if you want to tank with this kind of, with the sword and hatchet build. We're almost there. We're getting there. I got to get this reputation maxed out so then we can do the max level promotion quest. What is more worth to put attribute points in for PvP? I want to do musket. Yeah, so if you're going to do like a dex fighter, then of course your primary would probably be dex, but then after that, con would be really good for you for the health bonus. So yeah, I'd probably go, because most people, they'll probably tell you to put like 2/3 of your points into dex and then 1/3 of them into con. But yeah, if you're going to do PvP, having a little bit of con at least would be really good for you. Just to make sure if you get hit, you're not going to immediately die. And if you're a melee one, that's even more the case, because you're going to be, even if you're flanking, you're going to be in danger of getting hit. Probably more often than like a ranger would, kind of thing. And most popular server on US West, I haven't really watched them too much. I know the first day, like Pangea had a queue of like 2,000. But since then, I think our servers have not really had too many queues. I think El Dorado is probably going to be my first pick though, of which one's the most popular, because before the beta came out, in the polls, like when people were voting for what server they prefer to go to, El Dorado was pretty up there. It was either #1 or like right below it. So yeah, I'd say El Dorado is probably #1, and then maybe following behind it, maybe Pangea, but I have to... Pangea is on low pop right now, though. But yeah, we got no queues at all. We rarely had any queues, except that a couple days ago, during when the weekend first started, or was it last week? We had a queue of about 300 people, but that was about it, though. Sword hatchet build, yeah. Later on, like when release happens, when I'm able to level up other weapons, I'll definitely will be, and I'll showcase like how they work, some tips for what you can do to enhance the builds. But yeah, sword and hatchet, I'll definitely do something like that too in the future. But I want to make sure that I can level up the weapon and, you know, get armor for that specific build and kind of showcase it a bit better that way before I do it. But yeah, absolutely. And for fire staff right now, and it always has kind of been this way, but during territory wars and invasions, you see the true power of the fire staff because of the AoE, and even like outpost rush too. They kind of changed the way that the meteor works when they introduced the beta patch. So it's not gonna, it might not work as well as it used to, but yeah, in terms of like damage and usefulness, territory wars, invasions, and outpost rush, anything with the group involved is going to be pretty good with fire staff. It used to also be a really good AoE mob farmer too. Do you use a dedicated capture card for streaming? No, I don't. Nuh-uh. And the best attacker builds in the game, oh, ones that are really popular that I've seen right now and are pretty good: rapier musket. You can also do hatchet great axe or great axe warhammer for territory wars or group based PvP. Those are really good ones right now for attacking. And there's also other ones with dex fighters too, like bow spear, rapier. No, I said that one already. Like rapier, ice gauntlet, that kind of thing. Turkey! Yes. And did you try Great Cleave PvP quests? No, I haven't tried those too much yet. I would do that for like farming, but I remember I was looking at somebody who was doing those, and the reputation and XP didn't seem that much more than the other ones over here. Like the sabotage quests that I got right here, they're pretty easy to get to from the town. So this is a really good chain to do for me right now to get this leveled up. But I haven't actually gone over to Great Cleave and done those yet either, though. Is fishing a good job? Yeah, you can... Fishing, you can also get treasure chests, like when you fish stuff up. And also, like, legendary fish and all kinds of stuff there, too. So, yeah, you can get some decent gains from doing fishing. And it's pretty relaxing, too. You might want to... If you're looking for, like, money gain, you might want to look at the other professions, too. Because you might have a potential of getting more money through something else besides fishing, but overall, yeah, it's a pretty good profession. Just based off of how relaxing it is. And how many gold you got? Oh, my character's broke right now. Probably got like, yeah, 191. That's all I got right now. I've been spending money on like respecking, and also just listing stuff on the broker has been pretty expensive too. But yeah, right now, whoosh, I got nothing. And you'll be able to respec for free until you get to level 20, like for your attributes. But after that, you're going to start spending gold, and I think they're always going to keep it like that, where, you know, up to a certain point you can respec for free, so you can kind of move around a bit with your build. But then past that, you're going to have to pay. So yeah, I think it'll always be similar to that system there. And what are your thoughts on how quickly you can cap in this game? Well, it's not normally supposed to be like this, but the Territory Town projects that people were doing early on when the beta first started, there was a way to stack them up and get a lot of experience really quickly. So they just nerfed that last night. So for launch, we're probably not going to see people getting up that fast, but yeah, that was pretty much the only reason why people were leveling up this fast this time around, was because of that. Oh, that's where that other page is. I've been looking for this page. Every time I come to Everfall in previous testing phases, I could never find that one. Why do they keep it out here? That's so random. That make... Okay, so this is where that is. This is the first page for the journal that you find next to the overseer inside the what's it called? The townhouse in Everfall, where you get some of the starting quest lines and stuff like that over here. Yeah, that's the first page for that journal. That's interesting. Minimap, good question on that. I don't know if they will. I know that people have talked about that in the past, like getting a minimap potentially. But yeah, I don't know if they'll actually end up doing that. They might. But yeah, that's basically how people were leveling so fast. I was doing a lot of main story quest side missions, faction missions too, but when and also like corrupted breaches, we were doing a lot of that the first couple days, but people kept spiking out, like lag spiking, because there was some kind of bug or glitch going on with them that was making it lag. So people stopped doing that, and we started doing just the town projects, and we were able to level up really fast. Almost there. And story content, yeah, they're always expanding that. Like from the preview to now, they've expanded a lot on the storyline. And yeah, in the future, they're probably going to focus more on that too. Yeah, we'll see more of that. But we don't know where they're going to go with it just yet. Like if they're going to give us, you know, main characters like that are NPCs or anything like that. Not 100% sure there yet. But for the story itself, though, yeah, they should continue expanding on that. And no, yeah, you have to pay to respec gold. You have to pay gold to respec after you get character level 20 for your attributes. But for your weapons, you have free respecs up until weapon level 10, and then you have to pay Azoth. So it should be that same way in release too. And it's kind of always been like that, where you can respec for free up to a certain point, and then you have to pay gold for attributes and Azoth for weapons. Oh yeah, how long do we have until the war? 2 hours? Okay. And best way to level, just spam PvP quests? No, well, doing those in addition to your main story quests and side quests, that's probably going to be the best way. It used to be where you could just, you know, do faction missions and level just fine off of that, but now with the current leveling, you're probably going to need to get some main story quests and side missions in there too. Hey, little turkey. There. Okay. But yeah, I would incorporate all that together, and then that's gonna get you the most XP over time. Because they just nerfed the territory town projects, so you're not really gonna be able to do too much of that anymore. And how do you unlock skins for transmog? The only thing you can really transmog with right now is cosmetic skins from the cash shop, but for doing like regular armor transmog, not really a thing just yet, but you can dye your gear though. That part you can do. And journals are for lore. So like all the journal pages you've been collecting, you can view them in your documents. And this is all based around lore and like the storyline. For finding out more about Eternum. Yeah, looking at the server list though, I wonder, I didn't check the Steam charts, but I know there's like a lot less people on right now. Probably because it's the last couple of days. But yeah, from between yesterday and today, it was a noticeable difference though. I saw early on, early in the morning, I was trying to look for people to get ready to do the end game farming. And yeah, there was like nobody on almost. Steam charts, I'm curious. What level do you think getting a house will be best? Probably as soon as possible, as soon as you can afford it, especially because now they have a discount where if you haven't bought a house before, you might be able to get like the lowest tier one for about 2.5k. So yeah, as soon as you can afford it would be ideal. And how do you know if a player is in your territory? Normally, if you look at the influence bar like this and you see that's going up pretty high pretty quickly, then you can tell that people are doing faction PvP missions. But other than that, you probably just have to search around. But if you do see that, it doesn't give you a notification either. Until the territory's in conflict, you have to actually watch it. So like green, for instance, this has been going up periodically throughout the day. So people are probably over there as marauders doing faction missions. And like Cutlass Keys just went into conflict, so there was Covenant over there doing faction PvP ones. But other than that, you just have to go around and check. You lost to the Syndicate so much now. Oh, what? No, no, we're defending Cov. No, it's a Syndicate attacking Cov, and we're on the defense side for Covenant. I forgot to mention that. That's right. No, but we're gonna have another fight with Syndicate today. So the first war that we defended Windsward, we won, and then when we attacked Everfall, we lost. That was a really fun fight. So we're doing another defense, and we're gonna see what happens there. But I'm really excited about this one too. Is leveling 4 weapons viable? Well, yeah, you can, because you can switch between them whenever you want. Like for a Dex fighter, since you have multiple weapons that scale off of Dex, you can totally do that. But you don't 100% need to do that if you don't want to. It's just more of a luxury thing. But yeah, like when you get to the end game, you know, leveling up multiple weapons, that can be useful, especially if you plan on, you know, rotating between different roles that you play. So yeah, that's completely up to you if you want to do that. What are your thoughts about introducing mounts? So in open world PvP, I think if they did introduce it, then yeah, they would have to, you know, introduce balances like that where you can't mount up if you accept the faction PvP mission, or while you're flagged, it just, you know, it doesn't let you mount, or they're really easy to shoot kind of thing. I think something like that would have to be put in for that. But yeah, we've talked about mounts before where they've even, like, because I've had a conversation with Amazon Games, and one of the top, and I made 2 videos about this too, but one of the topics that we talked about was the mount system, and they talked about what they were thinking about when it came to the mounts, and if they should go between, you know, going for more detailed mount system and spending the time to work on it to really get it in the right place, or if they should just rush it out. And they were leaning more on the side where if they did a mount system in the future, which it seems like they're going to from what they were saying, they'll probably do it in a more detailed way. Yeah, hopefully if they did introduce it, that what they would do is also balance it for PvP in that way, where either you can't mount while you're flagged or have a faction PvP mission, or there's something else there that they give us. Will you try Ice Gauntlet Fire Stat? Oh yeah, I played with that build before, and also Ice Gauntlet like Rapier, for instance. They were really fun to use, so yeah, I'll absolutely do that again in the future. And then, will you make more characters? No, I'm gonna stay with this one character because you don't really need to make multiple characters when you play this game, because you can just, you know, respec your weapons and attributes. It might get pretty pricey, but yeah, you can just do one character. And then what I'll probably do is, like, when I'm leveling up Dex weapons, I'll switch to Dex for my attributes and just level all those weapons all in one. So I'll just, you know, go weapon to weapon, keeping my attributes on Dex, and when I switch to mage stuff, then I'll just level all those weapons. That way I don't have to keep respecking every time I want to do something different, kind of thing. Okay, let's go this way. Do you think Azov should be mineable? I think they should do something to let us, you know, have other ways of getting Azov, and also raise the cap to 2k would be great. Having it be a mineable resource You know, I know there's Azoth. No. There's currently nodes that you can gather from called like Azoth water. And I thought for a second that they gave you Azoth, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, Azoth water is just something separate. But one thing that you can do if you're looking to get Azoth while gathering right now is you can actually get tools that have the perks for having a higher chance of getting Azoth while mining and gathering and stuff like that. So that might help it a little bit. But like having it be an actual node, that might help a lot too. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. What's the best city to set up in? Well, in terms of getting a house, I would get one in Everfall first. And then I put an innkeeper somewhere else. You can also, it can be personal preference, because what you can do, you can buy multiple houses by the time you get level 60. And every house that you buy, that's another teleport that you can use to get back to town. So you can do Everfall if you want to first, and also reap the benefits of that by being able to get the lifestyle buffs by being a resident of that territory. And then also, normally Everfall is considered like the central hub throughout the servers, so having a house there can be really good, and you can just set your innkeeper somewhere else. But yeah, that's what I would probably do early on. And then the second house, you can put it in a more viable location that you would use for general travel. Like for me, I'd probably put it at Morningdale, so I'd have easy access to Eden Grove. But you could also do, if you wanted to, Brightwood to get closer to Great Cleave if you really wanted to, or you can do it in Windsward to have an easier way to get to, well, not necessarily Reekwater, but it's not that bad running from Windsward to Reekwater. So yeah, I'd probably put it over there too. And then I definitely get Morningdale though. It's one of my houses. I love Morningdale. And how do you make your combo strong? You feel really weak. Oh, this build? Like, yeah, with Paladin, that's going to be a common thing. Like, if you're doing a tank build, you're not going to be doing a lot of damage at all. So the thing that kind of offsets that a little bit is the Amber Gem, putting that in the sword. But even then, like, when you get, you know, to a certain point, it's still not going to feel as good as, you know, other DPS builds might. Oh, it's Soul. Then it's War. Oh. I wonder if he can out DPS my heals on this build. Because this rapier build is pretty good. I don't think he has riposte though. Oh, he's got the ice storm. Oh, that was good. Hold on. Oh, he got me with the riposte. Yeah, Rapier Ice Gauntlet is so fun to use. On God. Oh, he got me with that. This. Whoa, oh, my Defiant Stance, yeah. And I can really just stand in this. I could. Oh, missed. It probably will be a stalemate. Oh, I wasted my stamina. That's the riposte right there. Got you. Oh, you got me in the ice shower. 2 hours later, still. Good fight. Yeah, it's so strong. If they Yeah, that's where the weakness of the build comes from, is like the gap closing. Like, you won't be able to really get, catch people that often, but it's kind of like a walking bulwark situation where your job is to like stay on the capture point in territory wars, and like what would do true. Like, oh, I know. Like that. They didn't deliver the... Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay. He'll run out of... Oh, God. But no, Rapier Ice Gauntlet is super fun. It's super, super fun. Yeah, actually, because... Yeah, so what Soul said, for instance, is that if they made it to where more skills had target reduction, that might help too, because like the infected throw on the hatchet, this is why I recommended that if people are looking to counter this build, they get this in the video that I did, because disease makes it to where you get a 30% reduction in target healing efficiency. It's not, that's still 70% healing, but still, that's something. And in the middle of a territory war, if you put that on somebody, it might help a lot at taking them down, like as a paladin. So if they gave Rapier the same thing, where you had some skills like maybe Tondo, while they're bleeding you, it has a reduction in health, which that probably would make sense too. Like putting it on a skill like that might help too with countering paladin some more. Do you feel like tanks are OP in small PvP and PvE? Well, yeah, I mean, because what the tanks do, like in the fights, their job is to stay alive. So with the damage mitigation that we have, we'll be taking a lot of hits. But yeah, no matter what, you're gonna feel like you're not doing as much against the tank, especially in territory wars. If a tank is has sacred grounds and stuff being spammed all over them, you're not really supposed to focus the tank. If you're going with like a damage dealer Rapier build in wars, you don't go for the tank, you go for the backline. So it's also a thing where once you start focusing like the healers and and the rangers and, you know, musket people, then you're going to be able to kill them a lot easier than us. But yeah, the only people that should really focus on the tanks and wars for the most part is going to be their front line, your front line too. So your melee fighters, your tanks, and if you guys got people on siege engines, you shoot us with that, and then your rangers, your musket people if they can. But if you're going to do like a dex fighter, you guys go for the back line. And also, even with like rangers, and if you're just a damage dealer but you're doing musket or bow, go for the healers and the rangers too. Don't go for us. Ooh, I sold. Oh wait, I actually sold that iron. Oh damn.
I salute you, fellow.
Oh wait, what did Payne say?
We will never give up the fight. And
Oh
in
yeah.
the end, we will emerge victorious.
I'm almost there.
I salute you, fellow Marauder.
Musket
We will
people.
never give up the fight. And in the
We're
end,
so close.
we will emerge victorious.
Healing less effective on your... Yeah, that could work too, because if they do it where like they nerf the heals, it's going to affect healers too. So what they could do is stuff like that potentially. It also might hurt healers too if they do that. But I know like people were saying earlier they could put healing bonuses on light, not light armor, but well technically, I mean that could potentially work too if they did that. But the light armor threshold. So if you're light, within the light threshold, you get 20% damage bonus. They could also make it 20% healing bonus too. And then also for heavy, maybe make it like a 10% reduction in healing efficiency, something like that. But it does seem like they want paladins to be a thing because, I mean, they do have the cleric gear, and also not just the cleric gear, the nomad gear, which the nomad gear gives you more constitution than focus, and the cleric gear gives you more focus than con. So it seems like they do actually want it to be a thing, but we'll see what they decide to do with it though when it comes to like launch, because they're probably gonna make some more balance changes when launch comes around too. And my sword and shield and staff. So my sword is just, oh, this one is actually pretty good, the one that I found last night. So it has a chain void perk on it. So there's different perks like chain lightning, chain fire, and stuff like that, where when I hit somebody or hit a mob, it can generate like a beam that travels between different enemies around me. And you can't put like an elemental gem. Like I can't put an amber gem into this because of that chain void perk. They cancel each other out. So some perks like that will do that, mostly the chain ones. But I can put a carnelian gem in here. So I still get that chain void effect, and I also get the generate threat. This is a really good tanking sword, like overall. And also I get the carnelian gem inside there too. It's a really good tanking weapon. And then for my staff, I got like a dryad life cleric staff. So this is the con focus staff. And then if it was nomad, I'd be getting more con than focus with this one. Cancels healing or blocking, or blocks any healing for 7 seconds. Yeah, you could do that. I mean, so and right now, because this is the same thing with what happened with the hatchet in preview, right? So we had like half the community saying the stagger wasn't that bad on the hatchet, and you could dodge if you like were comfortable with dodging, you could get out of it. And then the other side was saying it was impossible to fight a hatchet because of the stagger. And what they did was they removed the stagger entirely, when we also didn't have weapons like the rapier, right, that had riposte, that in that situation might have been a counter to stagger. And there was also other suggestions floating around, like I know I was saying they could put CC immunity on Defiant Stance. It used to be called Last Stand or Final Stand back then, but back then I was saying, you know, you could put, and then we could be the hatchet killers. You put CC immunity on that instead. So right now with the paladin, we are limited with the weapons that are capable of, you know, reducing target efficiency for the healing. So yeah, doing something like that, if they did add a weapon that could block out healing, that would solve the problem right then and there. So they could, and I just went right past all these objectives, oh my god. So they could totally do like, because there's multiple weapons that have already been data mined. So there's going to be like the pistol that we already knew that they were going to do the pistol at some point, but they can make it where the pistol has a skill like that possibly, or where it reduces target healing efficiency, and that might help really, really well for killing paladins too, and healers in general. It might help against that too. But yeah, they can totally add weapons for that, and then there's probably other ways they could, you know, handle that too. Well, hello there. Can we talk about this though? Okay. Hello there. Hold on. Where are you going? Oh, missed him. Nope. And the chain void is really useful in this PvP situation because it's hitting both of them at the same time. Fight, sirs. Okay. Oh yeah, up here. Fights. Like, yeah, healing canceling skill would be really nice if they had something like that. It'd be really cool. But if they had something like that too, ooh, that would be really, like, that'd be really good for killing healers too. Maybe too good. So I don't know if them doing that would really, you know, be balanced all around. But the target healing reduction, like having more skills that do that, that would probably help a lot though. And oh yeah, and part of the reason I wasn't really like fighting people, like because most of the people out and about right now are pretty low level, so I don't want to fight people that are like low level. Even if they're higher level, I know normally I don't attack people unless they attack me. Wait, hold on. When is the war starting again? It is okay. What weapons were data mined? Oh, they have it on the Reddit too. Well, some of these were data mined before, and we already knew that some of them were coming at some point, but what was it? They had a longsword in there, which is probably going to be the name of the great sword. They actually had that for two-handers. They had a dryad staff in there, which was interesting. I don't know what that's going to be about. Of course, the void gauntlet was in there. That's one that's been talked about for the longest time as being one of the next magic weapons. Pistol was in there, and they also said there was they had parentheses next to it and said there was going to be a crossbow variant, which I don't know what that means, but there might be a crossbow too. I can't remember if halberd was in there, because I know we saw a picture of halberd the first time that they introduced the corrupted breaches. But what was another one? I think there was another type of gauntlet in there too. I have a picture of it that I can probably go check. But yeah, if you go on the forums, because sometimes they data mine stuff and put it on the forums. I don't ever really cover that, like make videos and stuff like that, because Amazon doesn't like it when people they don't want people to like actually cover that stuff, especially if you're just like plucking that from the files and then you put that like pictures and stuff of it in a video. They don't really want to do that. But yeah, I saw a dryad staff in there, and then yeah, void gauntlet was in there. And what was the other ones? Let me check real quick. I have it in my folder. Data hub and new gen. Okay, so yeah, we got void gauntlet, angry earth staff is what they called it specifically. And then for the melee, we had dagger was actually in there, which is surprising. Mace, so we know the one-handed mace that was in the original alpha, so that's probably gonna make a comeback at some point. Hopefully, it's one that we can use with the shield. There was for two-handers. There was so it says war club. and then Warhammer. So we have Warhammer. So War Club sounds like that's going to be pretty interesting. I don't know what that's going to be. And then we also have Polearm. So that's probably... Oh, no. Polearm is separate from Spear. So there's Polearm. So that might be the halberd that I was talking about. That might be what that ends up being. And then Longsword was in there. So that's probably going to be Great Sword. And that was under two-hander for Longsword. And then for range, there was Pistol in there. But yeah, they might not name the weapons the same thing as they were like mined out of the files, because sometimes, like back when the Ice Gauntlet was first data mined, it was data mined as an ice staff. People were saying it was going to be an ice staff. Then they went in and changed it, and it ended up being an Ice Gauntlet. So it might not exactly happen the way that that's, you know, being shown in that thread, but that's a general gist of it, what we might get in the future. And then there's also no telling what weapons we'll get first, kind of thing. So, you know, that's another thing too. So we'll see what happens there, but I would love to see if we did get Greatsword. That would be so awesome. I'd be so down for that. Can't even see your health, which is really, really strange. Oh, okay, now I see it. I love the sound it makes when you hit somebody with the sword. When you hit somebody that has a shield up. I love the sound that makes. Can't remember what I can't see like half my bar right now, which is weird. I think my potions are on 5. Yeah, they are. Okay. Gentlemen. Please. I can't see my cooldowns right now, though. It's really weird. Oh, they're getting me low, though. Hold on. Oh, shit. Do we have any marauders in the Everfall area? Damn. Yeah, give me a second, folks. Somebody put out a PSA real quick. Please. Hold on, I might be able to kill him. Block that. Nope. Oh, shit. Thank you. Oh shit. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. They got me close. Okay. Why can't I see my fucking cooldowns though? Alright. Beacon. Damn. Okay. Shit. All right. Time to go. Fuck this. There's too many. I'm not gonna be able to kill him. Laters. Oh, pain. All right. Fuck it. Ah. Ooh, shit. Oh, buddy. How far is pain? Nah, I should probably stay right here. Right here. Don't know what the fuck my cooldowns are though. Oh my god. Hold on. That. That. I hope I have enough pots for this. Holy fuck. I might die right here. Yep. There it goes. Oh, fuck. I gotta go, Pain. Thanks for the effort. They're not gonna let me go. Alley-oop. Ah. I can't see my cooldowns. Oh shit. Oh, time to go. Holy fuck. Not like this. No. You're never getting me. Oh shit, they got gravity well. They still got gravity well, yeah. Never. Okay, there we go. Oh my god. Damn. Yeah, no, I'm not going to be able to kill anybody. Oh, hello. Oh, they got me. Damn, they got me. Fucking good fight. Holy fuck. Good fight. Dude, I don't know who's who's on Marauder and saw that, but fuck, man. Ah, don't worry about it. Good fight. Good fight. That was a good fight. Holy shit. That was intense. I don't know why my potions and cooldowns weren't showing up, but yeah, they got me. They got me. Good fight though. Good game. Good game. They got me fair and square. Oh my god. Damn. Damn. I tried to hold as long as I could. I tried. Good fights. Good fights. That was super fun. Ah. Wait, hold on. Do you think Int Rapier with arcane damage and Jim? Oh man, I couldn't look at chat. I'm so I probably missed a load of questions. Did you do any No, we did some decent damage. At the first part of the fight, I was starting to get them pretty low, but like with 4 people there was no way I would have been able to probably kill all of them though. Fucking hell, that was intense. But yeah, you can totally do like an Int Rapier with arcane damage, and yeah, you could totally do that if you want to. But in terms of like it outplexing or out DPSing a Dex build, it probably wouldn't. When people did the calculations like about 2 months ago, the calculations got kind of close, but nah, I don't think it would like outdo it though. No, that was fun as hell. Well, okay, I say fair and square, meaning like normally I'm able to take on just with the tanking, like the power of the tanking, like multiple people at once kind of thing. But holy crap, I don't know how long that was, but I was praying that somebody was gonna show up, like a freaking Marauder or something like that. Pain got there just as I died though. That was so close. But no, we're gonna fight him in the war later on tonight, so we'll get revenge around that time. That's what we'll do. Hopefully we'll win it. We'll see how it goes though. They had pretty good coordination the last fight we did. So that starts up in about an hour. Holy crap. How much focus and con? Oh, right now I only have about 112 focus, and my con is like 208 right now. So no, I don't have everything in con right now, no. But like once we get to the point where we're able to get about 200 focus and we have 300 con, that's where we're gonna start doing even more heals, where we're gonna be like at almost at a healer's level, almost. Like pure healers will still be doing way more on the healing output, but as far as like the paladin goes, you'll be able to do like, so yeah, I was able to output that amount of healing only with like 112 focus, so like a 200, it's gonna be crazy. Gonna absolutely be crazy. But let me see if there's any more potions on the broker. I'm gonna need to buy some more. Let me see. I need really good ones though, actually. No, that was okay. I didn't mind it like dying to that. That was a really fun fight. Really fun fight. And it's situations like that where I get to really test out the paladin build, see where I can improve when I'm fighting and whatnot. So I'm okay that actually even happened. Oh, and I saw somebody say something about, oh, Avenger commented on yours, but I think no, actually I don't think I saw that. Let me I'll probably check that later. I don't think I saw that comment though on the vid, but okay, gotcha. Thank you for letting me know. Holy crap, no, that's too expensive. That's per piece too. Okay. Now I can actually just buy some from the faction guy too, so I'll do that. You should get a group together. No, I think today and like yesterday too, people have kind of been offline for the most part. I think most people are kind of logging off now that the beta's coming to an end. So yeah, I don't think there was that many people online to begin with today. Yeah, there's about 10-ish like on my list right now, but yeah, especially especially today though, early this morning, there was not that many people on at all, I've noticed. Yeah, I probably won't be able to buy the the faction gear once we get to that point. I'm not going to have enough tokens, and also I'm not going to have enough money. So I should be okay with buying more pots right now. Just do that. Oh, nice. Oh, wait. Oh, snap. Thank you. Thank you. I'll just buy a couple more. We're going to use those for the war. We'll use these ones for the war. I'll just buy like 45-ish. Let's do that. Okay. Do you know which of the two damage numbers on weapons matter more? So, are you talking about the difference between the elemental damage and like the slashing damage for a sword kind of thing? Is that what you're talking about? Because for different mobs, they have different weaknesses and strengths versus different elements and also different damage types. So like corrupted are weak to piercing damage, but they're also very resistant to ice, for example, and like they're neutral or strong against the void. So yeah, that matters if you're trying to get, you know, extra DPS against certain mobs, like in an expedition, like with Garden of Genesis, that's all Angry Earth, and then Lazarus, that's all Ancient Guardians. So yeah, you'll probably benefit off of bringing whatever element those mobs are weak to. Oh, no. No problem. No, it's totally okay. That was still a fun fight. It was super fun. But yeah, between the two, I'd say they both matter equally, but your base damage is probably going to matter more in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, if you're talking about that, yeah, both of them can matter to a degree. And the best way to grind when the game releases, so I'm hoping that they bring mob farming back, like they buff it up again, so that we can kind of start getting experience and leveling up through that again. But you know, I don't know if they're going to, so I'm not 100% sure yet. It depends on if they plan on adding new content, like maybe a new leveling method before we get to launch and stuff like that, if they plan on rebuffing faction missions and corrupted breaches. But if not, then it's probably going to be just doing your main story quest, side missions, and town projects whenever you can, and faction missions all at the same time, if they don't like buff that stuff again, that is. And are there other trophies to hang in your house than the minor ones? Yeah, no, you should be able to upgrade the, so you have to have skill in the furnishing, but you should be able to upgrade the trophies too, like as time goes on. Yeah, you'll be able to actually what's it called, get the medium and the major ones, and then those are going to give you even more bonuses too. But yeah, you have to, and I'm pretty sure you have to upgrade them through the workshop bench, so you have to take them to that bench and then upgrade them through there. Okay, yeah, this should be good. Okay, I'm gonna dump some of that iron. Dump that too. Okay. And what, so I'm probably gonna do this one again when the game releases, unless they put in the greatsword. If they do that, I'm totally going with that one, no matter what. But if not, if they'll probably end up nerfing this one too. But if they do nerf this one, then I'll probably go with either like hatchet, great axe, because that's what I did in the testing phases, and it was really fun to use that, like a berserker build. Or I'll go I'll probably go either like that or probably just sword and shield hatchet kind of thing if I had to choose. But I'll probably do this one first though, for the most part. Oh yeah, I almost forgot, invasion. Okay, so we're gonna get some free gear from this, free money. I'll take that. And yeah, we got the war soon, so we got the war happening around 1 hour from now. So this invasion is gonna be over quick, but if you're level 50 plus, you can get some free gear and money and stuff like that from doing it. But yeah, the invasions are really tough, because you have to have like a full army of level 60s pretty much. to get these done. Now, it has been done before with like a lower amount of people, but for the most part, you have to have a pretty decent amount, and everybody needs to be pretty kitted out too. Let's do this. Thank you. Pain, hell yeah. How do you think the rapier can be used in wars? For the most part, I think people are going to be using the rapier like a flanking weapon. So you just, you know, hit the back line, stay on the sides, not try to get too much into the mix. But yeah, you just kind of act as a flanker. Same with like, you know, if you're going rapier spear or like bow spear, musket spear, you probably focus on their healers, focus on their DPS characters, and don't really go for like you don't want to go like toe to toe with the tank kind of thing. Play with a friend who's primary healer with Ice Gauntlet. Should I go? Oh, you can go sword hammer. You're probably gonna either sword hammer or sword hatchet. So, and the reason for that is because like as a paladin, you can make sure, especially in solo leveling, that you're gonna have enough sustain to kill everything and not really go down or need to use pots. But if you're doing like a group-based farming method, for instance, and they have a, you know, you're gonna have a healer with you, then yeah, you can take like a sword shield and hatchet or sword shield warhammer, and you're gonna get more taunts from doing that. Because if you put a carnelian gem into the hatchet, for instance, every time you pop berserk, that's gonna taunt the enemies around you too. So when your shield bash and your defiant stance are on cooldown with the sword, you'll have an extra way to taunt people too. And it's kind of the same with the warhammer, but with the warhammer, you're gonna have way more crowd control too. So yeah, if you're bringing a healer along, then you can totally do sword hammer or sword hatchet, and you're gonna get more taunts. And then with the warhammer, you're gonna get more CC too. So that, yeah, that'll be useful while leveling. And is there any limit to how many people can buy a house? No. Because it's instance housing, there's no limit to how many people can buy a house in a city. But you as a character, you can only buy 3 maximum. Like by the time you get to 60, the most you can buy is 3 of them. Oh, how many people do we have in here? Oh, okay. For a second, it looked like more. Oh, I see what you mean, Fashion. Okay. So yeah, you're talking about like the yeah, the separate damage stat that's just above the critical hit modifier and stuff like that. Okay, yeah, so what I think that is kind of telling you, I think it all works in conjunction to give you these numbers like the slashing damage, for instance. So in terms of which one's more important, like if you're seeing, if I don't know if you ever would, but if you're seeing that base number at a higher amount than the slashing damage, then what I would say is probably that base number is going to be more important. But also, you know, that's the stuff to always test out, because yeah, there's certain mobs that are weak to slashing damage, like the dryads, for instance, and like how we said earlier, the corrupted are weak against thrust. But the base damage itself is probably going to overall raise up your DPS. So picking between the two, I'd probably go with that. But that's an interesting question though, because that's something that I haven't really tested out that much before. But just looking at it first glance though, that's what I'd probably look at it by. What are your thoughts on Hammer Ice Gauntlet tank build for group PvP? Oh yeah, you can totally do something like that. And then with the hammer is always good in group because it has that CC, which is really nice. The stuns and the Path of Destiny and the clear out. And then for the Ice Gauntlet itself, that can be pretty good for slowing people down. So since the hammer is a really good like support weapon in PvP for your teammates, if you added Ice Gauntlet into that, it could be pretty good. But also, people are doing Hammer Great Axe right now, and that's kicking butt in terms of the CC, because Hammer Great Axe is, you got the Bloodlust on the Great Axe too, so you're able to catch up to people pretty quickly. And then on top of that, you got the Hammer CC. Absolute. Glad to hear. so ready for launch. Hope we have a blast at launch. I hope it ends up being good. We'll see what they decide to change. But how can you see what server you're on? Well, you just go to the when you go to the server list when you first log into the game, you'll see it there. But if you're already in the game, you could probably just ask in global chat if you're not sure. And invasion and war. So invasion is like a PvE tower defense. What's going to happen when it starts is there's going to be waves of corrupted coming at us. We're probably not going to get past the first wave, so well, probably not the second wave at least. But yeah, there's going to be waves of mobs coming at us, and as we get farther in the waves, because there's 8 of them total, we're going to see different mini bosses like the commanders. We're going to see the Spriggan, the corrupted Spriggan, that is, the corrupted ogres, stuff like that start to come out too. And we're also going to see the void destroyers. So we have to defend this town for 30 minutes, but right now it's just a way to get, you know, extra gold and rewards, because when you do the invasions, you'll get loot chests and stuff like that. So that's why we're doing it. But to actually do this successfully, you're going to need about a full squad of people, like 50 people in all, that are all max level. People are probably getting some rest. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, beta's over in like, what was it, 3.5 days right now. Anyway, so yeah, people are probably just taking it back, taking it slow. It's good. It's a good idea to do that too, just to make sure you don't burn out. And why don't you use Whirling Blade? Well, even though we have limited gap closers, Whirling Blade is more of a thing I would use in PvE, like if I'm leveling up. And Shield Rush, even though we have limited gap closers, is kind of like a gap closer for us. So if we're probably about, you know, 5 feet away from our enemy, we can Shield Rush them. And also that gives us a slow we can use on them, because when we use Shield Rush and we have the passive Intimidating Rush, I think it is, it'll slow all enemies around us for 30%. So that can be pretty useful. Even in PvE scenarios, that can be useful. But also, we have the Weaken debuff, which reduces their damage when we put that on them too. So that's why I use Shield Rush for the most part on that one, especially when I'm tanking. And then for PvE scenarios, I probably would take Whirling Blade sometimes, because it's pretty fun to use, but I don't take Reverse Stab or Leaping Strike anymore. They changed the skills from how they used to be. Reverse Stab used to be a stab attack that did 2 hits. It was a 2-hit and 1 skill. And then Leaping Strike, they had a passive here where Cowardly Punishment was, or I think it was this one actually, where it was called Charge Strike. It was one of those where if you hit them with the Leaping Strike, the next attack that you do will deal like 50% extra damage. So that was really, really good when they still had that. And yeah, Outpost Rush should still be available. Yeah, it should be available right now. And you can dye your armor, yeah. And as for the Onyx Gem working in PvP, yeah, I think so. Like, I haven't tested it this beta, but I would assume it is. But I think the Onyx Gem is only going to count for that, because yeah, the full health thing, I think it might only count for that initial hit. Because like, the moment you hit, like, even if they take tick damage and they lose like 5 health, then from my understanding looking at this, it seems like, you know, the Onyx isn't going to be in effect after that. So I think it's mostly for that initial hit, but I haven't fully tested it yet though, this time around. But I would assume that it is still working in PvP though. Oh, okay, wait. Okay, so for the Ice Gauntlet, so what's happening with that? I see. So, and I know somebody was asking about this earlier, how the Ice Gauntlet Storm is going away when you switch weapons. So, it's doing the same thing that Sacred Ground is for us. Or not Sacred Ground, but Orb of Protection. I don't know why it's doing that, but basically when you have the second and third passive for Orb of Protection, whenever you put it on yourself, it's going to disappear when you switch to the sword. But if you just get Protector's Blessing and you do it, it'll stay on you. So for the Ice Gauntlet, they're saying that the last passive for Ice Storm is doing the same thing. where as long as you don't get this one, apparently it should stay when you switch weapons, so the Ice Storm should stay out. That would explain why when I tested it the first time, like when I was doing the expedition event testing, that it did disappear, because I'm pretty sure I did fully upgrade that Ice Storm too. So I would try that. If anybody's had an issue where Ice Storm's been disappearing when you switch weapons, take off that last passive and see if it still does it. But that is really interesting. And what shield is that? Oh, it's a tower shield. It's the Dryad tower shield of the monk. And I got this one. I'm pretty sure I got this one from Lazarus, that expedition, but I might have gotten it. I know I didn't get it from Garden of Genesis, but I'm pretty sure I got it from Lazarus. I got this before we went into Garden. And yeah, I'm going to be staying on El Dorado for launch, yeah. And no, there's no gem that makes the life staff scale with strength or dex, nuh-uh. If the attack effects for hammers are the ones, yeah, they probably will be in Path of Destiny, Corrupted Path of Destiny in the teaser video. Yeah, I mean, I hope that they make some more changes to the Warhammer skills, like the way that they, not the way they function, but the animations is the one thing that I want to see reverted back, because at some point during the patches they were putting out, there was this one where they just randomly changed the animations of the Warhammer skills. And it was so random and weird that I don't know, they gave the Wrecking Ball animation to Path of Destiny, and I hated the Wrecking Ball skill. I think very little people actually took Wrecking Ball, even now. But yeah, I don't know, they might do something else to it beforehand, before launch. We'll see though. How close is it to a pure healer? Yeah, so there is diminishing returns for all the attributes. So yeah, focus 2, that's going to be a thing at some point. But for us right now, we're not, like, right now we have 100 focus, so we're not that close to them. We're about half of their potency, but even with that, we're still able to effectively keep ourselves alive. But once we get to about 200, that'll be way closer, way closer. At that point, I would say it's about 85% of the effectiveness, about maybe 75% to 85% of the effectiveness of healers. And right now we're operating at probably about 55% capacity compared to what a healer's doing right now. Let's do this. Why can't you put a gem in a sword? So the only time that you can't, like, put an elemental gem in a sword or a weapon, one of the only times, is when you have something like this where it says Chain Void. So there's different chain perks like Chain Lightning, Chain Fire, and what happens is if you try to put an elemental gem in one of those, most of the time it's not going to let you. I have seen weapons that have had the chain perks and they had a gem inside of them when they dropped, but I'm gonna have to go back in the footage and look at where that happened at, because I remember seeing that like 2 days ago, I think. But yeah, if you have something like that, then that's probably why. Here we go. You know what, we got a lot of people out in the middle, so I'm gonna go to the back door. Okay, he's got that one. I'll go this one. They're already starting to damage the gates. Oh, we got a lot of them here. Okay. Pot up. Ow. That is a lot. Let's see. Are they going to follow me? Yes, they are. Okay. Yes, I put an Inferno Trap down too. Yes. Nice. Back in the green. And could you switch? Yeah, pretty much all you'd have to do to switch to a healer is just respec your attributes and go for like 200 plus focus. And yeah, you can absolutely do that. I've been doing that the past couple days in expeditions actually too. When we didn't have a healer, I would just switch over to pure healer, and all I had to really do was change up my attributes and the skill selection that I had for certain dungeons. Oh yeah, it's already going down. Yep. Hold on. They already broke through. Where I'm gonna hold these. But yeah, this is basically why you need to have a full, like a full 50 players and 60 level 60s for the most part, because this is nothing. Like, it gets so much harder at the later stages when you got the Spriggans and you got the corrupted ogres and everything like that coming at you. Oh, it gets rough. Oh, shiz. Oh, no. I'm stuck. Oh, I'm not stuck. Oh. Yay, I didn't die. Okay. Holy crap. Can you open up your build? Yeah, I can show you a little bit about it. I also made a build video, and I have a link to it in the description. But yeah, I can show you a little bit of it. But yeah, this is a little bit of a showcase of the invasion. We didn't even get to stage 2, and I don't think we got to wave 2. But as we go on in the later stages, it gets way crazier. Way crazier. So we're going to see things like Void Destroyers. We're going to see things like, what's it called? Corrupted Commanders, Corrupted Bears. But doing it right now is good because you'll get free money and you'll get free cash and free reputation and stuff like that. So that's why we did that there. And then hopefully... Oh, hello. Hold on. Let me compare that. Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh, it looks kind of weird, though. I don't know. I feel like in terms of the colors of my armor and stuff like that, it doesn't match right now. Maybe I need to get some dye. I think it kind of matches my helmet, though. Hold on. Let me, I love the look of this one, though. This one is so cool. But it does have a gem slot too, so I might just have to bite the bullet and wear it. Let me see if I can... Hold on, they have dye in the cash shop, right? How does the build cope with PvP? Oh, you'll see it a little bit later, but in terms of PvP, our job is to just, you know, stay on the capture point and stay alive as long as we possibly can and keep healing ourselves. And as far as that goes, it's pretty useful. Pretty good there. But in terms of like killing people, maybe not as much, but yeah, on the staying alive part, it does really well. I'm gonna see if I can... Yeah, let's see what... If I dark gray. I know in the testing phases they had a... Oh, you have black dye in the... Oh, that's just a pigment. Okay. It's just a pigment. What's up, Tally? Yeah, I like this armor. I just want to see if I can dye it, maybe. We just have the pigments, though. Oh, right. Here we go. Okay. And... Ooh. That one looks pretty good, but 800? Nope. Okay. Alright, let's see what we can do with this one. What we got. Okay, so I can just go in and try to dye it. Hold on, my clicking in game is bugged out. Dang it. I can't go into the tooltip. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me respawn my character. It should fix it, I think. I hope. Because when I click it, what's happening is it's just de-equipping my gear. And I can't go into the actions. Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. I probably have to relog. Let me relog. I don't think there's a queue, and it should fix it. Are you using full heavy? Yeah, we're using full heavy gear, and the invasions happen on a cycle. No, I right-clicked it too, and it wasn't doing. It was still bugged. But the invasions happen on a cycle, so about every like 4 days or so is when an invasion will happen. But there's still the startup process when the invasion gets declared, which takes about a day, maybe a day and a half, for it to actually go through. And then after it starts, then the cycle kind of resets itself, where it'll take like another 4 or 7 days for it to respawn or redeclare. Let me see. Okay. There we go. All right. Ooh, wait. Oh, I didn't see it. I thought I saw it. Actually apply that color. Oh, God. Oh, you know what? The purple. Hold on, let me... I think the shoulder pads. I need to change the shoulder pads, I think. That's the, like, what do they call that? The loincloth? I can't change just the shoulder pads, though, because it's a part of the tent. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna... Oh my god. This might end up looking really weird. If I make it all purple, then maybe. Oh, those are my boots. But yeah, you can go pretty nutso with the dye. I don't know how this is gonna look. Let's see. Let's see the final product. Oh wait, this one too. Where's that loincloth? Yeah. Okay, how we looking so far? Is it looking too weird? 'Cause I don't know. I feel like I'd rather have it match than not match, but I don't know how this is. They have blue dye. Maybe I'd go with blue. Let's check out blue. Yeah, hidden stream. I should have bought some of the dye that was available the first couple days too, because they rotated some of the stuff out. Let's try, what was the other one here? Bronze. I can just buy that one. DX12 support. I thought they already had DX12 actually. If they don't have it yet, then they'll probably do it at some point. Okay. Purple look good. Let's try the blue. Oh, you know what? That kind of looks... It doesn't even look like full-on blue. It kind of looks like pure white. Kind of like that. You know, the bronze is actually not that bad too. It almost matches the default color of it. But oh, I'm liking this. So what if I do... Oh, I feel like this could be pretty cool. Let's see what we get. Let's do the loincloth. And then, oh, the gloves. Let me change that. Yeah, change this. And then the insides. The insides of my armor, like the arm part. I can't seem to change that from what I'm seeing here, but... I think this one could potentially be pretty cool, too. Boots need to be pink. Oh, yeah, we can change... Oh, yeah. Pink on that. And then... Yeah, what are we thinking about the blue so far, though? Is it looking better than the purple? Let me see. Can I change my eyes? Like the eyes of the helmet? Let me see. Light blue. Yeah. Oh, God. The white. The white knight. Oh, my God. Oh, it kind of sounds too perfect, though. Because that just... Oh, that looks really cool. And Paladin too. Paladin. If we had pure white, this would be even better because we could just dye it all white. Except the inner parts of my arms, though, you see how they're kind of burgundy, kind of red? I can't seem to change that. Like I go in here on the accent and it doesn't do it, and on the secondary it doesn't do it either. Use purple for cloth, blue for metal. Okay, let me see. Like the loincloth. Okay. You know, it might complement the burgundy too if I do that. Or what about the this one might complement the burgundy more. What do you like between the blue loincloth, the purple, and the red? And then I can also be able to dye the shield too. What can we do to the shield? Wait, I don't see it affecting it yet. Yeah, I probably can't dye. Probably can't dye the bark, right? So, okay. Purple cloth. I don't know, between the purple and the red, I'm kind of, or the rogue rather, I'm kind of torn. Change it back to how it was before. I'm so indecisive when it comes to this stuff. Red, okay. Okay. I think this is pretty cool though. I think this is pretty cool. Are you gonna make any other build videos? Oh yeah, in the future, yeah. Once I'm able to level up the other weapons, then absolutely. Okay, let's get one final vote though. So between blue and the purple I had before, which one's better? This current blue or the previous purple? Just to see how many. And yeah, I'm definitely gonna make other build videos in the future too, though. But yeah, that bronze looked pretty nice too. Yeah, I love the fact that there's an actual dye system. Like this is purple, this is blue. Yeah, I can't change those shoulders. Blue, blue, current blue. I got one purple. This one. Okay, so what we'll do, because if I find any better sets, maybe I'll find some pretty decent dye around that point. So maybe I'll find some really good purple dye, and maybe we can make like a purple set too. So we'll make this like the light blue set. So we'll keep it like this. We'll keep it like this. Holy crap, this is kind of cool though. Actually, that old helmet that I had, oh god, the back of my armor looks so weird right now. Yeah, and the bronze looked pretty cool too. So what I'll probably do, I'll look for other sets that I can probably dye bronze as well in the future. I want to kind of compare. So I saved a bunch of these like armor pieces from the dungeons and expeditions we were doing, or the expeditions we were doing yesterday. I want to see how they look. So let's take a look at some of these and see what kind of combinations we can get. This is the soldier piece, right? Yeah. Okay. Some of the stuff I haven't seen yet. I really want to see what these light pieces look like. Oh, that's kind of cool. This one I think I've worn. Oh yeah, I used to wear this one. Yeah, I had, what was this, heavy? Yeah, I used to have one like this in the testing phase. This helmet is really cool. It's really, really cool. And yeah, the red from the... Oh yeah, I'm gonna see if I can change my gloves too. Yeah, this one looks sick, and then you got the pants here too. If we want to put those on. This is the soldier set right here. Or the soldier armor. Yeah, actually my alpha testing, or my testing phase gear looked like this almost. Where I had that helmet, and then I had the soldier set on too, for the gear. And then this helmet right here. Oh god. That looks kind of weird. Oh, look at Theseus right here too. Yeah, they have a lot of really cool gear combinations, and then also the fact that we can use this dye as well in the future is going to make things so crazy. And they've been adding even more combinations as time goes on too. Is this heavy? This is the heavy version of that. I feel like the light version looks better. Let me see. So this is heavy for the chest piece, and then this is light. Oh, look at these. I like that too. That's pretty cool. And that bow is pretty nice. That bow is so nice. But I feel like this helmet especially kind of synergizes more with the light one than the heavy. Okay, one more time. Yeah, I'm totally digging the light. And then this is the old helmet that I used to have. So if I put this one with like the armor set that I have, this is what that would look like. That's pretty cool. And then, wait. There was another one here too. Oh, hell yeah. Change pants to rogue. Oh, these ones? Hold on. Those are mine, right? Yeah, I'll change those in a second too. What is this one? This one I haven't seen yet. Oh, that's kind of that's interesting actually. Oh, this looks kind of badass actually. Look at that. I like that. That's why I was hoping we would be able to do the Shattered Mountain portals earlier, because oh, now they're spawning. What the heck? Yeah. So all these portals were all cleared. Like earlier today, this was all empty. The only ones that were available were in Merkgard. Because we were going to do a bunch of these portals and see if they had unique gear sets that we could get from them. Oh, man. Damn. Doesn't look like they, doesn't look like they wanted to spawn early this morning, though. I don't know why they weren't spawning. That's so weird. Okay, let's change these pants to rogue, though. But yeah, most of that gear that we got, like this stuff we got out of the Garden of Genesis. So Garden of Genesis is really cool for getting that dryad looking armor. It looks really, really nice. But now I gotta go back. I'm trying to think, because now I gotta go back up there maybe tomorrow and do more of those portals. Can't believe they all just decided to spawn randomly up there now. We were up there for a couple of hours earlier today. And yeah, the last 3 zones are unclaimable. Those are zones that are kind of controlled by the, what's it called? By the enemies. Like, Eden Grove is more Angry Earth related, and then Shattered Mountain and Great Cleave are more Corrupted related. So those are ones you can't take over. And then okay, so these pants, let's see if we can dye these. They said change the pants to rogue, like that. Oh, kind of like an extension of the loincloth kind of thing. Like that, and then, wait, hold on, it didn't apply. Okay. Wait. Am I not looking at that right? When we go into the dye menu, it does. But then when we go out of it, it doesn't seem to. Let me do all of them really quick. The hell? Let me re-equip it. They do I would actually love if they did do a transmog system, because I know some pieces, like the ones that I got a couple days ago, I really, really wish I could wear right now, but the stats on them aren't as good. And my trade skill levels, they're not that high. The highest one that I have right now is like weaponsmithing, but that was mostly from doing the town project stuff for the past couple of days. But for the most part, yeah. When it comes to launch, though, I'm probably gonna max out armoring first. But yeah, why are those not applying? It might. Maybe I have to respawn my character, or maybe later on it'll just start working on its own. We'll see. Okay. But no, there's going to be more later on in terms of the zones we have available. But at launch, though, this is going to be the majority of what we have, though. Yeah. So at launch, yeah, this will be what's available. And then later on down the line, we know at least that they're planning to go for one more zone. And it's been something that's been data mined and people have glitched into it before.
salute
And
you,
it's actually
fellow
located over here,
We will never give up
the
the
zone that
fight.
they're gonna be putting in later on down the line.
We will emerge
But
victorious.
past that though, we don't know. We don't know if they're gonna
We
do
will
any
never
more
give up the fight.
past that or when
And
that's
in
gonna
the
happen
end,
though.
We will emerge victorious.
Oh wait, Pain. Does Pain need to do any more missions? Wait, when's the war starting from now? We got. Oh, okay. We got 30 more minutes. Okay. Actually, I'll wait. I'll wait on doing this because I want to make sure we're ready to go. And what's your current life staff build?
I salute
And
you,
yeah,
fellow
okay.
Marauder.
Yeah, so right now I'll
We
show
will
you what
never
I
give
got
up the
going.
fight. And in the end, we will
That.
emerge victorious.
So I only have like one more point since I made that video, I think. But this is what I got for the life staff right now. So I still have the same passives for the most part. And then I think the one that I got was either it was protective strength or glowing focus. Yeah, this is the passives that I have right now though. Those ones there. And yeah, for the max level content right now, there's not a whole lot that you're able to do. Like we were doing, you know, expeditions, of course. We were doing field bosses and stuff like that earlier today. But past that, yeah, there's not a ton of stuff to do. But in the future, I'm hoping they add even more in terms of like more dynamic events, maybe actual world bosses and stuff like that too. That'd be really cool to see. Oh, and how do we self-heal? So the way we self-heal is we basically just put down Sacred Ground, Beacon, and Orb of Protection. And these are spells that will stay there even when we switch to our sword. So that's basically where the self-healing comes from, is we just put that down and then we switch, and then we're able to tank. And let me see, make sure everything's good to go. So I got the pots. Let's see if I can make any honing stones. Go check. Oh, but if you're... Okay, so if you mean like with the Divine Embrace, or you're using a skill like Light's Embrace and you want to self-heal, while you're targeting yourself, or while you're targeting, just press Control, and that'll be the self-heal button. And it should put it right below you. Oh, might as well make that. Okay, Stone Brick, Death Wisp, and Fire Wisp. Okay, so Stone Brick, that's easy. And okay, so for the glowing focus, what should count as a buff is like your Orb of Protection, because that puts the Fortify buff on you. And then also Beacon. Let me see if Beacon does, because I know if you have the haste, then it might proc, because the haste should apply as a buff. But for the Beacon itself, let me see. Yeah, those are probably not going to count as the buffs though. But if you do Orb of Protection, or like you got what's another one? Sacred Ground, I don't think it would, because if it's just the heal by itself, yeah. Just the heal by itself, it might not. But with the Orb of Protection, it definitely should. And if it does apply with Sacred Ground, that would kind of make sense too, because it does... when you get the Holy Ground passive, you get the ability to regenerate stamina and mana faster. So if it does do it for that one, that would make sense. But it should definitely do it for Orb of Protection, though. And yeah, random world bosses would be great. Hell yeah. I'll buy like... yeah, I'll buy 2 of those. Okay. Any plans for double click ability to self cast? Good question. I don't know if they do or not on that one, but they have been adding more like quality of life options for healing as time went on. So beforehand, you didn't really have a way to self heal other than just you had to aim to heal underneath yourself. They also didn't have targeted healing where it can automatically transition between targets via left mouse button or via mouse wheel. So yeah, stuff like that they didn't have before, so that makes it a little bit easier. So double clicking and, you know, doing stuff for your heals, I could see them doing that if people really wanted it, but it's important to make sure you give feedback on that through the forums. And also if you go to game menu and submit feedback here, you can put something like that there too. And the ultimate on the healing tree, oh yeah, if you have enough points, I would totally get that, because like for the Divine Embrace, for instance, if you have this passive right here, Shared Struggle, so if your target is 50% below health, heal an additional ally for the same amount, that can be pretty useful. And the rebound as well. So yeah, I would totally check out that ultimate passive, because you can combine all those together to get some pretty incredible healing, I would say. And I tend to use, for me, I like to use Divine Embrace when we do expeditions as well. But I think some people tend to go with Orb of Protection and Light's Embrace instead. But me personally, I would love to use Divine Embrace anytime I heal. So yeah, I would recommend getting that left side tree if you can. That left side ultimate. And hand-to-hand gauntlets. Oh, you know, I'd probably use that too, like for a build. If they did end up doing that, that might be really fun. Roaming world bosses. Oh yeah, I don't remember Fell Reaver exactly, but I know what you're talking about. Like when we did world quests, sometimes they'd be, or no, not even world quests. I'm sorry, way back when. Like I know what you're talking about. I know for classic and even TBC, I saw a couple of those roaming around. I can't remember what the exact names of those world bosses were that were really popular that people used to like drag all the way to Stormwind and stuff like that, but I know what you're talking about there. Because I remember hearing stories about that where people would bring world bosses into Stormwind and maybe Orgrimmar. I think it was mostly Stormwind, right? And they would just start killing people left and right. That would be really cool to have. I mean, well, honestly, it'd be funny to see that happen in the testing phases too, in this game. Or it would be fun to see that happen like in towns too. But maybe if we just had roaming ones out in the world that we could fight, that would be enough. And then I don't know if everybody would like it if people were able to drag them all the way to town. Honestly, it'd be funny if that happened, but I don't know if everybody would like that too much. And yeah, for the stuff on the right tree, to give one of those up, I would probably give up balance, because balance, that can be useful in like PvP situations, but you might not need that as much if you're just doing, you know, PvE healing and expeditions and stuff like that. And on the PvP side too, even, you could probably get more bang for your buck getting that ultimate instead of balance. But yeah, that was one thing I thought about when I was making that, because I was trying to I didn't fully count up the points that you'd be using if you got everything that I was suggesting, because I know that some of those, like for the beacon, when I suggested maxing out the beacon one, you don't necessarily need to do that if you don't want to, because you can, you know, save the point and put that somewhere else. And then for Orb of Protection, since we only get Protector's Blessing, that's really useful, so we don't have to spend those extra 2 points. But yeah, past that, it's going to be more of a if you have points for this or that kind of thing. But yeah, I would take off balance if you don't need that, which you shouldn't really need that compared to the other ones. And yeah, I would go for that ultimate on the left side instead. But yeah, that's the one, yeah, where they would kite them all the way to Stormwind or just regular towns. Okay, let's get some stone blocks here. We're not too far away from the war. That's going to be so good. Okay. And then maybe after the war, I know some people have expedition keys, so maybe we can do at least 1 or 2 of those. And Final Fantasy 14. From what I remember, I think so. Who was the was it Hades? What did they call it? Was the headless horse. I know he was a headless horseman kind of character where he always rode a horse. And I remember he was a notorious field boss in Final Fantasy 14 that people tried to kill. I can't remember if he gave you something special like a title or something like that, but I know his name was either like Headless Horseman or Hades or something like that. But I remember that one in Final Fantasy 14. It's been a long time since I played it, but I think they do have stuff like that too. And the wars normally last about 30 minutes, unless you're on the attacking side and you take it very quickly. But yeah, normally about 30 minutes. And Everfall taxes, I don't think I've ever really... Yeah, they seem fine to me. I don't really ever notice the taxes. Maybe if somebody's like refining a lot, they might not seeing the refining on the high side, but for the most part, yeah, I've never really paid any mind to it. Odin. Odin. Yes. Okay. Odin. That's the one. Yeah, I remember people were trying to farm him, and I remember I was trying to farm him. I can't remember why. Special skin? Okay, yeah. Yeah, but I think he was a roaming one too, right? Or maybe he was a static one, but that was the first one that came to mind. And yeah, oh yeah, that's right. Hades was at the end of right. Right, yeah, I remember. Cuz I didn't play Shadowbringers, but I watched the cinematics and stuff like that, so I remember Hades now. Oh yeah. Okay, last thing I want to check for is food. This one. Odin, yeah. Thank you. That's the one. Okay. Focus food, maybe? Yes. Just one of those. Have a good night, Craft. Excalibur. Oh, if they had an Excalibur sword in this game, I would do everything possible to get it. Absolutely. Everything possible. Wait, oh, I need the brick, not the block. That's what I'm doing wrong. Hold on. I think I need lodestone for that. I was like, why is this not letting me do that? Or wait, wrong bench. Like, why is it not letting me craft it? So, yep, okay. We're gonna have to buy that. Hopefully somebody's got some on the broker. And we got about... Okay, 10 more minutes. Oh yeah, for sure, Lucky. Yeah. Okay. Oh, nice. Pretty cheap, too. Okay. Yeah, and whenever I talk about dynamic events, like ones that I'd love to see in the future, another example that I always harken back to is Guild Wars 2. I mean, I loved a lot of what they did about the dynamic event systems in those games, like Silver Mine or Silver Waste, for instance. Like how it kind of starts off with the escort missions, and then we move into, I'll make the rest of these. We move into getting into the underground after we take over the forts, and we take out, I think it was a little tendril boss or some kind of nature boss down there, and then it ends up where we have to go into the 3 lanes, and each lane has about 20-30 people, and we have to fight a boss with their own objectives. I think stuff like that is really cool, and I'd love to see stuff like that in this game. And yeah, like just regular escort missions even. Definitely world bosses and stuff like that too would be really nice. Okay, I think we got everything. Cool. And somebody even questioned me one time and said, would it be cool if we had World v World from Guild Wars 2? And oh yeah, if we had World vs World, I'd probably stay in that at least 5 hours every day. That would be pretty cool. Because yeah, I mean, some of the MMOs that some of the MMOs that we play, some of them have really good systems. Like even Cyrodiil from ESO, even though, there's definitely, issues with ESO in some parts, one part or another, and same with like BDO or any of those games. But like Cyrodiil would be pretty cool if we had that too for us. At least I think so. Without all the, issues that came with some of Cyrodiil kind of thing, I think if we just had it and we, had it in a pretty balanced way, it'd be pretty cool. As like a separate game mode kind of thing. Or even, technically that's what I was suggesting whenever I was talking about other things they could do for the PvP system, was that they could make open world points of interest, open world points of interest we could fight over, similar to Cyrodiil in ESO. And what they did at like a while after that, they introduced the forts, like the bonuses that we can get for fighting for the forts. So it's kind of like that already since they did that. But if they did do like World v World or like a full-on Cyrodiil kind of thing, that might be pretty cool. I would think. Like for instance, there was a zone, and it's actually still mentioned in the lore, called Queensport. And Queensport is lore-wise what I'm thinking is going to be like the place that we're going to find out the most about the ancients. And what I would say is, like, when we got to Queensport, if they still make that zone in the future, maybe if that zone was big enough, they could potentially do something like that, like Cyrodiil, and make it where you get into it, it's still PvE based, but then there's open world objectives that you can still fight over, and then maybe have a system similar to that. Might be pretty cool. Or like World v World in that zone too. Yeah, we got all the honing stones we need. All right. So now we're just waiting. We're starting soon and we're so ready. And yeah, with the 3 factions, oh my god, yes. It'd be so fun. And Guild Wars 2 drop off. Yeah, I haven't played Guild Wars 2 in so long. I don't think I didn't jump that hard into Path of Fire. I don't think I even finished the main story, but I did play Heart of Thorns for a little while, and the storyline there was okay. I think it was pretty good in some parts. Like, what is that dragon's name? She's the baby dragon. She gets born. I think she gets born during Heart of Thorns. Like, you carry the egg on your back, and yeah, that storyline I got pretty attached to because I love that. I love baby dragons, but also that one was particularly cute. I think her name was Aurelian or something like that. I forgot the exact naming of her. But yeah, that part was pretty cool. And then some of the dynamic events in Heart of Thorns I thought were okay. But I like the ones that were like out in the open, like when you were first leveling up, like in the, what is it, Norn territory? I think it was Norn territory. All I remember is I know we fought like a giant ice. It was either an ice dragon or like an ice giant. And one of those, or Oreen, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, her. I liked her storyline. And then, yeah, some of the dynamic events were really cool though in that game. Used to be able to become a vendor selling items. I know like a while back, a couple people were asking about if they would do like player vendors kind of thing in this game. I don't know. I wonder how that would go. You know what they could do? I mean, they could, they probably need to set up some kind of listing system, like where you can see what each person's house has. But I wonder if they could make it where like you can go to somebody's house and then you can go inside of it and they have like display tables laid out, and then you can have armor and maybe weapons and stuff like that listed inside of them and then buy them that way. But with the trading post, I don't know, that might make it a little bit, yeah, it might make it a little bit not even that necessary to do, but I think that'd be pretty cool. Like if I could go into Big Fed's house and he's got some weapons laid out for me, maybe a legendary weapon over here in this corner, and I can buy that for a specific amount. Maybe they could also make it, ooh, this could be another boon for owning a house. So like if you own a house, you can have those display tables and you don't have to pay taxes on what you sell in those houses. That might be pretty cool. if they did do that. But yeah, because they have the trading post thing, I don't know if it would really work that well, but that's an interesting concept though. What do you think about every single dash animation but rapier ducking your character at the end? Oh, you're talking about flesh, that skill? Because yeah, I've noticed a couple times when I used to test it that sometimes I would get stuck on stuff. Most of the time it would be okay, but if you're talking about that, I'm pretty sure, yeah, they'll probably fix that. Probably just need some tweaking. Yeah, like yard sales, exactly. Or renting rooms. Oh, okay, so like the tavern, for instance, or innkeeper inn, if you were able to rent rooms up here, that might be pretty cool actually. Or like rent a bed maybe. And then so what they could do with that, if they did do that, maybe you could rent a bed to where it acts as like a house teleport. So you buy it for like maybe 7 days or maybe a day for a certain amount of gold, depending on how long it is. And then you can teleport back to it like you would a house for that amount of time. And then once that expires, then you'd have to buy it again. That might be pretty cool if they did that. I'm sure there's a lot of different... One thing that I know that I would absolutely love to see if they did this in the future is that, well, I don't know if everybody would like it, but when people were talking about possibly getting like farm plots and stuff in their house, in the later zones, because they probably wouldn't be able to do it here because they'd have to move stuff around. But like later on when we get new zones, what if they put house spots like in the open world, like along the roads, for instance, and you can get them out there like in the wilds, and then also get like farm plots and maybe fishing spots inside of your house too. That might be pretty interesting. You want it done? Oh God. Maybe, who knows? Maybe they might add mechanics for that too in the future. Basement. But no, I really want to see what they're gonna have plans for. I mean, for the most part, for the taverns, there's not really any reason to go into them right now, other than, you know, setting your innkeeper or talking to an NPC for a quest. So they probably could do some things with that in the future, like the actual tavern over here, for instance. Like there's no NPCs in here and stuff like that. What I talked about when I made that video about when I had the conversation with them was like they wanted to know if they should also focus on the social aspects of games. And during that convo and during that video, I talked about how they did say that there might be something coming for the tavern system in a couple months. So like they could, because what I would love to see is if they did like blackjack, and I know somebody was gonna say it, but I was even thinking about how somebody was gonna ask for Gwent. But no, if they had like blackjack and poker tables in here, or some kind of card game where we can actually play in these taverns, or do something like arm wrestling, maybe drinking games, get people in these taverns too, would be pretty interesting. But yeah, right now they don't really have a roadmap. We just have like bits and pieces based off of like past interviews and past conversations and stuff they've had, Q&As, but for the most part we don't know 100% what they're going to go for. But hopefully after launch we get an idea about that. And yeah, multi-company alliances and especially guild storage was something I remember people were wanting to see. And guild storage might be pretty useful too, because you can trade stuff between your guilds, or maybe instead of just also putting like money towards the guild bank, you could also put resources for crafters and stuff like that. That might be pretty good. Oh, okay, here we go. Here it goes. Wait. Oh, the invite should be going out pretty soon. I think people are starting to TP in. There it goes. All right. Here comes the war. Okay, I think everything's good to go. All right. Rock and roll. Wait, in Final Fantasy 14 1.0? Oh, okay. Really? Oh, because I know that, yeah, what was, some games had that where you could set your character as like a stall, but you pretty much had to AFK because you couldn't do anything else when your character was a stall, kind of like that, or like when your character logs out, then it becomes a player stall. So was that what it was like in 1.0 of that game too? Or no traps? Okay. The new best way to level up. Right now, most people are just doing, you know, main story quests, side missions, faction missions, and town projects all at the same time. But yeah, that's pretty much what people are doing right now. And you can still do like town projects mainly if you want. I mean, it didn't seem like they nerfed it that hard on the XP side. Like, it's not, some of those were pretty much like cut in half for their experience gain. But I still saw some that were like 2K on the armament ones. I think I saw one for like 4K, but that was star metal though. But you could still do that if you wanted to. But yeah, for the most part, it's probably going to be main story quests, side missions, and faction missions and town projects all at the same time now. And yeah, for the reset, yeah, 3 days, about 3 days left until we get that reset. That's true. Yeah, I think people will probably be taking a break until then. I know that I want to do, if we don't do the expeditions today, at least the last day, I want to stream doing those at least, because we completed all 3 of the end game ones last night. We did Dynasty. Well, actually, Dynasty I think we did about 2 or 3 days ago, and then yesterday we did Garden of Genesis and Lazarus. But yeah, if we don't do those today, then we'll definitely do them before beta ends. We'll do them again. Okay, oh yeah, I'll check that. I'll check that later for sure. And honestly, yeah, yes. Oh, Demon, I love you. Exactly. That's okay. That's one of the examples that I mentioned in the video too. Pirates of the Caribbean Online. I used to sit in Tortuga or Port Royale for hours in the tavern playing blackjack and Texas Hold'em. It was so fun. It was so fun. And also, like, if they had that, it would be really cool if should be around 500. When we if we have that, we should also be able to bet our gold, because I know that I've seen a couple people already doing it. You know how we have the dice roll emote, like rolling? Some people are already doing bets and stuff like that with dice rolls, which is really funny. So I bet them being able to bet gold and stuff like that would make some people stick in the tavern for the majority of their playtime too. That would be so fun. I even mentioned Pazak, like if they did like a custom card game for just New World, like a Pazak from Knights of the Old Republic. I used to love that game, and I think I know Final Fantasy had Triple Triad, and I went around collecting a bunch of those Triple Triad cards too. That was pretty cool. I spent a lot of time in the Golden Saucer actually, like every single day. That was just a part of the routine. I love the hell out of those Chocobo races. I got a little too into it too. I was pretty competitive. Like if I lost the Chocobo race, I'd have to do at least 3 or 4 more to make up for it. And oh man, I was getting into the breeding, and they had breeding, right? Yeah. That Chocobo stuff was crazy. Oh yeah, let me see what squad we're in. We're in 4. C, right side. Okay. Wait, hold on. Do they have another Discord going? Or I don't think they do. Okay. Do you need a healer with your build? I mean, I could probably do Amrine and be just fine, but anything past that, you're probably still going to want a healer for your dungeon. We have done it with like 2 paladins before though. But it was a little risky. Starstone, I did one with 2 paladins, and then Amrine we did one with 2 paladins. But yeah, it's a little risky to do. Oh, we're in that Discord. Okay. You join that one. I need to get my earphones too. So all those voices won't be blasting. Oh yeah, somebody asked about the stagger earlier. My bad. Does stagger need to be put back into the game? So yeah, I know it's a pretty split topic right now, and I tend to gravitate more to towards the old combat system because I loved it so much. But maybe a way that they can meet in the middle would be looking at things like maybe adding it back on heavy attacks or doing something like that. But yeah, it seems like in some way the combat might need to be tweaked some more. So we'll see what happens there. But yeah, with the stagger being gone now, it does kind of make certain situations a little bit more difficult to deal with, like just PvE in general. So yeah, I totally understand that. Okay. Company storage. Oh yeah, yeah. You know, that's probably something that would need to happen too, because when you start looking into things like company storage, it's a case where you really do not want people sniping that stuff. That would suck. Suck a lot. And do you have a Discord for casuals? We do not. Nuh-uh. But like when launch happens, we'll definitely be playing with everybody in the, Marauder faction and then other people within the community. Absolutely. We're going to be doing events and stuff like that. It's going to be super fun. Probably later on down the line when people have kind of settled in and we don't really have to worry about farming as much. And we'll probably do stuff like that too. Okay, so how do you get... Oh, wait. Oh, how do you get orbs for the dungeon? So the first orbs that you get are going to come from the quest lines. So just keep doing your main story quest lines and you can probably get them from that. Once you get done with the 45 quest line, then there's side quests that you can do in different zones, like Eden Grove for Garden of Genesis keys, and then Reekwater for Lazarus keys kind of thing. So you can do those in those specific zones too and get those keys. And like Ebonscale Reach for Dynasty Shipyard too. Okay, just getting in here. Getting everything ready. But after that, though, stonecutters can also craft the orbs, too. Yeah, that's the other thing I meant to say. So, yeah, stonecutters can craft the expedition orbs by going to the stone cutting bench, and some of the mats you have to get from the, what's it called? Corrupted breaches and, like, expeditions and stuff like that, too. But yeah, for the most part, yeah, you can get most of them from the quest lines. And then each group only needs to use one orb as well. So there's that too. You only need to use one orb to enter. Okay. Nice. Okay, give me 1 second. Hold on. Still here. Just looking at something. Okay, cool. And we're back. Hmm. Should be in Discord now, and I think I can hear everybody. Okay, cool. Cool. And yeah, keys do get used up. Yeah, that's correct. All right, we're in Discord. We're ready to fight. Let's do this. And how does Endgame feel for PvE? Or you say, yeah, it still needs some more elite content. Like we do have a decent chunk right now. We have, you know, multiple elite points of interest, multiple field bosses and stuff like that. But yeah, I could probably use some more. I think they'll add more over time anyway, but yeah, it'll be nice once they start getting even more of that in there too. Oh, so ready for this fight. It's going to be so intense. After official launch, will characters be locked to only one server? No, yeah. It's going to be locked to only one server. Now, if so what happens with the servers is they're in different server clusters, and on the server list it says that if the servers ever got too low on the pop for those, that they can merge them together. So yeah, for the most part, you're going to be only locked to one character on one server kind of thing, but if your server ever merges with somebody else's, though, then you'll probably be able to play on that server too. Or just that server in general, because it'll be the same server at that point. But one thing I don't know is what'll happen when they merge it to the territory. That part's pretty interesting. Interesting to think about. Not sure what they're going to do there. One minute 13. Okay. And yeah, anything you buy from like cosmetic wise from the shop, it's gonna get deleted at launch. That's correct, yeah. They just they put that stuff in for, or they put the currency in for testing. Just so people can, you know, buy that stuff up if they want to. Owning time. All right. Here we go. Ah, you know what? I forgot to put a emerald gem in my chest. I think we'll be okay though, but that's the one thing I forgot. Okay. 198 con. Okay, that should be fine. I don't even think I have enough. Yeah, I don't want to respec right now. No. All right, we got this. Okay. Oh, that's a lot of people. It's a lot of people. They're not attacking just yet, though. Yes. Yes. the merge. No, that's not going to be happening for a long time. But if you look at the server list, when you look at the that Soul. Oh, I missed him. If you look at the question mark right next to the server clusters, what it says is that if the pop ever gets really low, that they might be able to merge them. But that's not going to happen for like a long, long time. More than likely. Unless something bad happens. Super John, no! What are they doing? They're just kind of staying there. Yep. He knew I think he knew I saw him. A lot of gravity wells. Am I being shot by a repeater right now? I can't even tell. Alright, so we're not pushing up this time. We're staying a little bit with the team. Ooh. Laggy. Popping this. Yeah, when you start getting really bunched up like this, it starts to kind of lag a little bit. We're backing up a bit. They want... I think the main thing is they want us to push into them. And that's why they're staying a little bit back. Floppy bunched in. Once Floppy goes down, I feel like we can probably push in. Well, that gravity well. It's working so well since they fixed it. I love that they actually fixed the gravity well. Thank goodness. Oh, we're pushing though. Floppy. So laggy. Oh my god. Hopping back up to full. Let's see. You said they got C. Okay, good. Just one person. Okay. All right. Oh, they're afraid of the siege weapon. Yeah, the repeaters I know on defender side too, with the height elevation and the fact that they're doing so much damage right now, it's kind of nuts on the defender side. Like we noticed that on the, or well, you know, we felt that on the Everfall War, but also whoever was on the repeaters in that fight was really good at aiming. Got a Robin Hood on theirs. True tank, I want to get you so bad. Or fall back. Big freaking cluster right here. Big cluster. Okay. Shield's broken. Popping that. There. Got it. Blank. Don't want to overextend, that's the main thing. Pop that. Oh, shield broke like instantly. Okay. Stun blink. Oh, they got some people behind. Ooh. I don't know what that was, but that was a pretty decent chunk of damage on me. Put that on. Yeah, it's the repeater right there. I felt it. Time to back up. Bush should be burned to a crisp. Okay. My shield is just getting torn the hell up. I think it's when that repeater's getting on me. Got that guy. Fine. Oh, that was a good one right there. All right, pulling back. Beacon. Sacred ground. Almost up. Okay. This is so this is so laggy. I don't know what's going on. Okay, that guy's dead. Dead. No, you don't. Orb. Get this guy down. Sacred. Oh, okay. Get him. Nice. He's down. That floppy. It's done. He's low. Yeah. Is it always this laggy? Not always. I mean, when we get a lot of people in one area, it starts to kind of get choppy a bit, but Like the last couple wars we had, it's been not too bad, but yeah, it's something that still needs to be improved. And part of the reason that they changed up the way the meteors work on the fire staff is because beforehand in the testing phases, for instance, that was causing a lot more of this kind of thing. But yeah, it seems even with that, there's still some improvements to be made there. Beacon on that guy. We're pushing in real hard now. I got more red than green, or red than blue. Right next to me. Sacred orb. They're dying. Yeah, they're dying. Yeah, mostly con, and then secondary is focus right now. Oh. Going past. Oh, whoever did that gravity well, that was a nice gravity well. They locked him down. Dash 10. Got him. Oh crap, see. Don't let him get it. And no respawn if you die. You do have respawn, yeah. You do. Alright, yeah. They're good, they're good. Going back to B. But yeah, we don't do damage, so that's the trade-off with it. So we're really good at staying alive. Well, keeping ourselves alive, like even out in the open when we don't have healers around us, we can put down heals. But with this build, we also get an increased amount of healing because of the sword passive that is on the defender side. It's called I forgot what it was called actually. Recuperation. So like all incoming healing and regeneration gets increased. So that helps a little bit too. Because we have the sword and shield. Oh yeah, they're doing repeater stuff right now. They're doing a lot of repeaters right now. That guy's dead. Dash 10. He's got Berserk. Okay. Okay, so far so good. So far so good, but we can't lose any ground. If we get to about 5 minutes, then we'll have a higher chance of winning no matter what. But sometimes, if they get it fast enough, even the last 45 seconds can be won. That's the repeater right there. All right. I'm going for it. Bastard off this freaking thing. Don't get boxed in though. Yeah, muskets are really good for sniping people off the engines too. I used to do that all the time in the testing phases. It's really good. Keep popping powder burn on them and stuff like that. Engines down. This is a good choke point right here. Are you guys fighting? We're defending. We're helping the Covenant defend, and we're fighting against Syndicate right now. Gotta buy 16 Inferno traps. Okay. And yeah, on the attacking side, you do have a bit of a disadvantage because, yeah, there's multiple factors that go into that, but also the height and elevation on the siege engines can make a little bit of a difference too, from what I've seen. Oh, okay. Got some there. Smart placement of that too. If we weren't like, you know, right here. If we were like in the middle, then it would have been much better, but still. Push to this one. No! Get off it. Ooh. Gravity well. I should be okay. Unless I start getting shot in the face by that. With the side of the head. He's trying to focus me on that now. But if you're noticing with this sword that has chain void, you see that beam that's like going between them? It's kind of like a chain lightning thing. That's what's really cool about this sword too. Put a bunch of fire traps right here. So any of their team that gets close. Uh-oh. Oh, two people in there. Okay. Yep, going right back to this. But my damage is pretty crap, though. I'm on it. Nice, we got over-ender. Army of two. Over-ender. Over-ender. We got devil. Sacred. Alright, I think we're heading back. Alright. Time to back off. Oh, shit. Oh, there goes me. There I go. Damn. Lagging so bad it won't let you spawn. Oh, okay. Yeah, you should be fine. I think we'll be able to hold it for the most part. Yeah, I was watching that back for a second. Oh, man. Yeah, they were all right there, too. Damn. All right, cool. Let's go. They got A. Okay. We're here. Oh, hell. All right, I'm going to start pushing for that. You know what? Hold on. Let's give him something. Give him something fun. Hold on, we gotta get these guys off the point first. Okay. Got our stuff on. Somebody tied to the chain void. That's funny. That's so funny. Oh, shit. Got a lot of stuff going on around me. Okay. They're trying. They're trying. Orb beacon. Okay. Yep, pushing them back. Just slow on her. I tried to turn my camera faster than that. All right. Powder kegs for siege too. Let me get this on my thing. All right. Excuse me. I should be able to get two in one go right here. Hold on, Pumpernickel, don't see me. Ignite the fuse. Oh, pop goes the weasel in a second here. Oh, don't destroy it, no. I think they got it. Damn it. Screw it, just destroy it. Just starting game, okay. And mixing armor, if you're within the light threshold and you want to get a couple pieces of medium but stay within the light so you still have the dodge and whatnot, you can do that. But like for combining medium and heavy, no, you don't really want to do that. Most people tend to avoid the medium threshold and just go mainly for like light and heavy. But you know, there can also be other builds where maybe medium might be more useful. But for the most part, people tend to go either light or heavy. How many do we have there? There's a lot. Uh-oh. Don't you dare. Don't you dare lose that. No. Going in. Nope. All right, back to B. Oh, he slowed me. Okay. Missed it. A incoming. A. Looks like a lot of it. Going A. Get an extra dodge. No, they don't get like a extra dodge, or there's not like an actual like full-on dodge mechanic yet. But they do get 10% damage bonus, and they also get 10% increased amount of duration on debuffs that they apply. And like for heavy, we get 20% on the debuffs we apply. And light armor, they get 20% damage bonus on their thing. But there is like dodge rolls and stuff like that. For the medium one, theirs is more of like a like a jump or a strafe to the side. Oh yeah, they got a lot right here. Oh, they're trying to go for it. Oh, I wasted that pot. Put this on. But yeah, there's not like a, if you get hit, you might have a chance to dodge kind of thing. Like other games might have. Put beacon down. Okay. I think we got him. Oh, I tried to do a heavy. Yeah, while they're respawning. Are you reading a lore page? Of all, I saw that, Cassie. Of all times. You know what? Actually, hey, wait. I just want to make sure I have that. Okay. That's funny. I don't want to get caught over here because I know if we get caught over here, there's not going to be able to see us. Have you done Garden of Genesis? We did. Yeah, we did that one yesterday. Garden, Lazarus, and Dynasty. We completed those. And like I've done Garden before in the testing phases, but yesterday though was a lot easier than any of the runs we ever did in the testing phases. Like it was amazing. But before the beta ends, I want to do those one more time and make sure we stream them too. I got footage yesterday though. That's the main reason why I did them. But yeah, next time we're gonna stream it too. See. Still got so many battle tokens and inferno traps. Haven't even used all these. Might as well just pump them out. You get a trap. You get a trap. Okay, yeah, they got a lot of people. Not that much, actually. No, it's not that much, actually. Over-ander. Oh, nice stun. Gonna do shockwave. Damn it, I missed my shield bash from dumb. Consecutive dodge roll. Oh, I know what you mean. Okay. Okay, I see what you mean. You're talking about that. Okay. Yo, that would be pretty interesting if they did add that. I think it's the same for medium. But okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. Okay. That would be pretty interesting if they did add that. Good game. Holy crap. GG. Good freaking fight. Oh, that's what you mean, though. Yeah. Nice. Did he just get one shot? I think somebody did there. I couldn't see. It looked like he did, though. Oh, nice. Funny. Bunny got rank 1. 402. Okay, 420,000. And this time we were more conserving this time too. We weren't really pushing up too far, which was really good. 250,000 on the healing too. That's nice. And next time I got to make sure that I have at least 200 con, because I had 198 con, so I didn't get the full benefits. But yeah, next time we're gonna make sure we have 200 con before we go in there. Nice. Good game. Holy crap. That was super fun. That was super duper fun. Can you get everything in the game without ever playing PvP? Well, if you mean like max level gear and stuff like that, yeah, you can. Yeah, absolutely. GG. Yeah, you don't have to if you don't want to. And recommend for fire staff. Well, you can totally get like, well, if I was not doing territory war, then I'd probably get incinerate, flame pillar, and fireball is what I'd probably get. But in territory war, I'd probably switch one of those out, like flame pillar or the meteor. Hell yeah, that was a blast. Good freaking game. And how often do you get corrupted slivers? You can get them pretty often. I know the breach train that we did, we got a crap ton of them just stockpiled. Like on my bank, I know I have at least, yeah, 160 of those and 39 of these, 15 of these. I think it's just a chance to get them, but you should get them pretty often, or often enough. If you get like a big group going and you get them to go through all the different, oh, just a bow. Go through all the different portals in a zone, you'll probably make a decent amount of them off that. And spear hatchet. It's possible. I actually did get a, I feel like you could make it good if you got like a heavy one and then did that. I'm really curious to find out if, the spear that I got earlier, I think I put it on the broker already. But I would love to see somebody try that, a spear with like that, and then use a paladin build in PvP. I think it was, let me see. My orders. Pretty sure it was a con focus one too. Yeah, this one right here, the defiled spear of the cleric. And it has chain void on it too. That would be so cool. So cool to have in PvP. Hell yeah. But okay, so from what I checked, I think most people right now, the people that had the expedition keys earlier, I don't think they're on at the moment. But before beta ends, I want to make sure that we do those expeditions again for the second time. So tonight I'll probably just compile all the footage that I have from the previous stuff, and today what we did with the field bosses and stuff like that. And then probably around Saturday, if I'm able to get enough people together and we got some orbs, we'll be able to do some of those expeditions around that day too. And no, housing isn't just for teleporting. You also get like house trophies you can put inside them that give you bonuses, like crafting bonuses, luck bonuses for gathering from chests and stuff like that, or mob drops. And you also get like gathering bonuses and ones that give you damage against different enemy family groups too. So you get the trophies, and then also storage chests. You can put those inside your house, and it actually increases the bank storage in the settlement too, which is really cool. And hell yeah, that was a really good fight. I can't wait for the next one. Hell yeah. Okay, so yeah, I'm probably gonna see if I can get another con piece later that's got like more. That's got like more. Got more con, so I can get past that 200 marker. Yeah, that was super fun. When can you get better gear than faction gear? Oh, as you start leveling up, you'll get upgrades periodically, and when you start doing expeditions, you'll get pretty decent pieces out of that too if you get lucky. Yeah, just keep doing that and you'll get upgrades. Does your sword do enough damage with... So my sword currently doesn't have a gem slot, I have a gem slot, but I can't put a nature gem in it because it has chain void. Any of the ones that have the chain perk, where you have chain lightning, chain fire, chain anything, most of the time it won't let you put a perk into those. But if I did have a nature gem in a sword, then yeah, it should be pretty good for doing PvE. Yeah, absolutely. And my standard rotation, like for the life staff, so if I know that I'm about to tank a boss, I usually put Sacred Ground a little bit in front of me so I can sit in that when I start fighting the boss. And normally for PvP, like in Territory Wars, I tend to start off with the Sacred Ground on the point or something like that. And then normally I'll follow up with Beacon. But Orb of Protection, I always make sure to put on only when I'm going to use Defiant Stance right after for my sword. Because what happens is the orb gives you the 15% fortify buff for 20 seconds. And our Defiant Stance, that only lasts 10 seconds, but that gives us about 50% fortify with that too. So as soon as the Defiant Stance ends, I still have that fortify buff ticking on me for an extra 10 seconds or so. So that's why I try to combo them both together, so that if I need to switch back to my life staff and my Defiant Stance immediately goes away, I'll still have that 15% fortify from the orb. And the house, yeah, the house tax is weekly. So every time you pay your tax, you'll have a little bit of gold deducted from your account. You have to pay it, otherwise your trophies as well as your house teleport won't be active. But yeah, it's weekly, or it should be at least, unless they changed it. And my armor set's just some basic stuff. I got most of the stuff from just doing in-game expeditions, and some of it, I think I still have at least 1 or 2 faction pieces. No, I think all of this is from drops. So yeah, just getting drops from like in-game stuff, like elite points of interest, field boss, stuff like that. But if you don't join a faction or turn PvP on, so if you never join a faction, you could still get decent gear, because you can still make you get the benefits of crafting, as well as doing like expeditions and stuff like that, all kinds of stuff there. So if you did that and, you know, wanted to go the long way, then yeah, in theory you could. Yeah. But yeah, I'll probably wait till Saturday too, because I want to see if I can go get some food and get all the footage ready to go. So I'll probably wait till Saturday to do the expeditions. But thank you guys so much, though. It was a really fun time today, especially doing the field bosses and stuff like that. Actually, let me see which orb did you say you had? Let me see. If it's Garden, then okay. Yeah, I'll wait till Saturday. We'll do Lazarus, Garden, and Ebon Scale or Dynasty on that one, all in the same go. But for now, we'll go ahead and end it there, and I'll get all the footage together. Maybe make a video tomorrow. We'll be back on Saturday. But thank you guys so much for joining. I really appreciate it. It was such a fun time, and we had a really good time at Malevolence earlier too. That was so awesome. I'll catch you guys next time. Have a wonderful night or day, and I'll see you. And yeah, definitely make sure to buy a house as soon as you can. It's super useful. Super useful. I'll catch you folks later.
Just